Cat, what's up? How we doing? Oh, hello, hello. Cat, what's up? How we doing? Oh, hello, hello. Where am I?
Today we'll get our first glimpse at Group D and 4 more.
I can hear myself twice. What's going on there? Okay, there we go. I saw that.
Welcome back to day 4 of Champions.
I was tripping out, man.
Live from the. Says, where are we again?
We're at the COEX Shinhan Card Ardeum.
Say that 5 times fast.
I prefer not to.
And that's so fair.
Of course, I'm Golden Boy here today with Achilleos and Mimi as we break everything down. It's been a pretty fun opening to this event so
what
far.
was Wingman doing down on the stage?
Yeah,
Chilling.
Having a good time?
Vibing out in the center.
He's gone now.
Yeah, he's gone, never to be seen again. Probably afraid because you keep threatening to eat him.
That only happened twice.
Yeah.
And neither take was actually
What's not first map?
because neither happened.
That's true. That's true. Until it does, and then.
But I won't promise it again.
Okay, I can't see PRX 2 though, then, but I could see.
Yeah, I don't know why.
But it should be a 3.
In any case,
It should be a 2-1. Sorry, be a 3 mapper. That's where I'm at on this one.
We had Leviathan taking on Talon, and then Trace Esports.
D2's map was too good to get 2-0'd. Cronin though, thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. Thank you for the 18 months.
Upset vibes to begin. I think that Talon came in with a really off-kilter comp, showing for the first time some Yoru and Neon looks on Bind. It was super cool, but Leviathan Map 2 had it in control. This second series, though, a completely different scenario. I mean, Trace, I think, exceeded expectations by so much here, and you saw how much it meant to these guys.
Yeah, no, definitely was.
Then Lotus.
First debut here.
Yeah, it kind of depends on what let me get
Yeah, I mean, it's the first outing for the majority of those players, and to be able to come out and then take down a #2 seed, to be able to have that win, something that we saw, you know, a lot of the other Chinese squads really have to fight and wait for them to come out in the first matchup and be able to take it. I mean, you could see that relief, you could see that elation that was on the face. I mean, tears were shed. People were saying, bro, why is he crying? It's only one game. I'm like, no, that's the point. It is one game. It's the first game. Of course he's crying. He's over the moon.
Yeah, only one of their players has ever
I mean, it's going to be to Haven though, right?
Everyone else was new. This is something fresh for them, and everyone had no expectations for this team. They're the 3rd seed from China, and they just got a massive win. I mean, you can't not be happy.
The
for
map
them.
pulls are just so brutal.
D2
get rid of Sunset. That's like their best map. Yeah, PRX picked Lotus.
Vitality. It was some really good, honest Valorant on Bind and Ascent. Their fundamentals looked on point. Those guys are good.
G2 have options, man.
I'm excited
Bind.
to see what we get from Trace. But
I would pick Ascent.
Powered by AWS, and based off yesterday, I think it's safe
PRX
to say
could ban Ascent.
kind of screwed up a lot of people's
You basically pick Ascent or Haven.
Wears it on their sleeve like that on the main stage. It's a beautiful thing to see, man.
But it's Lotus, Ascent / Haven, and then whatever the 3rd map is. Yeah, probably Abyss. Abyss or Icebox. I imagine it's second ban Icebox.
It's great.
Yeah, it'd be Abyss or Bind.
There's tears on those players' faces. Get some joy in your life.
Yeah, ain't that the truth? A lot of people need that in this day.
Lotus.
All right, well, look, folks, we've only seen 3 days of competition.
Lotus for sure.
Group D is going to be taking the stage in just a little bit. So now's the perfect time to, you know, do something that we never do
PRX
here
V2
on the
Bind.
desk. And that is some good old-fashioned overreactions. That's right. I've never been known to overreact after
Not
things
about
happening.
crew, map
Never.
1 especially.
Never.
Never gloating too early, an honest man.
I've never overreacted about anything.
What's on your notebook there?
They're not even playing today, and you're talking about DRX. This is incredible.
Look, what can I say? I needed a new notebook. There was 2 in the shop. The other one was T1s, and it didn't
I would
sold
just
them
pick.
At a store?
I think the PRX
Out in the world or
is
here?
just not good at Haven or Ascent. 3 map win.
I was like, how pervasive is esports in Korea? I know it was quite, but
random thing, real quick aside, we actually saw we were in the train and we saw a faker ad for some chicken joint. So pretty awesome. Esports, of course, continuing to grow. All right, well, let's do some overreaction, shall we? Now this one's
ad
be
for a
from
chicken thing, that's nuts.
EREFM. And they say Gen G have already won champions, and everyone else should just go home.
You know what? Based, I fully, wholeheartedly
I've seen
agree.
this guy like 12,000 times on Twitter because he did like the paying for it thing where you're at the top and also comments on every post. But that's not important, and I don't know why I'm saying that.
called out in 4K.
Now that you've been noticed, that blue check mark is getting its work in.
Yeah, Gen G is, they're playing some incredible Valor, and I think they're the favorite for the tournament.
Biggest reply guy ever.
No, but that's also not a real opinion.
Fine, we'll play it out.
If we got to.
We'll let them have their little fun on stage before Gen G takes it all.
Yeah, all right. So there's one overreaction. Not, a little bit hit or miss. Okay, here's our next one, though. All right, we got
on Ascent, yeah, but they're just not good at Ascent. I feel like G2 would watch it and be like, yeah, this one. Braintelex, thank you so much, man. Braintelex, I appreciate you. First 2 gifted as well. Thank you for doing that, man.
They played a close series, they were able to get the victory yesterday. I think that they should have been able to take
is that how I say your name? It must be Braintelex.
Sure.
And for PRX, that's more of a I have to wait and see type deal, but with Gen G in the form that they're in, given that they were able to take them down recently.
To say that without even seeing PRX play, though.
Yeah, I'm not as colored on as you are.
Lexi, good morning. How are we doing?
That first game from Lev, my stocks haven't dropped for them that much off that. I think map 2 is pretty clean. I always give teams that leeway to kind of warm up at globals, but I think Gen G is the favorite, and I don't see the case for PRX yet. I think they have kind of a problem in big games. We saw it in the lower finals that they lost in a reverse sweep, and we've seen it in every other finals at every global event ever. So saying they're going to win it is a little crazy at this point.
Big PRX fan to make that jump right now, especially when Gen G exists in the universe.
Yeah.
You know?
You're not a Pacific fan. You are a PRX fan.
Exactly. And hey, you know what?
I respect that.
Do what you got to do.
They're an easy team to be a fan of.
Cheer who you want to cheer for. I love W Gaming all day, baby. All right, well, speaking of W Gaming, let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule, shall we? Because we got ourselves a couple of great matches. We have G2
really
Esports taking on PRX.
And Prodigy, thank you so much as well, man. Good to see you. Thank you for the gifted. Going for the G2 win.
Excellent game. What a great way to close out the group.
And,
our first few days.
Debuts.
See what you're trying to do.
For our groups here. And I really have no idea how.
I mean, I have Prodigy. You don't need to do a gifted. I have G2 winning this.
Maybe that's a good feeling. It's a good feeling, but it also makes me feel like I'm doing something wrong, given that I'm here on the analyst desk.
Yeah.
But this is going to be a bit of a toss-up, I think, coming into this next one, because G2 obviously they were able to get the upper hand over PRX previously, but does that rebound come through here?
I mean, remember the way it happened too. PRX started map 1 up 11-1. It ended up not being the cleanest closeout, but they close out, and then map 2 and 3 was like a huge G2 resurgence.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone expected them to win that game going in, but how much does
have I heard the PRX anthem? No, I don't think so.
On a global stage where they've now proved themselves back at Shanghai.
Yeah, and then of course you're going to get EDG.
Egg roll. Someone gifted you a sub. Thank you for the content. Of course, bro. Thank you for saying that.
He's one of 4 players
here. It will be one of the Oilers.
Have the potential, if they win it all, to get that second World Championship. So, is there a probability history can be made? 1-4. It's actually not that bad. I mean, well, not 1-4, but
that's really not how probability.
Listen, I don't know math. Okay, I failed that part.
But that's just even if you had done the math properly, that would have just been like the proportion of players who have
won before. I believe in PRX suck.
Yeah, look, he's also old. I dropped out.
It has kind of worked like that, yeah.
It's only 4 out of 80 players at the event.
Okay,
well that's a lot. Players.
But I have a little bit of faith. I have them rebounding in the lower bracket.
To see if anybody's been able to do it. I mean, obviously, Chronicle was kind of
5% of the players have won before.
Boom, she got it.
I think.
But obviously, Chronicle was kind of that first one to be able to get multiple.
Tyler's Candy, thank you so much. Thank you for the 4 months. I appreciate that.
I knew that this was going to be an unhinged desk when I came out here.
But that doesn't mean there's a 5% chance one wins again.
Yes, that's right. That's right, Leroy Jenkins.
Did this manually, so you should be wrong. But G2 for 25
repeating
or 11 in pistols.
The numbers are confusing me, people. But we want to know what you guys think at home, all right? Who you think has the potential to be our first 2-time champion? Is it going to be CNET, Icebox, Com, or Saucy? Scan the QR code, cast your vote, and we'll love to hear
prediction
the
is pretty up there.
I wonder if there was none of the above category.
PRX pick Lotus.
Do we have an option for none?
I think G2 pick Haven or Ascent, whichever one doesn't get banned.
Here, I'm thinking that it's going to be
Saint thinks Bind.
I
think Bind would be third map.
With me, I'm still not. Jury's not out on left for me. So I don't know. Com and Icebox are.
I mean, the way Com was playing yesterday, to be real for a second, the way Com was playing yesterday was like he wants to win it again. Icebox as well stepping up. In my mind, that's the team with the best chance over a FUT or a Sentinels, but anything can happen.
Always got to remember that quote, though, from Karon, talking about Loud in particular.
My percentage for the first map.
When they won their trophies,
I don't know, like
I was not competing.
60-40 probably for
That
G2.
one always goes so hard.
I mean, I'll go front. That's some heat right there.
There's a lot of players here.
Just because we don't know about PRX's map pool, really. It's such a...
Right, folks.
Last time we saw them in Stage 2, it didn't look great.
Of their debut. So we caught up with the IGL Valen and
they're probably going to be a map
man
down.
Of last season leave to play a game to test their communication skills, their camaraderie. Let's check it out.
All right, I'm joined by G2 Valen, G2 Leaf, live in the flesh here in Seoul for Champs 2024. And we're going to play a little game here. It's called Reverse Charades. And it's not actually that. It doesn't have both charades and charades in it. I'm just doing the different pronunciation, you know what I mean? Like US, UK, that type of beat. These guys, they didn't know how the game was played. But that's not a problem because we're not playing charades, we're playing reverse charades. So, what I'm going to say is, here's how it works for the audience at home. The person pulls out a category out, this little bowl, glass bowl here, and it could be Valorant related, it could be not Valorant related. We don't actually know yet. Let's get this started.
Both your hands up.
We're going to do 30 seconds time. I'm going to swap positions as well. It's your turn. Switch it up. Valen, you're the one who's going to be gesturing. You're going to be
Psych, thank you so much, man.
Pick it out.
All right.
Make sure
show
it's
the
nice
camera?
and good. Yeah, show the camera as well. Don't look Valen.
Thank you for sending that, Psych, bro.
Good.
Best of luck with it all as well, man.
Oh boy.
Psych, I appreciate you.
What? That's awesome.
Huh?
Okay.
Hopefully I'll see you around still sometime.
So, all right, Jake, I'm ready. I hope you're ready. Okay. I hope this isn't cheating. Pretend you're Omen. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
30 seconds.
Pretend you're Omen.
Okay.
All right. You're using one of your abilities, right? And you are putting an object down to block vision.
Oh, I'm throwing a smoke.
Yeah,
Dude, he hit it in one. Okay.
throwing a smoke.
I'm not gonna lie. That was a little bit too easy because you were like,
that was kinda
you're
like-
Omen and you're throwing like, okay, but that's pretty good. You got it in one.
Throwing? I said
No.
He didn't say
You're
throwing.
throwing. You're like placing an object. I think that's fine. I think that's
placing an object that gets rid of
We don't
Unknown
sorry.
King,
Sorry.
444, thank you for the
We're
3
trying.
months. Thank you
That
so
was
much.
nice. Just give it to me.
Is it my turn?
Yeah, it's your turn. I'll eat it later. Don't worry.
Is he doing it for me? It's just us two?
Yeah,
just doing the
just do
example?
that. I don't think I'm allowed to play anymore. I think I butchered the intro. So.
All right, I'm not looking. I'm not looking.
don't
Tell me
look.
when you're ready.
He's
Tell me when you're
30
ready.
years
is
old,
insane.
only in esports, man.
Oh, okay.
I will
I
all
don't
those
even know
words.
what
Okay.
to say.
Are you ready? Are you ready?
Hands behind your back. Hands behind your back. You don't have to have your hands behind your back.
I know, but
It's okay.
it's a nice neutral
right.
spot.
Put your hands out like you're holding a weapon.
Like,
A Valorant weapon.
yeah, like a gun.
Yes.
A weapon.
And when you run out of ammo, what do you do?
Reload a weapon.
I mean,
So I'm just like, you know,
I
taking
think
the
it's
magazine
good.
out.
Honestly, you guys, I don't know. Do we need to set more rules in
I
motion?
feel like the rules are like,
It's like a little bit too easy, no?
Maybe we can't
like-
describe the action.
Yeah, I think you got to describe the hand motion.
All right, hard mode
So,
now.
all right, you
Hard
want to
mode.
go again? You want to
Alright.
swap it around, swap it around, swap it around, swap it around.
All right.
Here we go. I'm supposed to be the
Dude,
moderator
I don't
here.
even know
I can't
what to
do it.
say.
all right.
I can't do it. All right. We got one
Ooh,
more.
All right, I'm not
okay.
looking.
We got one more in us.
Yo, make it hard. Like,
Okay.
give me like
yeah,
a
yeah.
weird.
Show the camera. Show the camera. This was quite difficult.
I feel like, okay, I'm good. You can
It's
you
good?
can
Yeah.
look at me.
All right.
Alright.
30
Have your
seconds.
hands out in a motion where you're like a totem.
A totem?
Yeah, like on top of one another. Put your hands on top of one another.
Okay.
And then imagine you or just put like do like a downward motion, like you're striking down.
Like a spear?
Yeah. Yeah. No, just straight down, okay? You're putting something down. Like
10 seconds.
a totem, basically. See, now this is a little hard.
it's
now.
harder, it's so
now
much
a little
harder.
bit harder.
Like I'm putting.
That's the motion you're doing to put
Yeah.
this thing down.
What's
Like,
it getting
slam
them
it
to
down.
do, bro?
No,
Crazy.
kind of close, kind of close.
Defusing the spike.
No.
Time's up. Time's up. We'll get a buzzer sound in post or something. I'm not too sure, but
That's
yeah,
good.
that's no, it wasn't that. It was. You want to reveal
Killjoy
it?
Ultimate.
Yeah, it's
like,
Killjoy
video like
Killjoy
Killjoy.
Ultimate.
Yeah.
But you know, like when you go like with
Yeah.
it. But, like I don't want to say like you're putting down.
Someone's
a
clipping
building.
that.
An object that it actually detains people.
Yeah, exactly.
That
Like, that'd be way
just
too
given it
hard.
away immediately, but that was
I
pretty
feel like
good.
it's
I'm not gonna lie.
yeah. I feel like it's more fun.
Yeah,
that
when we
way.
put the limitations in place.
Yeah.
Anyway, may have butchered the segment. We're definitely not running this one back again, but we're going to send it back to the desk. Nevertheless, thank you very much, G2 Valen and Lee, for sending it back now. See you later.
And a fun fact, that is the thing that got Bren fired. So it's crazy.
Yeah.
It was a good run he had.
Seth, right after this, is going to have to run over and catch with Josh for the second series.
Pretty
Now
much.
that Bren's gone.
Yeah. It's a shame, but you know, we just had to cut him out, man.
I think Valen's face trying to figure out that killjoy like that. He's never struggled harder trying to get a read on a team in game compared to that.
That was the hardest part of the event for him.
Yeah, that was it. The biggest challenge you'll ever face.
I actually don't think Bren understands what reverse charades are, but they figured it out.
They got there, sort of, in the end. All right, guys.
And good on them for that.
Well, we're starting the day off with yet another Shanghai rematch. It's almost like these teams have qualified for multiple global events. That's crazy. And, of course, G2's got that more measured style of play, and we all know and love PRX is aggressive. We say it 500,000 times, W Gaming. But the thing is that, you know, G2 has had the number here of PRX. Is this going to be history repeating itself again, Seth, based on what you've seen from PRX throughout, you know, Stage 2 and Pacific?
I want to say going into this, it's going to be a very different look, and that's not to discredit, you know, the efforts of G2 because they are an incredibly strong team. One of the things that we were noticing from G2 pretty much in their entire run throughout Shanghai was okay, maybe a bit of a rocky.
I felt like
that download comes through from Valen. He really gets
G2 kind of loved the way
team likes to, you know, come at them.
The
and then he's able
play.
to counteract it. So his reads are immaculate, but the mistakes that we were seeing from PRX have very much been tightened up. And I would say that even with the loss versus DRX, that reverse sweep they were able to pull off against them in the lower final of Stage 2 in Pacific, that was less of PRX falling back into their slump and making mistakes.
It's the games yesterday. Where can you watch anywhere, man? You've got Twitch, YouTube, normal YouTube, you've got YouTube VODs.
I still think that
Twitch
if
VODs,
G2 are playing in their best form, and when we talk about their best form, it's having a really good read, it's having really structured ideas, not making mistakes, individuals not going off on their own. They match up really well against PRX. PRX barely plays meta comps. They're almost always playing comps that are like exploitative instead of optimal, that aren't necessarily the perfect comp, but they play it really well, and the implementation can catch teams off guard and also have their own gimmicks that can work really well. And that's not to say those comps are bad. They're good, but against a team like G2, whose strength, I think, is Valen and Josh going in ahead of time, figuring out what are the holes in our opponent's game plan, because
I mean, I really strongly think G2 win.
Finding those opportunities where, because PRX are taking risks,
the good news for PRX, okay, so PRX will at least change one of their comps on one of the maps, and that should get them a win.
If they're playing
but it should be 2-1 G2. That's where I'm at.
No, I
There's a chance that they could change their comps on like 2 maps, or have like a lot of new stuff on 2 maps. You take it, but
from the side of PRX compared to that first clash. I mean, you think about those maps that were
believe in G2. I have G2 going to like the final basically.
But then into a very close map too.
I have a Gen G G2 final
at a similar level and making fewer mistakes like we were seeing.
There's a chance Fnatic will run that.
That 13-10 scoreline could very much be turned around in PRX's favor.
And let's be real, PRX kind of choked the first time they played against G2. They were up 11-1 on map 1, and then map 2 and 3 was rough.
I'm not allowed to say it. I'm contractually obligated and banned from using those words about my teams.
Donuts, hello bro, how we doing?
Fixes in. All right, well, let's go ahead and
Good
hear
morning,
what
I
Jonah
guess.
P had to say.
Get some sleep, man. Hope your stream is good.
Coming to the arena for our Champs draw
Thank you, thank you.
G2, Jonah, brother, you're going up against W Gaming in PRX.
Thank you for the 17 months as well. 12 hours, respect, bro. The grind is real.
I mean, they're a great team, but they're bigger chokers than we are, so.
Well, firstly, apologies for the confusion on that, but also
me when I'm in a losing a best out of 5 competition, and my competition is PRX and G2.
What I also think is really funny is like, so he's saying, oh, they are chokers, but they're bigger chokers, but they're both just chokers.
I mean, let's be real.
I know,
the BO5 curse for both these teams has been, it's been legit.
Yeah, it truly has been. Of course, here's G2 Esports coming to this one, #2 seed from Americas, and another incredible
Crouch Gaming versus W
the only
Gaming.
Ascension team that has made it here to champions. They were slugging it out in Tier 2 last year, and now they're here playing for a World Championship, Achilleos.
No, I mean, it's been an incredible run, and the development here for this squad across the year has just been absolutely fantastic. The big thing that I'm going to be looking for from them here from the outset is just a little bit more consistency, because we did see some shakiness. Overall, G2 was very solid over at Shanghai, but we did have those games where Icy wasn't popping, Leaf wasn't able to go on these crazy walkabouts where he's getting these wild flanks and then just getting multi-kill rounds time and time again.
Look at this graphic, though. Every other Ascension team, 9th place, 11th place, 10th place. G2 makes it to the finals in Stage 2. They make it to the finals in Stage 1. They make it top 3 at Masters Shanghai. They are an utter anomaly when it comes to the other teams that are playing in Tier 2.
Other Ascension teams just got heavily called out, man.
G2 had just won Ascension, and they were in a position where they didn't even know if they would be playing in partnerships the next year. Their org, the guard back then, ended up not continuing. They didn't know if they'd make it in. They had to find a new org. They had to, have roster changes and Tex leave the team for an offer at Leviathan. But despite all that adversity, they figured it out.
What do you think about Vitality's performance yesterday?
Under a new organization, made some risks in picking up new
obviously
players,
Tracer looked good on the 2 maps.
So well for these boys to now.
I think that the game plans were a little bit. There was like no game plans and no adaptation from Vitality.
One of the reasons why is because they're IGL Valen, who's the big brain
I guess they didn't expect the buying comp.
Some words with Mika Fabs earlier today. Check it out.
And beginning of Ascent, they made many reaction on.
Hey Valen, how are you?
What is this shout? What does it say? Buy the bundle or something?
It's been quite a year for you guys, and when you reflect on the journey that you've had so far, like through Ascension, and now you guys are the only Ascension team to make it to the global stage, why do you think this team, this core, has stayed together for so long?
I think we knew since the beginning. We had good results even when we first formed the team. We knew we had something special. The personalities on the team, we all clicked, at least the core. And results kept coming, and we kept working hard, becoming better individuals in and out the server. So I think we understood that we made each other better every single year, and so it would be a foolish decision for us to kind of leave each other when we had the constant growth every year. And now that it all paid off, we're making international events. I'm so happy to do it with these guys, and hopefully we can take off with some more wins.
Well, best of luck. That's really wholesome, and I love the fit.
Thank you.
And despite Valen's humbleness, I mean, this is a guy though.
Did they expected the bind comp? Wait, really? That's not a good sign.
Not just,
then their overall like adaptation and plans
much on this team, and that's not to take anything away from the rest of
weren't
G2.
really good enough.
Show the strength of this player, what he brings to the table, the quality that he brings. It truly is impressive. He controller of the year and IGL of the year voted, in MVP for Americas.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've made some jokes on the Pacific broadcast about lack of fragging IGLs in comparison to Munchkin, but Valen kind of is that guy. He is that one that really can step up to the plate, but also is just a fantastic leader and can do a very good job of just keeping everybody's heads in the game. Because the biggest thing that I think about for G2 with their run in Shanghai is perseverance. Think about that, that Ascent, I think it was.
Aisha with the Prime, thank you so much. Thank you.
It was absolutely astounding.
Appreciate the 22 months.
Many other squads would already just be like, okay, this one's a wash. Let's just get this out of our heads and focus up for the next one. No, they stuck in, they went to the grindstone, and they were able to close out that map.
It's a tough team.
And
I use the same sense as Primi. Wait, do I actually?
Or whatever is doing behind the scenes, but
then the only thing letting me down is how much I crouch, and my aim,
how much he brings to this
and my
roster.
brain, and my reactions,
he is
and
so
my age.
mature. He is so responsible.
But other than that,
he is such just a student of
we're
the game.
pretty much
constantly VOD reviewing, constantly learning.
We're pretty much
all
there.
of that is beyond his own ridiculous individual performances. I think he's the best individual player on the team beyond just the external stuff he's doing as well.
The dude's a sponge. Genuinely, he's a sponge. When we worked with him, he takes everything in so fast, and he's able to really understand it in a way that
if he was a less good IGL, he'd take our jobs.
Yeah, honestly.
Almost there. Yeah, just gotta keep going.
Real talk.
Keep believing.
But in any case, though, let's go ahead and look at the other side of the stage, because you got PRX. Now, this is a team finished 3rd in Pacific, and it was their worst placement ever for this squad. But the thing is,
800 DPI, yeah.
A very competitive game Pacific region right now. PRX really trying to find what is going to work, and I think the question is, can this team, guys, go on
the Champs bundle? Yeah, I got it the other day.
Look, it's certainly possible, but first I do want to quantify that. Worst
just
placement
nice,
within Pacific, they're able
but
to get the trophy
I use it unupgraded. I've upgraded it, but I don't think I'm ever going to use it.
And then they fall shy of the mark after DRX defeats them. But this is still that team that is a bit anomalous, and it's always difficult to say, like, yes, they have it, because it feels like every time you really have a ton of confidence in them, that's when they fall the most. But when you start to be like, okay, they're looking shaky, I don't know if they're gonna be able to pull it off, they're still doing these weird comps, that's when they do go on those runs.
Yeah.
It's incredible that they're still like this, though, after all this time
It's
of
in their
following.
DNA.
Yeah,
Icebox?
I think it's proof that no matter
I was
how
not
much
expecting an
people
Icebox
can't quantify
first.
what they do, no matter how much stuff they do looks honestly dumb when you see it happen, they execute on things so well. They have such a strong
Icebox, Lotus,
conviction
and then
in
third
the
map
team's
bind?
ideas,
Natural
in the
skill.
comps they want to play, and they have such talented players that no matter, I think you could random
the
number
Arbiter,
generator
thank
a
you with the
comp
tier 1.
with at
Thank you
least
so much
some
for that.
idea behind it, and these guys could execute it well. No matter what they're doing, they can catch you off guard. They have insane individuals, and that's why you can never count this team out, no matter if they're playing great or struggling back home.
Yeah, it really is a testament to how this PRX team has kept and maintained their identity for such a long time. But let's go ahead, though, and jump back over to
BDM, nah, it's locked in. They picked their agents, they've loaded in, they're about to walk out.
Hey, something. Oh, listen to that crowd. You are back for another Champions, and it's against G2. So does this feel like it's unfinished business from straight from Masters past, and they're kind of guarding the gate to your Champions run?
It's kind of sad the last time how we lost to them, but this time I think we prepared enough to try to win them, so let's see.
All right, well, the crowd is hyped to see this. I'm hyped to see it as well. Good luck.
What you reckon? PRX picked it?
But he expresses
So
himself
then,
perfectly fine when he takes to the server and dominates people.
and
All the
honestly,
shots
picking it might be
unbelievable. So I have no
damn, dude, the real Sliggy's raided me. That's crazy. That's sick. Dude, I want your channel so bad. Sliggy, the real Sliggy, please talk to me. Please message me. I want your channel, man.
But he's back, he's here, and he's competing. And when Jing gets activated,
You get in too many raids.
The last time we saw him play on a champion
crazy.
stage was probably one of the most emotional matches.
Dude, how do I
we've
reach out
watched
to
in
you?
Masters.
I
They
felt like I
get to the
messaged you,
finals
but maybe
there,
I didn't message
with
you.
the expectation
Maybe I messaged someone
that
else.
His national service would
Thank you for the
take
raid,
him
bro. I do hope
competing
your stream is
for
good as
upwards
well.
of a year afterwards. He ended up having medical issues that exempted him from that national service, and he came back into Pacific this year when no one expected he would, and he kicked off right where he left off, playing some incredible Valorant.
Not the entire channel, just the name. Yeah, you. Do you want the TV? You can have the TV at the end. How about that?
Yeah, at a
Solid trade.
VCT.
Yeah, and I mean he's had a couple moments where teams
Thank
have
you
been
for
able to get
the
better
thank
of
for
him,
the
but
raid,
for
man.
most part, the firepower
stream
has
is good.
been very reliable from him, but of course
It's so funny, dude.
I'd be remiss to not mention Devi as well as another steady hand on that team. He's been putting in so much work.
The
throughout
real
this entire
Sliggy,
year,
I've
throughout
been
their
checking
entire
his stream
careers,
because I
as a
wanted
team
it so
together.
bad. He does like
People always say,
you were
oh,
playing
he's
Rocket
some
League, right?
hero. We don't talk about Devi enough. I've been talking about this guy nonstop because he is incredible, but I have to
Sliggy
continue doing
collab.
so.
Yeah,
Honestly,
I couldn't agree more. There's
probably
really,
should.
You could take any of these players on this team and speak just so
Kuba,
positively
thank
about
you with
them
the tier
because
1, man.
all the
Appreciate that.
success they've managed to find, and now what
Thank
they
you,
want
thank
to do
you.
is turn that into a trophy. This team is an uncrowned king, if you will. You know, they want to try and lift this trophy. They got to make it happen here. Let's see if that's the case. But earlier on in the show, we asked you guys about our MasterCard fan poll, who will be our first two-time
Rocket League 1v1, whoever wins gets it. Right, I'm absolute.
I think it's funny
I'm awful at that game.
by relation, it would also be
It would be a
absolutely.
swift game.
Tom's not gonna do it. It'll only be Icebox. They're actually grand finals map 5.
They're gonna play
Tom, you've
4v5.
lost your spot.
Yeah, they're gonna play 4v5, and Icebox is just gonna, or he's gonna multi-box.
Yeah, just dying to get up and then go to the other side.
Besides just voting for Icebox because Icebox, I do legitimately think that Leviathan is the roster with the best chance out of those teams. They're at least
Dude, I love that you have a
expectations
sub as
to maybe
well.
win
You have a
trophy, and it would
3-month
be
sub,
amazing
and people just
to
been
see
gifting
Icebox
you as well.
win
That's
2
so
Champions
funny.
trophies and to see Com go back to back.
That's right. Well, here are your predictions for today. And this one,
Lexi messaged you and said just trying to get your name. Yeah, man, it's been a while. And I didn't want to like. Apparently, I can go to Twitch and I can like get it off them, but I didn't want to do you dirty, man. Still stream quite a lot.
Yeah, I mean, we would
wanted
also
to like
have
get your
Pippin
permission and stuff, man.
backing us up, I'm sure, but he is off today. But we got it. This is again such an anomalous team. We never know what to expect from them. You have to suspect that they have been prepping hard. They're not a squad that's going to sit back, rest on their laurels.
Dude, I honestly, I don't know what it is. I don't see the mod gifts. I know they come up on stream, but my brain doesn't process it. Prodigy keeps on gifting as well. I keep missing it. Thank you so much for the gifted.
Absolutely, I think that's their biggest strength.
Jed is on a boat with the Prime as well. Thanks for the 14 months. Appreciate you doing that. I don't know what it is, man. My brain's just broken. It's as soon as I see the little green sword, it just
but either way, this is going to be a tough match.
Oh, I couldn't agree more, and it's time to get the show started.
Wimler01 with the tier 1. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate the 6 months. Tridoon as well. Is that how I'm saying your name? Thank you for the 15 months. Appreciate the tier 1. Ask for 1 million, yeah, and then just never get in the channel. We got to be reasonable, man. We'll be reasonable out here. Filler with the Prime, thank you so much as well with the 17 months.
Net bir favori yok bence. Herkes kazanabilir. O yüzden
EDG zaten ilk rakibimiz. EDG'yi
kazanırız.
İnşallah kazanırız.
Zaten 2 sezondur da Çin'i domine eden takım. Yani tabii ki de Regional'ın en güçlü takımı.
Kolay olmayacak.
Evet, kolay olmayacak. Hiç maç kolay olmayacak bu saatten sonra ama.
Zaten. Ama ben bize bakınca bizi daha üstün görüyorum. Ne yalan söyleyeyim. Gerçekten.
Benim bir lafım var biliyorsunuz. Yani büyük konuşan büyük yer. Onun için şunu yapacağız, böyle yapacağız demek istemiyorum.
Şampiyon olmaya.
Şampiyon olmaya diye. 1, 2, 3. Şampiyon olmaya. Hadi bakalım.
Aqua, thank you for saying that, dude. Yeah, this schedule's doing pretty good for me. Picking up early. I've been doing that for a while. Well, not consistently, at least.
我觉得最困难的瞬间应该是上海大师赛输的那一次吧。
It's kind of tragic to see EDG go home this early.
就想无所谓。
Yeah, other Sliggy, that's so fine, dude. It's
in 21 I was more all over
it's all fair, man. You got it first, so good.
But now I want to play with the team. I'm improving as a person.
Been streaming for years as well. I tried to get ages ago.
EDG beat us when I played in Navi in 2023 in Tokyo. I want to take the revenge.
Original Sliggy, yeah. My bad. Yukiya 89 with the 4 months. Thank you with the Prime. Thank you. Sliggy TV is iconic, but everyone just raids the original guy.
People compare champions.
And he's offline.
Champions, and I never had the opportunity to actually step foot.
That's the only reason, man. Everyone forgets about the TV bit. The raids just go missing.
It's kind of like fate to meet them. It didn't go in our way, but we could change that.
I know they're looking for revenge. This time around, I don't think it's going to be any different.
For us, I think we just have to find a balance to become W gaming sometimes and to not become W gaming.
PRX, right now we're 1-1. You beat us in Reykjavik, we beat you in Shanghai, and now it comes down to the decider at Champs.
If we could be the world champion, the sacrifices that we had to make, I think means everything.
In separate time zones, you live in the US, or we just combine our streams and we become 24-hour streamers. 12 hours each. I'll do Valorant, you do Rocket League. 7 days a week. We're non-stop. The Ultimo collab, yeah, you in?
I hope you're all ready for a
Wait, why is it doing this?
These two teams are gonna bring it. They've met each other before in competitions just like this in the past, and each and every time it's been a fireworks display. And I'm expecting the same thing this time around, Mimi.
This is the game to settle the score. The first global
Okay,
event for this G2 core, they lost to PRX, went home early. They got their revenge. The last
so what
time we
happens
saw
here?
them at an
PRX got rid of
international.
Ascent.
Champions,
G2 got rid of their normal Sunset. Then PRX pick Icebox. G2 pick Lotus?
Series layout. Icebox,
What?
Lotus, and Bind.
Icebox is an
Wait,
interesting
PRX
one
got
to me.
PRX got
was a
good
little surprised
maps.
to see PRX picking into that one because it's been a solid map for them, but it's one of the most normal maps for them. They're just
Because
playing,
they avoided this, they avoided this, they avoided this. The three maps that I was like sure that they were going to lose on.
That's something that they have felt very comfortable on, but G2 say, okay,
Dude, if PRX still lose this, and there's three maps here that I'm pretty confident they would have lost on.
And I'm gonna be real, not to lean back.
Then they're in
into
trouble,
the,
man.
This comp isn't perfect, and I'm gonna freak out thing. But the No Sentinel Lotus comp, I'm not that sold on it. I think these slow attack side teams with really good mid rounding. Like
PRX's
G2
Icebox isn't
can
great.
exploit a
Yeah,
lot
I
of
don't
the
think
gaps in that
both of these
competition.
teams are that
Even
good
if
at
it has the
Icebox.
fireworks
I'll
with
actually.
the neon with the jet kind of stuff there.
I'm trying to work out what map I would actually think. So no joke, I mean this in the nicest way possible, and hopefully I get proven wrong. But I only think that PRX can win on Sunset, and Sunset gets banned. So this is like the three maps, the other three maps that I think should be the closest.
Here, Icebox, that was where the 100 Thieves incident happened over and over again, frankly, for the side of PRX. Lotus was that.
Wait, they're bringing out the servers, they're playing normal comps. Holy, okay. They go for a normal comp. Who is this team?
Yeah,
only
I'm
one
a fan of it.
duelist.
I've never really seen the value of the KO over the Sova on this map. I think that drone is kind of an invaluable tool to have, although kind of playing exploitatively against
That was a sub. Where is it?
I don't
can't
think
see
it's
it.
bad, but overall, good adjustment here.
Kimmy Rage, thank you so much for the tier 1. Thank you so much for that, bro. Alex Tsunami as well, thank you so much. Appreciate the Prime, thank you for the 10 months.
I'm curious to see how practice Sova looks. It's not something Forsaken has played much of in his career, something around 20 games worth.
That's right. Well, let's go ahead and jump into the action, shall we? And all that's left to do, send it over to your casters. It's my BFFs from EMEA. You got Mitch and Tom on the call.
Thank you, buddy. Yes, it's time to get on into this matchup. PRX and G2. It's going to be hype. You've heard from the desk theories about it being a mismatch in style. What's your take on that, Tom?
The thing is, I feel like you can go into so many games with PRX and go, it really doesn't seem like their style's going to match up. And then they win 13-3 and you're going, okay then, like that's just how it is. They've come into this tournament, you kind of look at them, you're going, okay, they're
How long have I been recording? What's going on there?
So. Like you go back to last year.
Tell me, I hope the stream doesn't die. There's a chance the stream might die here.
Got to the finals of Champions,
okay, we're all good.
Been a slow, seemingly
been recording the whole time, streaming and recording. Wait, okay, PRX on defense, G2 on attack.
It has been an accelerated rise.
Stream's still up.
You wouldn't think that this was a team coming in from Ascension, and now, well, they're one of the contenders.
Yeah, and so PRX, they feel like their best chance of getting a map with G2 is on Icebox.
They made the whole run all the way to the grand finals without dropping a series. This is a squad that PRX definitely can't underestimate, and well, if Mimi's right, and the matchup in style is going to be different, could give the edge over to that G2 squad. The attack side to start it out here on Icebox, and a slow push up to the A site. Spike waiting outside B. They're just taking space, contesting for some of those angles. PRX yet to react.
But that's the thing, the defensive side.
My emotes are slugs, yeah. Yours are worms, no way. I'll come check them out after.
They're just looking for fights.
So
they're
funny.
looking to try and battle. And this ruse has already been sold. There was only one defender, more of a retake setup for PRX, and I'll be honest with you, I think they're going to have to retake.
Yeah, there's not much of a choice here. Even the spam's not going to yield much if they were to go for them. Instead, grouping up the blob play, just leaving something to go through the kitchen, while the rest look for the site control. Now,
I mean, we have Wall for retake. They got to be ready for this util-wise.
Checking the flank.
They got no util. I mean,
as soon
as this wall goes up, everyone needs to swing.
To get on that spike and start the defuse. Back yellow fight
goes
is the main
up.
point of contention, still being held onto by
Messed
Leaf,
up the wall.
getting closer to block that defuse around the wall, and they're dropping bodies
messed up the
all
wall.
over the place. Only left to Divide, and he's quickly shot
it's not a great sign.
Valens made it through on the
Messed
flank,
up the
but
wall a
by
little
the time
bit.
it's
There was
already
a
gone,
gap
it's
that you
1-0
could peek
for
over
G2.
towards the if you're on
greatest
defense,
start
the left
either,
side
but
of
when
it.
you look at it from PaperX,
Yeah,
like, this
dude,
is
they're
a
laughing about it, man.
conversation
G2 are laughing
you really
about
don't
it. He
wanna allow
pinged
them to
the
get into
exact
those
wall
post
that he
plants. Like,
did.
the whole setup is you don't have that duelist because you have tons of utility to get you in and then plenty to get you out. And obviously the idea from PaperX is try and use the wall to your advantage, but you can see G2 are more than happy to re-aggress. And this is a round where they're low on utility as well. Like, you're not going to have those major investments as you'll see in future rounds.
That is Pistol Gods keeping up their record.
Economy advantage we see for G2.
You jump on the wall.
Though,
Yeah, so you could jump on the wall from here, and
Again,
you could see it from the floor here as well. It's like possibly the worst wall you could have done.
I think Divine might have been spotted by the Giant.
Yeah, he popped up on the mini-map, nice and easy. Leafs even managed to find Jing, but at the cost of his life, still just a pistol lost. While they take control on the other side of the map and get the plant down. Again, we're going to see the post-plant setup and the dangers of this round. Often you will see a bit of a danger
we got
if
two
someone
people
like
that
Jing
can
is
die
still
in this.
alive to put the wall down, potentially.
Turn the stream
they
up
can get,
slightly, sure.
a decent amount of ground on the defuse.
How long been
We've
playing
certainly seen that in EMEA a couple of times. But yeah,
honestly, since it came out, man, like 4 years now, I guess it is.
But for PaperX,
Is it 4
they
years
don't have
that
that
this game's
option.
been out?
So it's going to be a pretty
just under
difficult
3
time
years.
trying to do
and a
anything
bit.
in the way of damage. Something's made it up behind though, and he might be able to drop a few weapons.
Yeah, we
a
say
few
playing.
Nice shots with Trent down. And
I played for like the
Jonah
first
P.
3 months of the game, and
This is
then
quite costly for G2, and something didn't look to be
we kind of
stopped
stopped.
anytime
Dude,
soon.
that was
but Valens steps
it
in.
ended up being pretty good damage.
Still, 2 rifles
Ends up being
carried
pretty good
forward. That's decent damage for PaperX.
Yeah, no, that's really
4
not
years,
bad,
2 months,
especially
and
out
2
of so
days. Oh,
little,
really?
him being
Okay, there we
able
go.
to do that much damage. He's a couple away from a blade
Stream is
storm.
now too loud?
Immediately
Oh.
going to invest straight into the
Okay,
outlaw.
somewhere in the
which,
middle, like
again,
this.
I think if there's going to be win conditions, you're always going to look at the individuals on PaperX. Like, they're
You
a
have
team that a lot of the time they're talking about the idea of rolling without an IGL. Like, you know that it's going to come down to those individual fights. If this man
Dudaski
can
with the
start off
prime.
strong,
Thank you so much, man.
there's been so many
Appreciate that.
highlights.
Welcome in
I
as
think
well.
even like the first, I think it was the first week he played Jet on this map.
Some at
he
least
had one of the craziest
some at least damage
blade
done.
storm plays you've ever
Got
seen
fish
in your
all
entire
on
life.
attack
So
though, so the snowball
you always
potential
have to
is
watch
very
out.
much
And for
real.
G2 in this round, there is going to be a piece
Good
missing.
to get
Of
this
course,
orb
it's the
on
3
Trent as
rifles.
well.
If you lose one, you're only going to have
Yeah, so they
those
have
extra
the
couple
ult
ball
for the
backup.
5th
Not
round or
gonna
4th round if
overinvest.
they want
But
it.
they do have themselves Thrash, the only ultimate that will be available in this round, unless, as said, something gets a couple of extra kills.
Well, Harbor's using all his utility to clear out these
there's
angles.
one.
They've gained space,
That's
but
nice,
towards
though. It's a
A,
good
poking
start.
and prodding the bear, trying to see where the aggression was coming through. They found out the hard way.
Over towards B though, we've got a
Always posted
plant.
up.
And do they even
Mid-push
know
for
this? Because
PaperX.
normally this would be like a
Very late
4-1.
flank attempt by Jonah P. Better find
And they
value
killed the
because
1,
Valens
so they
gone
actually have
down through the
no
spams.
idea about the
Now,
luck here.
PaperX gearing
Alarm
up for a
bot
retake.
should.
Just 2 players defending around that angle. Still the Killjoy utility on, so it's not like Jonah
Yeah,
P is
Alarm
going to
bot
get a
should
free
back in.
fight onto
Oh
these
wait,
guys
Forsaken
unaware.
actually has some lineups in.
Yeah, it might just be out of range right about now, but the problem is there's no one else left to draw their eye. It's only Jonah P. And, well, his chances of stopping this diffuse are 0.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean,
even
no
though
damage
the
done on this
utility
one.
had
I'm
gone
even
offline,
seeing
when you have
Forsaken
5
have some
players alive and only
lineups
one on
over
the other
towards
side, you
site
start to
as
make a
well for
realization
retake.
of where that player is.
Recon the land
For
here at
G2,
the top
okay,
that
you would've
scans like
wanted
the
to do a
floor
little
at the
bit of
top.
extra damage, but they can hold
Yeah,
the
that's a good
rifle,
sign.
They're going to be able to buy into this next round. That is the thing, though. You go towards the A site, as long as something's there, which you will be in most rounds, you're going to have to challenge him. You're going to have to fight him, and I believe that was just low shields in this round for Leaf, so something that, again, they're going to have to keep in mind for future. But I don't mind what PaperX are doing at the moment, even though, as said, it's always going to be tough to play those retakes if the weaponry's online and if G2 have all their utility. They're basically just relying on, okay, can we
Right, we get a relatively big buy round. They didn't use the official into it maybe because they went over to wall A,
Well, early game
and they had a
it's gonna
free
be
plant.
a little bit of scouting coming in from Thrash, gone back around to the back.
I don't
of
like this from
yellow, so
PaperX
nice
though.
and easy to
4-1, they
retrieve
kind of
that.
gamble a little bit knowing they're going to use the official maybe a little bit
Big
earlier
push
into
from
it because
PaperX.
of the
They've gone
pick that
through A
happens.
main, starting to make that flank come
And
through, and there could be
problem
a
with
fight
this
at the
is the
moment with
person
Leaf.
that needs to
He's gone
wall
back to put his
defuse is going
weapon
behind,
plane. His
so
alarm bot does
even
cover
on
all
the
the
2
angles.
flanks.
He's sticking around as well to try to execute. It's going to be a tough fight though. Something and Jing hot on his tail.
And now they know. Immediately, Thrash is going to be utilized, and you can see something almost trying to bait it out, but instead it's going to be Jing caught. Can he try and defend him? No,
I tell you
he
what,
can't.
that was
Both
incredibly
players
impressive from
eliminated.
Icy to
And now the rest trying to wrap around the site.
see the
Jonah P in
jet
good position,
and
tries to use the
still
time and it goes down, but
go
again,
left check
Those
left and
trades
stun.
are immediate from the G2 side. The fundamentals looking strong, and
yeah, shout out to Icy on this one. That decision pretty much owned them that round. I was thinking the bait was pretty smart here. PRX.
They are allowing that plant down every round on B.
Not full for that one.
I mean, the idea here, you're trading out the early plan for the early flank.
There's a chance someone on the floor saw him
just
fast,
for the fact that there's a thrash available and that they use it so quickly and get it right into the correct position. The player up close is the one caught, and the fight initiated on the one further back. And once you eliminate something in Jing, well, the round gets a whole lot easier. 3-1 for G2, a solid start. Now a big challenge though. Round 5 sees PRX still investing, and with no shields, something's pulled out the operator. Glass cannon, it's a risk, but it just might pay off.
He could have just played Blade Storm as well, so it really does show the faith he has in that gun, but he went over to the B site early. They tried to make that
early luck on this one. Dude, G2 are G2 just not going way faster than we've ever seen them. Like decisive map control here into B hit like 3 times in a row, and then now we have fast A take. Who cut sound waiting for some kind of reaction with the Plucker at middle.
Oh, I think that was through the orb.
There's a smoke
there. The orb was up when that spam came in and through a wall as well.
He's broken it for his teammates.
I don't even know how he knows this guy's here.
Like maybe they consider the
I guess what happened is Jonah P's talked to this guy. Said this guy was like spamming, maybe,
no idea that somebody's already in kitchen.
or making footsteps or jumping or something, and we just straight up spam off the sound cue in the comms.
Icy, a good start. Spike on the floor, but there's Jonah P's flank coming into fruition. Devi tries to hold the space. Spike down, and they want to keep that control. Jing's coming in to support up top. It's a big swing and one that works out, leaving Jonah P, the flanker, to do it all. Something gets a second lease of life, and with the off, that might be all he needs, but Jonah P really starting to take a bite out of this round. 20 seconds left, though. Spike quite far away, defended by Devi, and an op on the rotation. A near impossible situation.
Maybe a little bit of an overextension from Jing. There is still a chance if he can quickly find this kill, but I think it's patient from Devi. He actually gets away.
Yeah, hold up.
Now there is a chance for him to plant at the
he
back
went for
of
the
site.
at the back.
It's only going to be the sprint
Problem is just the ropes, man. Devi got there so fast because of the rope there.
That does not happen.
Got a little
still
bit scary.
3 people
go
down.
Opportunities, and there was a moment where something went down, right? He's 26 HP. One more bullet landed precisely. He could have been out of the game, and then that 1v1 might have even been taken.
They banned Sunset or Abyss.
But
they banned
the round
Sunset.
ultimately falls into the hands of PRX 3-2. Wow. Jing was lucky to avoid that in the first place.
Yeah, I think good ultimate from Forsaken, managing to cause sort of some disruption while Jing goes to swing, and then also the fact that he escapes, because I think Jing is almost immediately traded out from that mid lurk, and that is, again, something that G2 are doing very well, is just selling false information, like breaking that turret from a player further back, a clear plan to give space.
Turret up top, did it see him?
Yeah, that was nice, just tucked in the whole time.
Got the kill anyways, it was broken from further back, and nice setup
but is
for
this the big round that's gonna decide
how the half
goes? Pretty much.
A second time. The push-up, though, it's gonna be a little risky. Something's being surrounded.
Got 3 people either team that can't buy next, basically.
But they've lost the site itself. A nice kill by Mindfreak makes this a little bit more competitive. G2 down and out. Icy's the last man standing. 1v4, 5 HP on Mindfreak. That's probably the only thing we can look to as a positive. It's got some utility. That'll buy
actually
him
hits
some
the
time.
spike.
The wraparound up towards heaven. And they still think that he's pretty close. The alarm bells should be ringing, and now, well, now they've got the information on exactly where he is.
He can just defuse behind there, right?
Double swing should put him in the ground. It's a little early for Mindfreak, but he hits the shot.
This was a nice attempt, though.
This guy is popping up in this round again. I feel like there were players getting caught out.
Yeah,
G2
have to eco. PRX can take control here. Honestly, on defense, they might get a good amount of rounds.
Does very well to have that aggressive push initially, a fallback that still catches the player mid. And again, I don't necessarily mind the adaptation from G2. It's like, okay, they take an aggressive B control. Let's try and quickly split through mid. But it seemed like even though that control had been given up, PRX were very aware. And wow, Mindfreak just playing with absolute confidence. Don't expect anything else.
Well, yeah, at this stage especially. Something as well with the early picks. He's been up there. You can see the reality behind that operator buy, why they wanted to go for it so early on.
They're kind of close to a lot of ults, but
now an opportunity for him on the A side. Early aggression coming out.
We got some NA stingers.
Yet again, always has that second man behind him, but the wall's going to concede the space. They fall back, set up for another pick. Good space taking.
The guns, it has to be a faster pace take.
Bro, how's he got past the alarm bot?
One that actually has a rifle. They haven't
too far away.
Way too far, but it's only going to be the one. And now the rest. Well,
should have gone way more for that device on Guys done unreal work on this.
Shorty kill as well. Something farming them up. It's Icy left alone. Again, a 1v5 this time, and not one he'll find.
Right, I mean, that's impressive. Devi really bailed them out, I'm telling you, because pretty sure the alarm bot when you're in the Viper smoke, yeah, they're talking about it now at least.
And Jonah P's flanks have been
like if it's on the edge, you can just walk through, so it'd be like more center.
Unfortunate for the side of G2 is that's now 2 rounds that's happened. Again, maybe at some point you'll see it mentioned if there's
either that or I missed something. I know he at least blocked the. I know they at least wall blocked it. Alright.
You've had the right timing, you've had the moment to get the space, but the reactions of PRX are so fast. You get one kill and it's instant the response each time. 4-3. Lead taken by PRX. Something, as said, if this guy's online, it's terrifying. And while Jing's gonna push over the top.
Wait, that's awesome. You have a hidden wall in front of the orb, and then you peek over the top.
Down the tube. We saw him sprinting right at the start of the
and
round.
at the same time, it kind of blocks the mid push. That's sick. Have we never seen that before?
Yes, they will. Sending it out. Ops blocked, rotations are in, and they're crossing that angle for free.
Also, Jing and something are like a package deal. So a lot of the time, if you've seen Jing, then you go, all right, there's probably an operator here. Let's be careful with it. The early rotation
of PRX have been pracking this hard. Like they must have decided they were picking this up pretty early on. They got a lot of stuff. Even the Sova again got some. I'm not sure if they're new lineups, but
can't be utilized again.
Yeah, they've got to get the kills to take the space if that's going to be a factor in the late round, and by then you won't really need it. Mind Freak tucked up close.
Dude, 3 people here with the early info.
They're going to go back to the yellow push and Viper's Pit. Yeah, there it is. It's activated. So it's online for both squads. Curious to see if Jonah P is going to decide to activate his with a lockdown in play to push them out of the pit.
Mind Freak stay.
Take the space. No, he's out of here. And I think
I was thinking that Mind Freak was going to tank this at the back.
There shouldn't be enough time for him to get back into that, so that's actually huge. Removing that from play.
Your it's a little bit late if he's going to put that one down. Yeah, I had to do this one earlier. I think it was just and he was the rotate, right? So pretty much only just got there.
We're going to get the third person as now they do what was
done to them, but it gives them a lot of space at the back here.
You might be able to hold on to this ultimate, and I feel like G2 are going to try and do that.
They are, but you could see the pings from PRX. They want to compete for that back angle. Haven't had any success. Jing, something forsaken, all
right, this was such a big round. I didn't really like what I saw from PRX.
To head for the hills. Maybe looking to stick around and make this a bit more costly.
I think there was a couple of decisions here that could have won PRX. I think Mind Freak should have stuck in the ult at the back. Purely because of people being able to flood in and at least trade them. And they kind of want to take the jewels early, considering they had the guns.
Yeah, I like the way that was
and
played
they had Viper.
I feel like that was a game of chicken. Like, you had a couple of ultimates in play, either side using basically exactly the same thing. And just
Allison, thank you so much as well with the tier 1. Appreciate the 24 months.
They had to fully retreat,
thank you
but
for
then
doing
being
that.
able to hold on to their own because of the space that hadn't quite been taken, and making sure that there was defense outside of the pit to make sure that nobody could really get that move. 4-4. Economy, although damaged, not broken, and there will still be an operator for something, and we've already seen that when he's in position, when he's able...
Yeah, that was a bit of a costly round.
Play, which I think he will be here.
Pretty happy with that one.
Much tougher for the opponents.
Well, G2 are wasting no time in the A main control, sending Jonah P out to the B site. No surprise, he's on the lurk. The success, he's had a lot of success, but whenever he does,
yeah, I like this reposition though.
Push
I feel like they create pressure over towards. Yeah.
Jonah P does well here, lighting Mind Freak down to 46, but fails to get the kill on the jump peak, and the rotation's on its way. They're focused on the B site. PRX seem to have an idea that this is where it's coming through. You see the shift from Devi. He's closer by now in Kitchen to help out.
It's kind of sick that this is going to be the last tournament that we see Icebox at.
Keep his teammates safe from information, but the Dizzy likely going to do that. The immediate swing. Mind Freak still gets one, and now trying to play
he's going for the Grim Wall.
Leaf picks him out of the air. It's an angle that I feel like a lot of players would miss, but not Leaf. And now the retake's looking tough.
Yeah, it absolutely is. The numbers against them, and there it is. Thrash was online, activated now. Valen tucked down below, manages to catch Devi and something off guard. And there's no need for any further aggression from this G2 side. Forsaken's out of here to try to save,
finally
but they've already
down
got
to
him
an
boxed
eco,
in, like you said, Tom. Leaf right up behind him. Whoop, the timing, he might actually have seen the barrel there. Yeah, now he's got a good idea.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. That's one way to do it. the lead back in G2's hands, 5-4.
Doing the Grim War against NA players, yeah, that's the thing.
Looking like a very competitive game at the moment. Now for, I think both of these squads, a lot of the time when they've had big success, it has been on that attacking side. So I don't think PRX are going to be too worried about this just yet, especially having that additional duelist.
Nicely done from Leaf, bro.
I think though how many times we've already seen that thrash available. Like they have been farming that up on Icy. It's been used so many times throughout this, and the impact it has just being able to clear a lot of those close angles.
Goka, thank you so much, man. Dude, with the tier 2 as well, thank you so much. Dude, appreciate the 6 months.
A PRX attempt to run in the future, because I think that the Gecko in particular on this map is so ridiculously strong, and you already have
gets numb from that wall, yeah.
Has shown that he can use it to an incredibly high degree. I will say some of the angles he's taken he wouldn't be able to get to if he wasn't playing the Jet, but I don't know. I still think there might be more value in it for him.
Yeah, it's curious as well how quickly, and you saw in the replay, I didn't hear what he was saying, but I have an idea. Leaf seemed very happy to have picked Jing out of the air. And yesterday, I think it was yesterday, right on Ascent, how many times did we see that Sage wall up in main? It caught so many players off guard. And that's a bit more of an unusual one to see him play. Yeah. So fair play to Leaf for reacting after just a few shots coming his way. PRX had a timeout here.
Alex smiling. I think they're doing it right. They lost pistol. They got 4 on defense.
In play, couple pistols. I expect a much more direct defensive side aggression to start this one off.
I feel like they've gone for a lot of early A control throughout this game, and it's not really been met by anything. It's a lot more passive from the side of G2, and obviously a lot of the goal is just to try and collect the orbs. I don't think they're going to be able to get the one on the B site though, because G2 have been, again, very heavy on the B lean. A lot of the time when it's gone in the other direction, it's been lower purchases.
Whose pick is this? PRX's pick.
They just have an incredibly clean B execute and post plant, and they are abusing it.
Look at how cautious G2 are being. Playing early, we saw on the A side, PRX took the control for free, like you said, and they grabbed themselves an orb. But G2 do just the same. Now
late re-clear on Eco.
Firing squad, a little bit of danger on the push, but it's dealt with immediately. Forsaken, able to step up for one. Second shot not going to land.
Just too ready for this.
He's out of here with the Sheriff.
Seen these
rotation off
before.
the A site leaves Jing alone.
I think the idea from PRX is fine as well, because the amount of time that G2 will like go somewhere, let sounds go back.
At least get himself a little bit of a heal and drop Leaf. Okay.
They were just trying to push, hope to get the information that they'd actually gone back to A, and then they could stack to A.
But they're set up in a decent position.
They're both Hunter's Furies online now as well.
Big 30 seconds, wall goes up. 2 people here, flank behind, person clears B.
If he can be disruptive here, that would be nice. The spot comes in from something.
20 seconds.
Play a part, and now
oh my god, Sova all invested.
Fury from the flank. It's not really gonna
low invested, 15 seconds. Dude, they haven't got much time for this. Dude, Wingman is going at like 1 mile per hour because of the slow. That was close, man. Dude, if he had another slow there, that was done.
Comfortable anti-eco, but they've managed to make it work.
Dude, Wingman was doing like a gauntlet run on like 10 seconds through a slow. Oh, mouse will bug again.
Jumped a little too soon. 6-4 now. G2. 2-round lead. Chance to extend it even more before the half is over.
Crabster, thank you so much.
Yeah, I think they're definitely going to want to do that.
YouTube crew checking in. Use the Prime. Thank you so much for that, Crabster. Appreciate you.
On this map, but it was normally the attack side when they played versus Lev that looked decent. So I think they're going to want to try and extend that to an 8-4 lead. And as I said, like PRX on the attack, you've always got to be careful.
OS Koa, thank you so much for the tier 1 as well, bro. Appreciate doing that.
They were having. The something Jing show.
Yeah, that was a pretty good try from PRX though. Considering the low buy, that was a close round.
You can even see it now.
Yeah, the overwhelm of this should be too much. They kind of just gotta leave sight.
Something could just be sat on with an operator. For now,
why do they not use jump on spacebar? The thing is, like, most of these players came from CS. So you could imagine, like, what, 5+ years of playing and then having it as mouse wheel to make sure you can bunny hop. Switch over to a game. Not that hard to get rid of 5 years plus of
push up now.
Just your memory, I guess.
The wall actually slows
plus, it's just like, why would you need to change it? Some mice don't do it.
It's got the rotations
I think it's more just like looking at the mouse itself. There are mice that don't do it.
And now that they think there could
it's
be a
just the ones that have like looser mouse wheels.
Luckily he didn't, because Jonah P was waiting as always.
Well, also it would have taken as a alarm bot down if we went too far. So at least they'll get that extra little piece of information. Now have the players in at the right time. Something though, again.
Yeah, and it's just too hard to fight over towards site. They only use the one ult and they have the over ult for either next round or we have it for the after plant.
Jonah P's just waiting, watching.
It's an impossible retake, especially with this lag, man. Been a nice round from
one-dimensional retake from PRX.
G2.
He's heard the steps, but he knows that turret's still online. That's going to be a problem. Has to break it and give it away, but in comes the Hunter's Fury, taking down Forsaken. Divide falls too. They eventually deal with the flank they knew was coming, but there's still so many more to drop. There's Jing on the Icy. A chance now. Life breathed back into the side of PRX, but look right down below. A sneaky spot from Leaf that gets his third of the
idea
round.
about Leaf
that
on
may
this.
well
He found
be
a really
the
insane
final
timing.
nail in the coffin of this, with Jing left alive. Time ticking away, and he just has to save that weapon, run for the hills, and concede a 7th to G2. A strong lead for the attacking side, and it isn't over yet.
Yeah, and also even just the casualties are meaningless.
Double audio, yeah, I think the overview
G2 that they can toy with their opponents in the late round. But no, it has just been. I feel like
Akiko again, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the prime.
G2 when it's needed most. Like we spoke about those lurks, but Leaf here just playing a patient game. Something that, to be honest, he was seen, so they knew that he was around there. But I guess assuming that he'd fallen back for the late round post plan.
Yeah.
And now,
like 12 years of Bunny Hop muscle memory. That's what I mean. It's just impossible to get rid of it.
I'm sure they're going to want to try and.
It's not impossible. It's just
already challenging early for the orb, but I was going to say it's gone all right.
Whoa, that's a nice extra kill from Valen.
Valen again.
Yeah, that's the round right there.
Doesn't need the orb either, does he? Leaf's got his ult online from that pick. Yeah, that looked really good. The staggering utility from G2 pushed PRX back. They
got mollies on this. Leaf has this ult that he can do relatively early. You can see that in the next 5 seconds.
Despite the util being thrown away. But now the fact that Leaf got that pick, has the ultimate to work with, it's going to buy so much time. And then you've got to root these players out of position. Trent still has a shock dart to work with.
And then you still got the mollies and the alarm bot.
Alongside an alarm bot. This is going to be a very difficult round.
Hey, this map is still good. It's last tournament,
all of these retakes. This one feels that little bit more.
And hopefully it never comes back into the map pool.
The one to find the kill, and Device looking the wrong way.
Very nicely done from G2. It was looking really good for PRX at one point.
First half from G2 and PRX.
Then the buy rounds came in. Pretty much ever since that. Was this the big ult round over towards B? Like that changed a lot of the game.
But G2 the last few rounds just stabilized, slowed things down, had these really good takes. So I think it's going to be a tough second half. We'll see if PRX can turn it after the break.
Music, yeah.
Oh, come on.
PRX need a roster change? No, that would be the DRX route of just like forgetting about their PRX are like, again, PRX are 1 meta away from being like the best team. Imagine we had like a big duelist meta. Wasn't as important. Or I would even say they're like map changes away being good, like a good meta or a good map selection. Good map rotation. Yeah, I do think they need to lean in Sova a bit more. Because it looks like Ascent is just not going anywhere. Team would heavily benefit from that. Wait, what are the maps that are going out? Maybe this one's good. Icebox and what was the second map again? Going out? Icebox and Lotus. I see. Lotus is one of their better maps though. So, but their split was good, and their Pearl wasn't too bad. So yeah, it should be better for them at least.
Their best to disrupt, but it's them that have been left in the dirt now for G2.
Yeah, they were the ones that used Phoenix, right?
The second half, and
yeah, they had a pretty good
quite
call.
a lead. A pistol here It may just be into the home stretch. The pressure is on if you're a PaperX fan.
Well, it's dangerous as well because this is
E&D, Barnow, thank you so much,
I don't think they'll feel too uncomfortable going
Barnow,
into
thank you for the
Lotus.
prime.
It's been a strong map for them recently.
The 4 months, bro.
Neon is something that always enjoyable to watch, but ultimately you're not going to want to lose your own map choice at the beginning of the day.
In CGRS
They're going to have a very strong attack side. Now, they normally do. As said, when they win this map,
I was a beast, man. That event was so funny to watch.
10-2 attack halves versus
He did so good.
even DRX, the prior time to last. And a lot of this comes off the back, well, the two players we've just witnessed, Jing and Forsaken. Jing and Something.
Like the pistol ball.
Terrifying duo on the entry. But just look at already the aggressive stance.
It's a weird wall. It's a retake wall over towards A, but as soon as you see the bottom of this wall and you see the angle,
off the back of the contact,
I kind of realize it is. So it'll be interesting to see if their plan's good enough.
That went around towards A main.
I think if I'm looking at this wall here that you would like, some kind of cool to take screens.
You can see Leaf is just backing
Fight heavy left of sight.
And in fact, the flank abandoned after breaking the turret.
Take a lot of space.
To play this is a more conventional
that'll
retake.
help.
Wall buys a little
I mean,
bit
they
of
have
time,
no
and the
excuse to not fight heavy here.
Shock dart though for damage.
They have so much plant denial a lot of the time on the side of G2.
Yeah, I like this from PaperX done good though. Quite a few in front of the wall.
One man still hidden in the corner and he strikes. Mind Freak with a couple.
Dude, look at the trades.
With another, and in fact he gets two himself. But it's left onto Trent. You wouldn't want anyone else in a clutch, and although he's almost taken it
Oh, oh my god, just before the shock, that was sick. Okay, nicely done from Jing. That was so close, bro. 1-1 pistols. I tell you what's impressive here. So PaperX in theory, Hive Mind's no like set caller. Whoever's made the decision and looked at that wall there and realized that they need to fight like heavy over towards the site and not play like big after plant, that was everything.
That first half, 5 rounds in a row before this for G2.
Probably gonna break 2 bits of the wall there, I'm not gonna lie. Then this guy has like a full freedom to swing.
Job done for this one.
Yeah, someone on PaperX there made a really good mid-round call.
It looks like the defensive side are almost trying to sell confusion here. They've got the Viper screen combining with the harbor wall. The thing is, it seems like PaperX, similarly to the last round, are just happy to play around their opponent's utility, like almost use it to their advantage. It's whether or not they can.
Lost the pistol, yeah, it's rare.
Their opponents can.
I mean, they've taken a big gamble. The turret is watching the back, but they're committing 5 players after making all this noise. The stack up is there from G2, but it doesn't seem to matter. They're being shredded on the site with one man behind that wall.
I wonder when G2 scrapped this wall.
Leaf to do it all. Let's see if he can find a 1v5 with a classic. No. What a surprise.
Kayat, the prime, thank you so much for the 3 months, man.
Rim farming up some orbs and a solid one without a single player
Appreciate you
falling
doing
for PaperX.
Yeah, and the thing is, they invested in with 4 rifles. So normally you're expecting, okay, maybe you can afford to lose a couple of players. In that case, they couldn't, but they kept it so ridiculously clean. Didn't really struggle at all. Orbs kind of spread across the board, which obviously it's nice in the future, but right now will be a little bit more frustrating. But then they bought back up with an Outlaw as well. Like we see this quite often, having that lurking
for the wall.
player, just being able to hold down mid, watch anybody who's trying to push on the A site. For now, though, it's an important round for G2 because they lose this bonus, and it's a strong bonus. And right back in the game, he's just full sprint. He's just okay, this W gaming. How could I forget?
Hey, creates a lot of pressure here.
Well, in case you need a
Look at
reminder,
him.
there it is.
They're all going for him.
Man's lost his shift key. We'll see if he finds
We've
it
got
soon.
4
Running
people
back
clearing
down
him
to
out.
Tube. He's been hurt. Leaf has a vague
Gonna
idea.
walk out of here?
But look at the commitment from G2 to re-clearing out in kitchen. Player right down below him, and well, I mean, something is just playing an unhinged style here. He gets shot in the back.
So unlucky. I mean, he at least gets info. But I mean, it kind of works both ways, right? They both get info that he's here.
They're
all around B while the A site's taken.
They're so focused on him. They're so focused looking
They
at
just
him.
get a free sign. So
this
is what G2 want in theory with this wall, though. They want you to play after plant, so let's see how it actually looks.
Keep an eye on him, and you need to still keep an eye on him. There was a pixel there that maybe he could find something. Even spotting.
Dude, no one heard him. Oh my god.
Know that he's still here, but it seems like they're just relying on this wall, the turret.
Oh boy.
He is. He's past the turret, and now just going in behind them. Only the one so far.
Stay alive now.
To deal with this man. The whole round has been about dealing with something.
They haven't even seen anyone else. getting towards the spike, sure, but the guy's still behind them, spraying
not
away.
even half.
Now the fight up in front. Okay, something falls, so too does Divide, but Spike not even half just yet. The sprays are good. Mindfreak gets another and a triple to close it out.
That was crisp, bro. 1v3. Lovely shots, man. Yeah, force him down to an eco as well. That is some impact.
Yeah, a Red Bull clutch.
That is some impact right there.
But it is just, again, one of those rounds that you're going to look back on and go, well, they didn't.
Dude, that got really close
him,
considering
like,
the positions.
You forgot who he was. Like, what he
I believe they went down to a
doing.
1v3.
There were so many moments in that round where you just think, even though something, he doesn't get like the triple kill, he doesn't get the multi-frag, there was so little time left.
Damn, bro's pumped up, man.
For the rest of the team because they're so focused on killing one guy. And of course you are. It's the solo
thank you so much, man. Appreciate the prime. Thank you,
You're not
thank
going to
you.
expect him to be alone.
I haven't seen someone play like that in a long time outside of
Over the 10 months, thank you for the prime.
Valen's not going to get
Yeah,
anything,
force
but
him down to the
Divide
eco,
goes
like we
down.
said, just all
Early
Sheriff's
flank
armor.
underway. Turret's much more passive, so Leaf will get pretty close. Not close enough to actually take anyone down. He could. Oh, of course. Divide's the one that fell right away. So yeah, he's able to make
no
it all
one's
the
even
way
looking
up,
for this at the
making it into
moment.
heaven, grabbing
Leaf.
himself a weapon, and now a serious danger down below. He's got
Wait.
something. The res is right above. It's free for Leaf.
Oh, God, no.
A phenomenal round, and he's looking for more.
Oh, like that. Leave, that was insane.
This time a 4K against
No,
pistols,
the
but he's 30
insta-res.
HP.
The timing of it was so brutal.
Forgetting about something, I think they forgot the turret was down. He got so much space.
I mean, I just don't think they thought the timing could be that good with the turret.
Well, we normally talk about hitting a headshot. They definitely don't need that. Body shot will do the job. He's trying to sell the idea.
I mean, Jonah P is just playing it so well.
Not been sold whatsoever, and while Jonah P's gonna hit the headshot anyway, the MasterCard Thrifty will be what brings
Oh
around
man, that
onto
is
the board
devastating.
for G2, and while
Dude, that was such a
it's
play from
massive
Leaf though.
oversight for
And the
PRX.
only player that they
huge.
kill is the Killjoy as well, to mean that the turret goes off to enable it.
Dropping the turret, his position, given a free weapon down below. The fact that the res goes
And the
in
res.
on top,
Bro, the res
just
was
as
so
something
instant.
dies, they panic to try and cover Device so he doesn't die a second time, and that ends up giving a flurry of frags over to Leaf. Now 15 and 11. And one away from a lockdown. G2 with a lot
that was
of
the
high
eco we were
value
talking
ultimates
about.
coming online. Same can be said for
Only
PRX
Sheriff's,
here
only
on the
armor
attack,
going into
though.
it. Leaf makes an
This is where everything's
absolutely
gonna be
hero
decided
play in
9
this.
to 7.
Dude, they're so close
The
to
gap
so many
either going to
ults.
close or be extended massively by G2 here. Credits down to the last
They
for
need to make
PRX.
sure that they trade
done a lot
kills
of
here.
damage. The only thing that's going to pad the gap is
Yeah,
the
wall
Viper's
committed
pit.
over
Having a
towards
Stinger
A
and
normally
pit,
means that they're sending
absolutely
it.
fine.
Free
So
pass
they
and
need
B
to get
push,
into the
gonna lock
upper
him
front.
in
Look
a
how
sec.
quick G2 already moving around that flank. They're in the spawn already. But by the time they get there, the post plant will be set. This time, turret should be available to give them the information. In fact, Forsaken is already watching, but he has Hunter's Fury. Oh, it's actually got past him.
Oh,
but
the flash and
Reckoning gonna
flash
clear a
and the
lot of space
ult
here as
and
well.
the
Give
ult,
away that information. They
giving
know
them
exactly
info
where
of this
something is.
guy.
He's stunned up, gunned up.
Dude,
Leaf
it's gone
able for one.
gone horribly.
Keeping it competitive.
PRX,
G2,
maybe
3
Mindfreak
versus
with the
2.
ult.
Having to fight through the pit though could be the advantage they need. In goes the Thrash, and Mindfreak can't quite dodge it. They know exactly where he is. The pressure is on Jing. He has to cover this man to keep the pit online, to keep the chances there for PRX, and he'll get nothing.
It was impressive from
on the
G2, man. They
one.
handled this
G2
so
now
well.
Double digits on the board. Pit invested for PRX, and credits.
There's a some moment, yeah. I thought it. I thought when he got
reach for a
stunned in
full
there, I
buy.
was like, hold up, we've seen this before.
Definitely not going to be an ideal scenario.
Back to back.
don't think
PRX have the eco one.
Not sure it works like that.
That's how the finisher goes, but.
Oh yeah, no, beautiful retake, but also the read initially. Like, the flank came through so fast that, although I was a little bit worried, this is the thing that's great about G2 is they're so methodical. They put the Reckoning through and I go, okay, there's a gap, and that gap is where Forsaken
Okay, so
is
just a
flush,
low by
just
now,
around the
Stingers
corner
are
just to
out.
make Sure. It's so clean with making sure that there isn't
They're still
those
really
gaps
close
left.
to ult. Oh.
And while
So hard for PRX now.
Still though, Bladestorm, something, mentioned it in the first half. We know what this guy can do with it. Already going to take a lot of early space. They also have the Hunter's Fury as well, so if this can get into the late round,
Vi's,
it could get dangerous, but that lockdown's available for the
Vi's
other
brought
side.
pretty heavy into it.
PRX are so fast. Usually that drone will slow you down a bit, but they just sprint straight at it, taking control over the site, and that gets the lockdown into play. Shock darts to harass the planter.
Yeah, they decide to
and
not
they're back
plant.
out of there.
Yeah, just
Flank
waiting.
was attempted for a moment. G2 though seemed to have
And they're
fallen back.
I
Maybe
was gonna say
assuming
the
that
wall's still
lockdown's
up,
gonna
so
send them
they
in
should
the
feel
other
pretty-
direction, but they might not
pretty
know
okay.
PRX. This is a team that isn't keen to give up on the A game. Still looking for, well, the A side.
Trent the whole time's just been spraying down the wall. Another 3-person push.
Clearing in middle.
Locked him in over towards A again.
The plant is going to be enabled, and something is desperately looking for someone to give him a fight, because the weaponry's such a huge disadvantage for the rest of the
Clear everywhere, make sure there's no luck. Now they know there's all on site, no one has to worry about behind. They got the turret.
He just wants to try and get something out of it revealed, but does have support.
Well, that flash sends all the support backwards. Jing's caught, still blinded up. Hunter's Fury goes through, though. Forsaken, able to trade out onto Icy. Gat gets the push out of Devi. Back and forth, the kills go, but it's still G2 with the advantage. If they catch Mind Freak for free, it could be something, but he's freaking out.
Oh, my.
Leaf down, the defuse already halfway. He's sticking it all the way. Forsaken.
No way, he digs him and he's still alive.
Gets it across the line.
That's ridiculous, bro. That 1v1 was wild. Dude, Icy's getting so much for his flash. Every single time they flash, they're taking so much space, and they're always getting like one of the first kills in the retake from it.
Never quite gets it done.
Dude, this was a wild 1v1.
Just the biggest jump scare ever.
Whoa, he should have gone down, really. 20.
Far away for Forsaken. Well, Alex, and he needs to breathe, needs to get the frustration out, because he's about to talk to the boys. That's what he always says. He's like, I get the frustration out, then I talk to them in a calm manner. Well, they've lost 3 rounds in a row. They're 2 away from losing their own
It needs to be a miracle
choice.
timeout. They've at least got a buy round with it. But
Something here, because there's been quite a few of these rounds, Mitch, where they haven't been far away. It's just right at the last moment, there's like a really solid flash or some great utility. I think every ultimate that's been used by G2 has been high impact. So
the music, bro, the music's been wild this whole event.
I think a lot of that especially comes down to that Gecko. I think Icy has been incredible. Like, his flashes have ruined so many players over on the PRX side. Like, even just think about the beginning of the last retake. I think 3 people were blind by that first flash.
Yeah, you know, I expect to be looking at players like Valen coming in. Even Leaf, we've seen it in his heyday, but Icy really impressed me in that first half as well. He was putting up numbers, winning out his fights, his supportive utilities being up there as well. And on the side of PRX, like you say, they've been close, and that's the most frustrating part about it. Having it within your grasp and then feeling it slip away. With a 4-round gap, it's now or never. They've got to step it up. And no ultimates online, a res and a lockdown just one away, but G2 come in with the advantage. They have not only the Viper's Pit, but a Hunter's Fury as well, and those ults have been finding impact.
Yeah, as said, I think most of, if not all, their ultimates have been super high impact whenever they've put them into play.
And a change will go from PRX. They at least know this setup is going to
try and funnel them in a different direction.
D2 have definitely done this setup before, quite a few times. So they've used shocks in theory to break the alarm bot on the right, which should create 2 avenues, which means they have to hold 2 over towards B, so that when they hit A, it's weaker. As we can see, shock darts haven't hit. I don't know if this looks like a deeper alarm bot than what they normally do. It might be down to G2 changing it up ever so slightly.
Really nice setup. It's going to leave him in a very favorable fight either way. And if someone touches the alarm bot, Nano goes up and Jonah
SK, thank you so much, man. How we doing, bro? Appreciate the 16 months. Thank you for the prime.
Yeah, they're fighting for mid control just to make sure they can't split back towards the B site. You got the Hunter's
Whose Lotus is more convincing. I'm telling you, I only think PRX have a better map than G2 on Sunset, and that's it. They can win Lotus, but like if they played it 10 times, I would always have G2 winning Lotus. Like more, probably 7 out of the 3.
Making sure that doesn't happen, and already there's the man advantage.
7 out of the 10 even.
That shot just swinging through players, but with Mind Freak down, yeah. Flank is now wide open. PRX don't have any ground to fall back to. They have to fight forward. That's exactly what they're going to try to do. Something in Forsaken, the sprays, just avoid it. Then G2 go on the push. Forsaken good for 1, but Devi's fallen. The trades are there. Forsaken keeping it alive on the site, but he can't do much from that corner. And the spray
got the guy behind. That's insane.
It won't get it done.
Yeah, this is a bit of a nightmare again. I'm pretty confident that G2 does their alarm bot a little bit deeper than before, and it dodges the shock darts. And I think that just that small little micro change. I'm not saying it won them the the rounds, but at least help them have numbers here.
This round, it looks like
And just full info and just be on top of just fast rotates. Maybe gets the ult in the right place. Who knows?
But he even fired a shock
They
dart.
play so well together. And telling you, Icy's util is really good on this map.
From the shock. So no matter what, you're taking the damage. You don't have a choice.
And that was all really the goal was. Get an opener, play the retake. They've
All right.
such stellar retakes.
5 chances. 5 chances to finish this one off.
Now for G2, and they haven't.
Here is PRX's pick. Oh, they changed the logo. Did I only just realize that they did that?
There we go, though. The battle for B. I think the expectation was after the A hits, it's going to eventually fall back in this direction. Valen is in a great spot, if not.
Oh, we got the fight set up. We're not checking the corners.
It's a bit of a mistake, and now he gets to just pounce on the remaining players. Even still, PRX are keeping this one close, and the res actually.
And Valen's like, how have I managed to get out of here? You do get the res though. I'm probably going to see Killjoy as well. Speaking of Killjoys, Leaf's taken full control over towards B. I don't even.
You got the turret up. Leaf wants to flank, but he'll be giving away that information soon. Lockdown in play, gets them the space on the site. Advantage there, damage done to Valen. This seems to certainly be a favored round for PRX, perhaps the start of the comeback. Shock dart's good for some damage. A few of these players now lit up.
Ooh, okay, one for Leaf, but again.
Yeah, I really wanted to get out of there.
With the trade. Jin gonna heal himself back up and leaves just a couple standing.
The timing of that, just as he went for the tap. Right, nicely done from PRX. Double ult use though, so to repeat this, pretty much impossible. Killjoy ult, Sage ult.
4 in a row. It's doable. We saw G2 close out the half in just the same fashion. They can hit their stride. But for G2, the other thing is, you take a look at those credits. They're starting to run a little dry. This squad does have Reckoning to work with. No other ultimates close to being online. It looks like a light buy based around the Outlaw. Big fan of this kind of setup. Question is where it's going to be used. And for Leaf, it seems to be a middle peak. He'll have his turret covering it. And they are moving towards him. We'll see if that Outlaw can have the impact. We hear the shots fire, but they don't find their mark.
Nope, not going to be anything. And it's the same again.
Oh no,
okay,
he messed up the
shot.
dash. Slightly clipped the wall.
Training, that's for sure.
Oh no.
Oh guys, don't get fully equalled. There's just some sheriffs here, not again. What? No way.
Oh, that's just.
Oh, it's all good. It's all good. Mind breaks the savior.
Was looking like it was falling apart, but maybe in the most uncharacteristic way, they might take it anyway. Flank coming in. That's the major danger. And now it's left all onto Jing. It's not been a great round.
Oh, it's on his head.
Under real pressure, the spike gonna take some serious damage. And he's, I think he's just got lost in the source.
Dude, they got double sheriff.
Around the PRX are definitely going to want to forget.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a hard one to forget, though.
Look at them all just double checking. Yeah, we definitely won. We're all good.
Thrifty closing out
right.
the map 13-8, and G2.
Yeah, solid from
they
G2.
Very strong. That was
the double
PRX's map
thrifties.
pick, and they
Not
had them
great.
outclassed, outthought every step of the way.
Fidel TV, thank you so much as well, bro. Appreciate the tier 1. Welcome in, man.
Chance? Well, we're going to find out after the break.
Yeah, not the start that PRX wanted. I mean, the good news is that the Icebox looked better. But again, G2, I think, just diffed them on every single map apart from Sunset. No way. That's crazy. The original Sliggy. He's turning into an Oiler. Chat. Get the slug Oiler going. The original Sliggy. That's incredible. Get the slug Oiler spam going. Thank you so much for that, man. The real Sliggy. Appreciate you doing that. Thank you for the gifted. Thank you for the 5 gifted, man. Appreciate you so much, dude. Funny. That if any of you got gifted by the real Sliggy as well, make sure you add him. That's at SLIGGY, no TV. OG. Okay. Anonymous gifter as well. Thank you so much. Anonymous gifter as well. I don't know who you are, but you went for 5 gifted. Are you doing that, man? Much awesome. You got gifted? Just say thank you, because we don't know who it is. Thanks to the Anon. Wherever you are, I appreciate that. Map, okay. Dude, I wrote Champs 2025. I'm getting ahead of myself here. Ferenta also. Ferenta, thank you so much with the Prime as well. Thank you for doing that. Appreciate the 5 mums. Dude, anonymous gifter. Who's the Anon right here? The Anon's going crazy. Look what the OG Sliggy started, man. Everyone's just gifting out here. Second Anon, or maybe the same Anon. Don't know. Thank you for doing that. Again, if you got gifted, just say a lot of thank you to whoever. And Mills, it's gonna be so fine, dude, for sure. Got this, dude.
Hey guys, I'm here right now with Josh, coach of G2. Now, it's been a while since this Masters Shanghai rematch. There's been a
Icebox.
VCT
Dude,
stage
I haven't even
in the
uploaded the
middle.
VOD again, too distracted. Thank you again for the gifted.
PRX this time around?
I think fundamentally, they got a lot better in the discipline department. I feel like they were a little bit sloppy when we first played them, and we abused that fact. Now I can see a lot more coordinated play. I can see the logic in their how they're like moving us around. So we were expecting a tougher Paper X, and we got it, right? And like sure enough, like we've been working on our Icebox, so like yeah, the score was as such, but I thought it was a much better Paper X.
That's kind of what we said. It looked like a better,
went to you guys,
looked like a better Icebox from Paper X for sure.
Lotus as well.
All right, OG Sliggy. Thank you for the raid, man. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for the gifted as well, bro. Is it not super late there if you're in America as well? You're the real gamer, man. Respect.
Woo! What a roller coaster of a game. So jazzed up, so entertaining, so exciting.
Yeah, man.
You're scaring me, Seth.
Liito, thank you so much. Liito52. Thank you so much, man. Chat, give me like 2 minutes, okay?
Right, and I think you heard even Coach Josh RT saying how he knew that they were prepped, they were ready to go. But G2, man, that coordination, Mimi, has just been so
G2, M8, DRG,
yeah, they look
they'll get
incredibly
relegated
clean with
after
this Harbor
next
combo.
year.
I think on the attack side, obviously, we know it's really good for executes, putting up that wall, fighting.
Honestly,
but I really
I have
some of the
no
walls
idea
was
what that
even
actual
using
rule is.
in the
It's a
post
great
line.
question.
This one here to stop the players from
I have
pushing
no
through
idea
and
what
fighting past this lockdown.
the
Then
rule
they
is.
switch on over to the defensive side, and
I would
think it was
imagine they have a
just as
chance to
good with some
stay in.
fantastic retake
Is she?
protocols. It is clear what
But
Josh
I don't know
is saying
if
about
it like
putting in the work
replaces
on
the
this
old
map,
rule
'cause,
or not.
they looked clean fundamentally.
Yeah, they truly did, and Valen very impressive on that Harbor there.
It's a great question.
Just
It actually is a good question because I have no idea. Maybe I ask on Plat Chat at one point. Like some of those guys work with like admins and stuff, so maybe they would have asked that question before. Who knows? You reckon they stay? Yeah, I think it might overwrite it as well. They go to the new rules.
The proving grounds for it, but just prove to be one of those teams that just
The change affects them for next year, so they can still stay in.
Now we're in this mindset, now we're in this grind set, and we're just going to go ahead and just...
Yeah, we're gonna. I mean, I think we're all guessing because we're having like a
PaperX
bit of a
to make
mix,
some
right?
improvements. I think we did still see
Okay,
some
still, I'll
fundamental
be back in a
errors
little
in
bit.
that game. Players going off. I think Jing had a couple rounds where he was kind of taking some individual swings, taking some liberties, and I think G2 is always going to be good to punish that. And those small mistakes will really snowball in a match that should be as close as this one.
Yeah, well, look, while the day may not have belonged, for at least for map 1 for PaperX, so they do get the Verizon high-speed moment courtesy of Mindfreak's clutch in round 15. Mindfreak, again, every single time we get an opportunity to see this guy do his thing, always impressive.
And I mean, it wasn't just Mindfreak in this round. It was this like crazy disruptive idea with something like solo faking in mid set.
Yeah, I mean, there were some good ideas. And I think you can see some of those improvements coming through. There's an attempt here at that backstab, getting ready to come in, something able to just go ahead, skirt around that turret, be able to dodge that out, and then suddenly it's like, okay, we think that we're protected, we think that we're safe. He strikes, can't quite find that second kill as instantly. Jonah P starts doing Jonah P things, starts popping off, but Mind Freak, this was, I think, there was a lot of displays in this Icebox of Mind Freak being that stone cold killer, being that clutch machine. We saw him just trying to hang on. I mean, even in that last round, was, trying to bail them out and keep them afloat in this one. Sure. This was a very good game overall from the side of Mind Freak, but there was still too many errors being shown here that just ended up unraveling things for PRX.
In that round, though, I think we saw the biggest difference from the G2 that played today and that guard team who lost to them all the way back in Iceland. The round state kind of exploded there. I mean, something broke the turret. He was running around in mid. He was causing so much disruption. But G2 still had really good ideas to deal with it. They re-cleared their space in mid. They still set up for a clean retake. And they did end up losing to the clutch. But I think they've gotten so much better as a team at dealing with those unexpected round states and adapting on the fly, which is, in my opinion, the most important thing when you're playing against PRX.
Oh, couldn't agree more on that one. All right, well, things are interesting in the PRX camp right now, so let's go ahead and hear from Coach Alex, hear what he has to say as they get ready for map 2.
I'm here right now with Alex of PRX. Alex, that was a really frustrating first map. What do you think the team was lacking on Icebox that you hope will be remedied or fixed on map number 2?
Yeah, we had a game plan going in, but we didn't really follow it on our attack side, so that's a little bit disappointing. And I hope that on game 2 we will, I think, calm ourselves down a little bit and step it up.
All right, well, thank you very much for your time, and we're going to see if PRX can take Lotus from G2.
Pressure, of course, is on, and you hear Coach Alex talking about keeping those nerves, keeping the team calm. They're going to need to do that as they're going to be facing the series point here between against G2. Lotus coming up next, G2's pick, and I'm curious to see what we're going to get really from both squads out of this one, without a doubt.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious if there's any pivots in the composition for the side of PRX. I think that widely their Lotus has looked very good. Granted, yes, last time they played against G2 over in Shanghai, this was that first map pickup for the side of G2. That was when that download really started to come through for Valen. So I'm curious if they're going to have something different to throw at them, a bit of a curveball, change that composition, maybe reintroducing something like, the Killjoy into the mix here, or if it is just going to be straight up, something back here on that Jet, as well as Raze there for Jing. Yeah,
for context, when we've seen this PRX team play on Lotus before, they're applying no Sentinel on this map, a double duelist comp with the Neon and the Jet in the mix, which is extremely unusual here, especially when you contrast them with G2, who plays the basic Fnatic comp, but I think plays it really well. They're the best defensive team in VCT Americas, and I think that's really where they shine here. Their retake protocols in particular, and how they're able to kind of adapt with when they're going for the more aggressive forward plays and when they're falling back, playing a little bit more passive into those retakes.
I appreciate you pointing that out, because genuinely that Neon is not something that we've seen too much from the side of Jing, but that has been what he's been bringing to the table on Lotus as of late. So curious to see if he's going to be sticking with that or if it's back to Old Faithful.
All right, well, let's find out if this one makes it to map 3, shall we? We're going to send it back over to your casters. Here's Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy, and our analyst desk. Yes, Tom, coming into this, Jing, right? He had an okay first map, but now we're going to look at him as having a fantastic one, assuming he's still playing that Neon.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if he wasn't. I think it was a 28-14 performance last time he was on the Neon. I don't know if that will become the regular. But
DRX.
DRX, yeah, they're okay. They're kind of good at the map. But yeah, I think ultimately I'd be very surprised if either team makes mass changes. Like, I think it was a close defeat recently to Leviathan for G2 and a 3-map win streak for the side of PRX. So I don't think, I would be very surprised if they were going to go, okay, we need to completely revolutionize everything we're doing within the composition. But ultimately, it's more so just some of the stuff we saw in the last map that I'm a little bit more worried about. Like, if there were opportunities for the likes of Leaf to get into really awkward positions, as it was mentioned on the desk, they don't have themselves a Sentinel in the comp that they normally run. So there's going to be a lot of potential gaps to exploit. Last time they did have a Sentinel and that happened, so it really does worry me, especially on a map like Lotus, where there's a lot more avenues that you can sort of take that control, where you can be aggressive, where you can take space, or even just where you can rotate. And if those gaps are left,
Fertile, thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Welcome into the Slug Club as well. So Lotus is interesting because Lotus is kind of PRX's second best map at the moment.
That isn't going to be a problem problem for you, or are you going to be so heavy hitting into those sites that it almost doesn't
even though
matter?
it is
Like, you've done
G2's
too
pick,
quickly.
Yeah, I mean,
it
well,
should
that's
be
the reality I expect for PRX.
one of the better maps.
On the other hand, just looking at the last map, the fact that Jonah P was able to find so much space, the fact that in the second half, Leaf was able to get behind them so many times and cause problems, that's something that they almost don't have the option to slow it down unless you are committing that player to stay behind. And thinking about the fact that PRX, we just heard from Alex down the stage. He said they weren't.
What's their best map at the moment? PRX Sunset, but like a clear
you don't want to see that.
really.
And now bouncing off of a 13-8 on their own pick, they've got to move on to Lotus, somewhere that, yeah, they're not uncomfortable on. We've seen them do well, but the reality is there's a lot then to adjust behind the scenes for them to hit their stride here.
Yeah, no, I'm sure. Well, I sort of walked past them having a little bit of a conversation backstage. As we said, no surprise, neither team is really going to be
Neon
making
Jet, so G2 might start getting the Odin out a lot on attack as well, just to make sure the Neon can't go aggro.
In the retakes, having, like, especially on the B side, being able to lock off certain angles, but then also just the takes towards A. It's going to have to be, again,
this has
much
been
faster, much less reactive, and you're not going to be able to play
a good
with
map for
rotations
PRX.
anywhere near as much.
Like we're seeing this with this comp.
But as you can see, they've got
like G2's pick,
percentage on this one over the last
definitely
stage.
G2 kind of looked into this one, was like, with no info,
with a game plan,
no info Sentinel, we want to play against this. We're gonna be locking loads. Maybe Odin on attack to do some of the aggro A stuff.
Mimi on the desk who was saying that Jing was taking a couple of fights on his own, a couple of individual duels, and sure, a lot of the time, especially in the first half, he had something with
What map did you miss? I mean, we had Icebox, if that makes you feel any better.
This time around, because this whole composition is made to set the two of them up, to have them take the space together, and I think that solves some of the issues. For me, the difference
pretty cool rounds in there, though.
G2 were playing as a cohesive unit. They were a team, and it showed in every decision, in every moment, in how disciplined they were before the retakes, in re-clearing space. When you look at PRX, we didn't see that same level. We saw them get caught off guard, and now I hope that won't be the same.
Think about the three-man B pushes that they were doing, where they were able to flank so fast into all of those A takes because of the control they had. That's more difficult to avoid when it comes to a map like Lotus when you're not running a Sentinel. So it's definitely going to have to be something in the back of PRX's mind that, okay, they're going to try and challenge us for space. Are they going to be making those like deep A pushes as we see so regularly? Are they going to have a sort of jump spotter on C that can give them that early information? And if they are, how do we shut that down? How do we make them play a little bit more scared? Because if you allow G2 to have all of that control on that defensive side, you're going to get blasted. Like, I'll be honest. So you can't allow that to happen.
No, you really can't. For PRX, the pressure is most certainly on. This map
CC Dragon as well with the 5 months. Thank you so much, man.
More refined team.
W Gaming, thank you for the prime, bro.
As we're about to get into Lotus, G2's map
let's see what they got for Lotus. We've got 1-1 in terms of pistols. Got nothing too crazy for the actual pistol itself.
Having that map sort of slip away from them, starting
on G2 start on defense.
Having the ability to set the pace.
PRX should be able to get up a bit of around too.
For now, though, it's more of a spot.
G2's defense.
He's just looking for information, but he's taken the head clean off the Vike. Not the man I expected to be going first.
On a Viper, he gets a Sheriff.
I mean, last map, we saw him go first, and it was a disastrous round, but at least finding a 4K. The A site taken by PRX, at least they'll trade out the life of a man for the site control. Losing out on that Fade utility hasn't stopped them putting boots on the ground, but the retake
to something here, eats the Omen Flash.
Is absolutely perfect. Something still gets away with one, and the nade is slowing them down.
I guess he saw him as he jumped by here.
PRX to start this off.
What the hell is going on?
3 headshots already. That Sheriff in his hand. It's looking like it has aim lock. Looking for a little bit more, but the trade backs is still good. It might be all on Jonah.
Oh my god, bro. Whoa. The shots from G2 in this round are disgusting. Even the last one was sick from Leaf as well. Absolute shots, man. Shout out to Jonah P.
1-0 for G2, and my goodness,
Jonah P, in my opinion, is like the most pivotal person on G2 for this map for sure. It's normally like when I've seen teams beat G2 on this map, it feels like they're avoiding the site that Jonah P's on.
Gorgeous first shot, and then these
That's normally how you do it.
Absolutely clinical.
Guy's incredible.
Grabbing another to make it doable for Leaf in the end. Might have come close down to 7 HP.
Good round,
but it's not close enough.
It's literally only because Leaf has shields. That's the difference.
Yeah, crispy guy, man. Shots are incredible here.
A hero that saves them because PRX actually did very well, and they forced. They're going straight into the B site. They have got guns to play with.
Force up,
SMGs.
triple stinger,
Whoa,
Divide gets
the
the first kill this time. Trent doesn't even get traded though, still no plant.
He's doubled up. Still has
Yeah,
a Prowler
Trent
to
might
work
have
with.
done
Icy
enough
needs
here.
to keep control over Heaven. He's under pressure. Something already up close. They know that he's there.
Yeah,
and the
really
swing
nice.
in from
Just
Leaf.
flooding him from
Closes this one
everywhere.
out. A
Like they're
double on the
actually
stinger
everywhere.
To put 2 to 0 on
Shout
the
out to
board.
Trent.
Weapons upgraded
Good
as
timing.
well.
It was a little bit
Same
risky,
thing as
but
last
great.
map. It's a decent
There was probably some
follow-up
utils that I
round
missed
for
behind
PRX,
it, but
they force spot. That's the real problem. Like round 2, that kind of damage usually great, but now you haven't.
Yeah,
got the
now they
credits
gotta do
to
like
capitalize
another
on.
low buy.
Yeah, it means that
they can get a
likely
lot of
into the
money.
next round they'll come in with a full buy with everything they could ever need. Like there won't be maybe light shields or something like you might normally see, but it also gives another round for economy to be built up. So you can see a slightly better buy than what they had in the last round for G2. I guess there's also just the thought process of it is PRX. Maybe they do it again. Whoa, one of the only investments other than pistols is that Marshall.
They've still gone for the Sheriffs, though. You know, even though things haven't been going their way, PRX are not going to lose their mojo. Still coming in. An opening pick towards the A site. Weapon on the floor. I actually think that was a Phantom, too, because there was a lot more upgrades than you might have thought.
Everyone's hitting
in the
some
last couple
shots right
seconds
now.
before the barriers went up. Trent does well to manage the numbers of PRX. The Prowlers cleared out a lot of close space. They'll get back towards the stairs, but they're conscious that someone could already be close.
Yeah, he's kind of good with the Bulldog, you know? He's kind of good with it. Valen.
All three.
It's not going to overface. Not really any need to. Icy already reclaiming a little bit of ground. Something does have the gun, but he's desperately low.
Oh my god, is that not on the guy planting?
Actually,
Yeah, that was
Divide
sick.
to go down behind him. That is...
Sees nade.
Yeah, a troublesome position now. Something needing... Well, maybe one of the craziest plays with how low he is. Having the rifle's not even that much of a hit.
I feel like he's
because
getting
a
spammed at one
single
point.
bullet will leave him down in the dirt. And while Mindfreak's done well, that's at least a first.
Still hinging on something, and especially with Mindfreak going down. Once he finds the first, that's where things should stop. They haven't cleared him just yet, but, well, now
This guy's like above him.
Taken down, and the upgrade's just fine for G2. 3 players surviving. Phantom to be taken through to the next round.
That over to Trent, the defuse as well. So Trent has, this is definitely like one of the issues with the force buy as well.
They've certainly shown that they're willing to brawl.
An extra chance to get like all of these ults.
Round, but not just here.
Yeah, the
Then
problem
now they
is,
got
although
the
they've
fade
kept
out for the big
economy
buy rounds.
Relatively honest, you're still going to have 5 rifles. You're still going to have enough.
Just
to
it's like a little bit more likely for them to have a note on the big, big important round.
So it really does just put them on the back foot almost immediately. I think if PRX don't find a response here, this could very quickly get out of control.
Oh yeah, it could spiral.
Yeah, and we get the Odin out for Trent as well, and he's about to spam loads of them down.
I like his Odin. Sat inside of tree, spam
That's an
already,
insta
gonna
dink
light
already.
up Jing a little bit and slow down the rest of the squad and clearing out that space. Slowing down PRX is something not a lot of players can do. He's just getting all the walls lit up, turning them into Swiss cheese, but PRX have waited out the spams.
And in fact, they're going to fall back off it.
Prowler didn't fully clear.
In fact, just a ruse.
And look at this, they create the pressure, they create question mark over towards tree. And that question mark was what? Here for about not even a second.
Now, it has been spotted.
So the pressure that they feel like they've done towards A and have already been cancelled. That means the Omen can rotate over with no pressure over towards B as well. We've got a Viper here. And I have 3 people here. They are going to play retake, but
just going to fall back and say that, still within the site, who hasn't been spotted again.
And
it's Danger Man, Jonah
going
P.
for a play.
Yeah, sat in the smoke, waiting.
I mean,
for
Jing
it to
should
fade.
win
It's
this,
be a duel
but
between himself and Jing, and it's Jonah P to win it. And
he gets another.
Devi's gone too. That should have been the trade. And
Ow.
instead, Forsaken has an impossible task. 4
Dude,
players
the
got
first
his
one's
way.
impressive
A
enough.
nade used alongside a reveal. They know roughly where he is, and now the rest of the util comes in. The C's
Wow, man.
saved until they had the information. That's an absolutely gorgeous play.
Yeah, and they use the KO into it. And PRX needs to do a timeout. If they're going to create these question marks,
sky high.
Yeah, PaperX
I
got
think
more
they
done with the
got to
low
hang
block.
around
It
in the
really does.
area.
And again,
for a little
you said
bit
it,
too
the way that they save a lot of their utility,
a little bit longer.
Like what they did there was
They
put
got to create a
the
little bit
snake
of
bite
more
on the left.
pressure.
So if he does
Yeah, I
manage to
think
dodge the C's, he's getting vulnerable.
I think
and then the player
G2
swings,
have just like an
or
instant
he
read.
gets hit by the C's and he has basically, I think it was 30 HP.
The
to try and
rough
fight
thing
versus
for the
entire
coach here
team.
as well,
They're
though,
so good at just putting their
is that
utilities
I
in the
don't
right
think
place,
anyone was
playing
close enough
really
to hear the
safe, 'cause we've seen
Prowler,
so
so
many
he doesn't
teams
know that they
lose crazy rounds
insta-cleared
for the sake. You've got to give the man his respect.
the
And one of the
tree.
things that often
The
slows
good
down
news
those
for
rotations is what
PaperX,
PaperX
they
attempted.
messed
They
up
moved
their
quickly towards
fade
A,
Prowler.
slowed down with the spams,
He's going to think
waited,
that
and
they
then went
didn't
up and
proper
opened
create the
door. Like you
question
said,
mark.
They feigned that they could have been in tree.
And then they have to like
Then once the
secure
door was closed,
the
they could put a
trees
Prowler
empty
in
if
on
they're ever
G2,
going
and
to do
my
that
thought, no one's
again.
there. I
The fact
think
that
they might be going somewhere else.
missed the Prowler
And
here
at
might
that
actually
point,
save them in this timeout.
Jonah P gets into position. He's ready for that hit, and he does not leave. The man plants his feet in the ground and says, I'm standing here.
G2? Yeah, G2's, I mean, G2's map pool is just great. They have a perma ban, but their other 6 are just so good.
Yeah,
Solid
understandably
maps.
so. Like, you've lost your own map choice. Again, I think through fantastic retakes and adaptation from the side of G2 to deal with what was hyper-aggressive, fast-paced rounds.
What do they permaban? I mean, they permaban Sunset. So they literally permaban the only map that PaperX are like really good at this season.
And they look very
the matchup for
Again,
G2 can't
you're
get
just
any
seeing
better.
Whether it's the early rounds where they just seem to be so good at grouping up for the late round retakes and playing as a squad, or even just in that round where you had a surprise player that actually
They're
caught
essentially, yeah,
PaperX off guard, which
G2's
is
like
the whole
Ascent
idea
and
when we talk
Icebox
about
maybe
PaperX
isn't as good as the
potentially
other
winning this one
4.
can you beat
But
them with
that's
the
literally
patience? And as Mimi
PaperX's
said on the desk,
two
she thinks
worst
it's a great
maps as
matchup
well.
for G2. Right now it is looking that way. There needs to be
The
some
matchup
sort
of these two
of
couldn't be
response.
any
While-
worse. But like
With how many
PaperX.
rounds they've lost in a row, the loss bonus is there. Bladestorm available for something. Let's hope this is the start of something.
Trent opening the door? He's trying to spot how many players are outside. And now he hears the steps up close, so a little bit late. But that could have been something. Still something to be afraid of on the side of PaperX. You can see them taking their time and closing the distance. They've heard the reload. They know there's another wave of spams about to go, and they think they've bypassed it, but there's still someone covering it on the walk through. They've seen that
Really
one
good
man
Omen
of something
flash
has
to
already
shut
crossed.
down the push on this
Nightfall
one.
to be used, but something's
Adol
around the
as
back. He's
well,
gotten closer than expected.
and something's
Icy
just out
covering it from
on
up
an
top,
island
though.
because the
Now
util's
they
been too
maintain
good
their
from
control, slow
G2
the
to
push from
keep
PaperX,
them
send
pushing
them in the
in.
other direction, but Jonah P waiting as usual.
Nah, he's too good. Nah, he's too good, man. He's too good. He's way too good on this map. He is just the king of Lotus for G2.
Unbelievable round from G2. They barely break a sweat unless Divide can turn up the heat, and he doesn't know that there's a player sneaking
Again,
right around
bro
behind
should
him.
only be getting one maybe
as
here.
well. It was irrelevant whether or not he managed to win the battle over on the A site with the spike being down on B, but yeah, Jonah P today, it's just having one hell of a performance. We saw,
unreal.
like, it was pretty good in the last map, but this has been ridiculous. Like, being able to re-isolate each one of those jewels, it's just solid positioning. Dodges the initial utility, re-peeks back into the second player, and then just tries to catch a time. Like, he knows if he just allows him to swing, he's definitely dead.
Yep.
But that's got, yeah, it's got to be infuriating.
It's even the fact
Could
that
you
he
fix
pulls back
PaperX at
around
the
the
moment?
corner for a second. These players hit by Nightfall, running the other direction.
One of these two needs to lean heavier into
He's low HP.
4
No,
agents.
He just wide swings them again and again.
Like, honestly, I would
Gorgeous
probably heavy lean
5-0
into
for a reason. G2 are
Killjoy
looking
op on
unbelievable.
something
PaperX struggling
if
to get
I was
even
in
a round on
control.
the board just yet.
Yeah,
A
that's probably
rifle
what
for
the
something,
route I would go.
and pistols to back them up. This is the kind of
Like
round
a
where
lot of
they
these maps,
have so far done the
Killjoy,
most
a
damage.
Killjoy op
See if that
on
carries
something
through
would
and
like
converts
save
to a
them.
round
Not
win.
saying that he should be opping on Killjoy all the time, just the fact he likes to op.
Nightfall.
Probably what I would try if I was them.
Overdrive. It's a pretty nasty combo.
Yep.
Chamber
Again,
Chamber gets
look at the
wrecked in
position
this
that Trent
meta.
is playing in. Like, just consider that right now. He is literally just playing full retake. They've got the Viper's Pit down on one side. They know that in these moments, there you go. They've expected the Nightfall. As said, sometimes it really does look like PaperX are just reading from the hymn sheet of the opponent because they've used their ult. It's not really gained anything, and G2 are very happy to play the retake.
Yep. They were ready for this from the get-go. One
And
flank
keep an eye
position
on
for Forsaken, though,
Forsaken.
that could
Forsaken
catch them
should
off
have a
guard.
kill.
Look at
Not the
that.
best gun for
He's
it,
got a
but
nasty angle. He hears the steps, and Jonah P, a taste of his own medicine. Dropped from behind. A rifle to be recovered. PaperX with a stance.
One of their better rounds, maybe?
Jing's caught off. The finger gun's not doing the damage. They'll concede the space, let them down the stairs, and fight them on the site. But Leaf wins that one too.
Man.
Now looking for control
they
over
can
Tree.
splash this one good enough.
They'll find it for free. It's Maine. They've got a fight, and the swing is good with Leaf getting his third of the round. It's another successful defensive side already guaranteed to be
fine
equal
on this
at
right
the
now.
half, and I don't think G2 are going to slow down.
It's just how confident they're playing. As I said, like to just completely give up the site to PRX.
The retake, yeah, the retakes are great.
Ability to retake, but you kind of understand why. Like, look, well, 4 of the 6 rounds they have on the board are off the back of retakes.
Michael, thank you so much.
Maybe
Thank
some
you.
less so than others in
Appreciate
how
the
rounds
5.
were actually played out,
How would you go balance?
It wasn't even that close.
How would you
in
go
the end, how
about
much time they
balancing
actually allowed them to
initiators
set
at
up.
the moment?
I
The
think, what,
meta
like
is so
2.5
oppressive.
seconds still remaining.
Yeah, I get what you're
They are looking
saying.
super comfortable.
I would
Again,
just
we're gonna
change
see
the
an
old
investment, but
stuff as
using
well.
that Nightfall in the last round
But all
to
of the
very
initiate
little
ults are
effect.
just super strong.
more the lack
I would
of
probably just
information
increase all of their ults
that
by
gave them
1.
that site.
That's probably the
Operator
route they'll
into something
go
is
as
an
well. It's where they seem to go. At least, at very least, the Gecko one.
The thing is, though, that it's not like there's been big peaks coming out of G2. They're very happy to sit back and let PRX push into them. Lockdown in play.
Shit, this kid is too good, man.
The positioning.
Okay, that is just straight up unlucky and insane from Devi. They need stuff like
Good
that.
isolation of the jaw, but
They need
PRX
more of
managed to
that.
keep this one even. One of the better opportunities they've had. Now, it's going to split the defense quite a bit more. Showstopper is available for Icy. So again, if they wanted to, they could lean further into these retakes. But you can see Valen is just going to be jump spotting. Now, all he's looking for is information, which he should get now. And there you go. And I think
Sky's balanced. Yeah, I wouldn't change Sky. I agree. Sky's in a really good spot.
Switch the position of
Sova's still a little bit strong.
If Leaf swings this and they get the kill,
Fade's strong. I think Gecko's really strong, even though he hasn't got like the highest pick
now
rate.
moving through to re-clear this space. He hasn't gotten the peak he wanted.
We'll see what the new initiate is like.
G2 is commendable, to say
Breach,
the least.
I think
This
Breach is in a
swing,
pretty good spot.
yes, it
The
works
thing is,
out.
Breach got a bit of a
Icy's
buff
down,
with
but the trade
Neon
attempt
being
is
more
there.
viable.
Down to the shorty, closing the distance. Something playing a crazy game. Upgraded to the rifle, downgraded perhaps. And
Oh
Leaf
wait, there's always someone on this team who gets one more than they should.
And Trent, oh, Mind Freak knows he's up close, but now the info goes both ways. The spray comes close. Mind Freak.
Okay, Mind Freak's been great so far.
For PRX at long last.
It was a little bit lucky because of the divide
A lot of it
trades,
comes down to just being able to
but
get into that site
they'll take
and
it.
find the opener. Like something does well with the operator and then just playing off of that late round. And again, even just the trade out through the smoke was pretty big because we've seen such high impact rounds from Jonah P. This will get them onto the board. It's just whether or not they can now try to extend things. Luckily, they do save that operator. So that's still going to be in play for this next round. And they have themselves the null command, which will have value in reducing Leaf
Still
setup.
Odin over towards
Instead,
here,
though,
and
the defense has got aggressive on both sides of the
whoa,
map.
whoa, okay, hold up. They take down the Viper.
Usually talk about the push and the
Oh,
pull, but
something,
this was just
bro.
the push.
Surely not.
PRX found
They
themselves
just
the
got to
pick.
pick over towards.
It's been
B.
traded out on the other side. C-site left for a retake. Nano's broken already. One activated. Will slow them down, section them off, but well, oh, actually, I love this. I adore this. A little bit of damage done. Jing and Forsaken now decently low, but the plant will come through. PRX have some
Forsaken,
ground to
a
fight
pop of the
from.
ult here. Once you see this ult, is everything.
Sell the ruse,
Oh, here we
nade
go.
one side. Ah,
Yeah.
he's been denied. Well, denied the ult, maybe not denied the kills. Icy still going strong. Sees to the backside. We'll let them know that there's
I'm telling
at
you,
least was
G2,
no one
every
there.
single round
And the
so
rest of the
far,
team just
one
looking to push
person gets
together. It's all going to be
kills
up
when
to
they should
one,
only be
and
getting
while
one.
Devi, try as he might, won't manage
Well,
to get anything.
Insta
Yeah,
reset
they
of
might
the
have hit him with
econ.
the
You gotta
knife,
look
but he
over
stopped the
towards
show
here,
himself.
as you guys are gonna
Gorgeous
spam what I
stuff
know
from
you're gonna
Icy.
spam.
Really impressed by him in this series so far. And
Three
by
of them-
G2
three
in
of them have
general.
to eco.
We expect this to be a close one on a surface level. There was always the chance of a mismatch of styles or of PRX.
Damn, even the mods
like
are getting
you pointed
involved.
out
That's
earlier,
crazy.
Tom, on a
Nathan.
downward trajectory in terms of international events.
That's crazy.
Last time they were at a Champs, Grand Finals, top 2. Now they're being challenged in the first round. It's not a good look, but it's a fantastic
You're depressed with
look
PRX.
for G2,
Okay,
coming from those-
if you're a
the
PRX fan,
challengers section of
I
Valorant,
can't express
the heights
enough
they've reached already,
how
unbelievable.
this is
They may
your
just be about
worst
to 2-0
matchup out of the
PRX,
whole
certainly if it
tournament.
keeps going this way.
If there's one team that is pretty much, I'm not saying 100%, but most likely to beat PRX, it is literally
about
they are
could this
built to
team
beat your
just
team.
beat them anyway.
Yeah.
Map pool wise,
I think that was
for sure.
answered fairly quick.
a team that's incredible at anteing. PRX always have flaws in their comps. You've got the best possible map pool against this team. It's just meant to be.
But we've wanted to at least
So they shouldn't struggle against many other teams as much as they do G2. But I will say their map pool isn't. It is probably like the weakest we've seen it ever look for them coming into like a big tournament.
Maybe not the gun for it, or maybe it is. Maybe I'm wrong. I take
What I'm saying, dude, how's he getting? How's he getting 3 here? How do they keep getting more than they should be getting? It's ridiculous.
Well,
Guy's spinning around with an Odin.
Don't count the Vi out just yet. 45 seconds. He's got himself a rifle now. His HP quite
It's just
low.
multi-kills on multi-kills.
Chance for a big play. PRX needs something. I think they'll take any chance they can get. But look at G2. We talk about the discipline. Good attempt by Divide. Baits out the first fight. Knows there'll be a swing back sight because they've played enough rounds against G2. This isn't a squad that's going to send individual after individual to fight you. They group up, they play it together, and their reward is an 8-1 lead. But this man felt my heart skip a beat.
Holy, I can't believe he gets that third kill.
He sees the little bit of like smoke.
A fast spin round.
From the dash, it goes, wait, what? Oh! Still manages to get the kill. Had a little bit of support from his friends. 8-1. Whether you were a G2 or
we're gonna get PRX against EDG. Dude, I would wait. I would wait for the EDG FUT game is a 50-50.
As said, on the first map, PRX were in it at a point, and then the adaptations came in. At this point, it seems like G2 have been ready from the get-go.
And G2 are adapting again. Aggressive push-up on B. They hear that A main control, and they realize it's just going to be the same old playbook. They're taking control, taking tree, and fighting sight. And that early flank is catching them off. No one's ready
this
for
is
it.
looking like one of their better rounds. Jinx spots the flank, so Mind Freak can swing. We still got the ult in terms of... Wait, where did Devi's ult go?
But again, the trades keep swinging in the other direction. Thanks to players like
Right.
Jonah P. I don't understand.
I don't get how they keep getting 2 from people that shouldn't be getting 2.
Gun for the job. Gonna try to brr them out of this one, but it's gonna be difficult. Nice lineup.
Okay.
Spam, but they're going right back.
Big Valorant.
They're playing the same game. Diffuse already past
And he just
half,
thought
and
they
it's
got
too
off
far
that, the
gone.
spam.
The spray might be good for 1.
He jumped across and killed him.
But 1's all they get. 9-1 on the board, Tom. This is a devastating
Jonah
start to map
P's
2.
unbelievable right now.
And well, G2's map pick for a reason, I suppose.
Yeah, even still, like it's been a solid map for PRX. They're just getting shut down. As I said, last time they played Jing, I think it was 28-14. He's 2-10.
Yeah, this
Like,
might
he's not
wreck
been in the game
PRX's
at all.
confidence.
I
That is
don't
very
remember
true.
saying his name once. Like it really, and that never happens. That never happens. He's one of the best individually skilled players we have in Valorant, but right now it seems like individual skill doesn't matter.
Jonah P? No, I didn't have Jonah P. I found it too hard to put G2 players in.
The reads
Jonah P
are
was...
like,
did I have him
every time
14th?
that Nightfall is online for Trent, he is out of the site and then he's going back in.
Yeah.
And
There's
they
a
are
chance.
so
I would have to look
happy
at it
to do
again.
that.
There's a chance
We
I had him
mentioned the flanks.
14-15.
I think this is the first time
But I
the
might have
flank
kept
has
him
really
off.
been a big issue because they
It's hard
haven't
with
needed
G2.
to. They've had the read
But
so
Jonah
often
P
to
would
get
have been the
players in
person I
right
would have put
place,
on
so they
from
haven't needed to go around the flank. They throw it in here and it does catch players.
G2
They also
just
have fights
that
from the
good. Yeah,
broken
G2
door.
are great,
Like,
man.
there's so much
Again, I have a Gen G
cohesion
G2
from this
final
G2
for this
roster, and that is the difference.
tournament.
Is it individual skill winning them all of these rounds? No. It is the cohesion between the players that they'll be supporting.
Leaf, I mean, Jonah P's just performed better than Leaf in my opinion.
With
Bro.
straight BS,
Yep.
like just like
100%.
unbelievable
100%. From the pistol.
positioning and skill, but like other than that, they're just outclassing.
Oh, 100%. Like, at this point, Tom, people been telling me for a while, Americas is so far ahead of the
Fnatic. Yeah, Fnatic might beat them because of
this is their number 2.
map pool as well.
Damn clean game. I'm
Fnatic map-wise actually
I don't think it's just the
go up pretty well
here.
against G2.
G2.
That would be a sick game if we ever got
I
that.
feel like there's even an argument if they are the number 2 because of how close.
Their final, right?
Yeah.
It was OTs and
13,
everything.
15, 14, 16. Then they won 13-9 and lost it.
Yep.
PRX, yeah, they're in a weird spot because
technicality.
they're trying to be like
And
more
after their
disciplined, trying to play like a little bit
performance
slower.
international,
Again, their comp is like a little bit weird on this map.
They've looked incredibly good.
Again, the
But
meta
this
just
is
doesn't
just
suit them.
every
And
single
maybe
round,
like
man,
the
it's
way
just
of them
clean.
doing the meta was
Like, the
probably
ideas,
heavy
the
leaning into
executions,
like an ISO
nobody is
more
greedy on this
than
squad.
like this.
Everyone's just playing it for the
Like
numbers.
they could have done
to
something
win
a
the game,
bit
and
similar to what
that's all you
Fnatic
can
are doing. I
ask
think
for.
that would have suited them.
Raylan starts it off.
Because at least with the ISO you can have some combos
Be a
still,
trade,
but Their main issue, I'm telling you, is the no info sentinel. They've got like the loud disease where they don't have anyone that wants to play like a killjoy or anything. So they just have no info sentinel, and you're just playing every single map on hard
They haven't been able to hold, but again, an impactful double from Jonah P. He's left to fight this alone.
Yeah, but it's this guy. Okay, finally taking him down. 2, give him 3.
Onto the board with 3 kills.
Give him 3, and then they go to the defense half without an info sentinel. Hard for them.
We're going to definitely hope that the 9-3 exists still, that curse. Well, it used to be a big thing, and PRX going to have to perform a ritual to bring it back. I'll need to find this round at least, and Tom,
maybe
so
Paper
far,
can do it. I've heard he's pretty good at rituals. I've seen him with the DRX jersey. He's not in the building, so he'll have to. I don't know. It means he can go out in the street and do it. In fact, that's what I want to see.
You want to see Paper Thin in the street doing a ritual?
Yes, that's what it is.
All right, we'll see if we can.
The casting turned into him.
All right, well, I think you might be the only one. No way he's going straight through it. There's no way. Jonah P's positioning has been unbelievable. Trent, I love you, man.
Okay, he got
gorgeous play. Yes, he did, but look at the position of Leaf at this point.
Yeah, but no, but in their
revealed. He has
in their anti, they would have seen the Leaf boys play if they were them.
There's the reaction from PRX and the follow-up from Forsaken.
So as much as it looks like Leaf's going to own this, like the popular setup that G2 like to do all the time is Viper over towards here with Alarm Bot. So they're expecting that, so they're kind of thinking that he should be closer.
Yeah, we finally saw some life in the squad, like reading what was going to be done by Jonah P. I think that's the first
sure,
time we'll
stick with it, give him a pistol.
And then also Forsaken. Last couple of rounds, really stepping up to the plate. It's a mountain to climb, but luckily there's a second half.
I mean, they dismantled them in this half, if I'm honest. It was a whole half of just someone getting multi-kills every single round for like, what, 6 rounds in a row? Can PRX still make it out of this group? If it makes you feel any better, I have them second in this group. I have them making a lower bracket run. But I'm often wrong when it comes to PRX, so I would not feel too confident with that. I'm a PRX fan. You have to be a fan of this game, a fan of this team, like just because of the way that they play it. But at the moment, like this current comp or this current meta, playing with no info sentinel, you're just gonna lose. It's why Loud had a rough time. It's why PRX are having a rough time. And you can blame any individual you want from either of those teams, especially Loud. That's what people did. But the root of all the failure is down to the no info sentinel and weird comps. Henv07 with the prime. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate that. Varun as well with the prime. Thank you very much for doing that also, bro. I appreciate doing that.
Although PRX started to wake up towards the end of that last half. See if they can carry through that momentum here.
But they have to. Again, this is a group where there's a lot of threats. Like EDG and FUT is the game that's going to be played later on. And if this is the level that we're getting, okay, maybe
what's my ideal comp for this map with PRX?
On the other side, but I
would have something on Killjoy, being on Raze,
play later on.
Vi on Fade.
If they have a flat performance like this to start it out,
I have Divine on Fade.
2 rounds to
I'm
close
Freak
out the last
on.
half. It's a little injection.
I'm Freak on Omen and then Forsaken on.
If PRX don't win this one,
again, I would probably use the Fnatic
it was
comp.
Just too far out of reach
then
on Icebox for PRX.
Just have Divine Viper maybe, Forsaken on Fade.
Barrier's about to go up.
I think the main thing they're missing is like someone like something playing Killjoy. I also think the amount he would learn fast of like discipline would be worth it anyway, even if he went back to this stuff like a month later.
Controlled, aggressive from the defensive side. They've met them outside B, and well, just about going to be the retreat. Keeps things even, but neither team is shying away from this. They want to fight. And well, maybe I was wrong. Jonah P with a double. It's not going to be 4, you know, not possible. But it's still pretty good. Last man standing something. Wow. I believed in the post plants of G2.
This is the most one-sided game we've seen, it feels like.
And I don't think I'm going to start to not believe now.
No, I don't really care what the number is for Jonah P. He needs a raise. He's putting in the goddamn work at this point. Trent with a Bulldog, Trent with an Odin, didn't matter. I'm becoming a fan of this team very quickly.
Are you just trying to get the whole team a raise? Is that the goal?
At this point, Tom, you disagree? It's been unbelievable, and although something grabs one, that is all she wrote.
The G2 manager's going, shut up, shut up.
10-3, double digits found in the first round of the second half. G2 certainly seemed to be in the home stretch. We saw a force buy from PRX on their attack. It didn't
And
work.
even that stun hit 4.
I'm not sure that we'll see it here, but
if they do it on defense, then I think Prey's almost just GG the game. Like, you're not going to have that extra injection of having the plant, so it's not. And the last time out, it was one player standing and they got a plant. This time out, it wasn't even close. So you're basically just going to go in with Sheriff or Stingers with
one of their okay-looking maps. Yeah, they lost double pistol though, so that's kind of like.
It is just going to have to be the hard eco.
Hasn't helped them.
Jing. A solo Sheriff.
I also think they could benefit from
yeah, if they do lose,
like in my opinion, if something's on Jet, he has to be on op every single round. So I think like changing their pistol rounds so that he always has 400, so that he can buy the op.
The teams that lose these rounds,
the third round like would become a must.
Taking risks. Now you can see that on the side of PRX,
there's a couple of things
that
I would change. It would just how they're doing it now. But
all the dashes used, the space taken, and there's no one here. Now they've got to go to the other side of the map, which is
and they're going to get over towards a free site here. I mean, PRX are at least going to be close so they can fast flood in. Maybe they can get more than the 2 kills that they need to do damage.
Already. They're just set up, watching for the door. Well, something. He's going to be met by Leaf. It's only a pistol player, so not the end of the world, but we'll garner him an extra orb at least. For the rest, yeah, they've dropped a couple of players. This really isn't bad. Where did that come from?
Yeah, talking about the damage done.
Giving them at least a lot. There's time for this.
There's for sure time. It's just the fact that they're so low.
Valen, a safe pair of hands.
What a shot, man, as well. Okay, hold up.
Maybe the caster curse does exist.
The full eco, and he had armor. And honestly, the armor saved him.
MasterCard Thrifty pulled out of absolutely nowhere. Typically, when we see those, there's at least a small bit of investment, but this really came out of the blue. Double digits for G2, sure, but that lead not extended on, and now the economy in a tough spot. Hey, of all the ways to start this half out,
yeah,
this
shots were hit.
May well end up being one of the
honestly,
best for
though,
PRX, surprisingly.
As much as I don't think they're going to win this map, some confidence of making this close could save them later on in this tournament. So I think some confidence of getting this close would be good.
Miserably. And the time they didn't, they win with 2 players standing. It's the most PRX thing on the planet. And here goes Jing, continuing that train of thought. He's looking to battle and brawl, maybe get some confidence back. He's definitely had a bit of a rough map so far, but I don't think anybody's doubting that he can turn it around.
Yeah, that was his 3rd kill so far. Push up from something.
Did I coach a team with Boaster in 2017?
And it's left open for a moment.
I don't think he was in XL. I think we used him for a tournament. That's the only team that he would have been in.
Trent and Icy, the last 2 standing, and it looks like PRX have really found themselves a way back into this series.
I think he wasn't in that lineup. I was only in that team for like 3 months.
Come on the board with this firing squad waiting for them. And it's nice and easy. Just leaving Trent, just a Sheriff. And if he wins this one, PRX may just walk off the stage.
Right.
10-5.
That was clean though. That's good. Money. Money is here.
It's still a long road to go. And I think we know that getting back into the buy rounds is where the expectation changes. But I do think that just boost of confidence. Like winning a round like that gets everybody hyped up, gets the blood pumping. Also just proves, you know, we can take these rounds away from them. We can still get away with the stuff that we've been attempting and that has failed. I think Forsaken, a lot of the time, puts the world on his back when things are going bad. We saw that in Madrid as well. One of the craziest shotgun plays.
It actually happened as well.
The craziest shotgun play I've ever seen.
Mods, I think you're fine. Bacon's not here. Not that bad. It's just a scoreline.
Certainly not afraid. And you mentioned about the confidence. It's a big factor. Something certainly has it. Already going up aggressive on A. He's got backup. Prowler coming around, spotting a player close left, and he decides to back off. Yeah, this is a wise choice.
Mods, let it flow, man. Let it flow. It's gonna happen. It has to happen.
Can't see someone like Jing slow it down even after a couple of bad rounds.
There's too many ways around it.
More than a couple.
There's a bot on? Oh, okay.
Neon. He needs to be taking space, and he's done just that. Now they can start to rotate to the other side of the map. They'll be a little bit late.
The bot's going crazy.
Be just conceding the control.
All right, big buy round, chat. Relax and focus yourselves.
Back online. Put the
If PRX actually want to do it, this is the round they got to do it. They're up against no ults, 5v5 retake.
Plant. Not going to be denied just yet, as they wait patiently for everybody to arrive.
Taking the leaf out of G2's book. PRX on the way in.
Whoa.
And up he goes, but Jing
That's really bold, man.
He causes the
That's
chaos.
really bold.
Manages the recovery, and Jonah P's there to help out. Forsaken, now the last man standing, misses the jump up top, or maybe he intended to stay below. He almost caught Trent off guard, but the reactions of this guy, unbelievable. Another triple for Trent, and 11 rounds.
And on this one,
he
gets his ult for the next round. Only 2 people going down to them. Money's okay.
God, it's not like the other side where G2 can wait for their retakes and just everything falls into place. I don't mind the idea of those sort of the jump up.
He'd use all his util.
Just the surprise factor of it, but again, whether it's Jonah P, whether it's Trent, like just having these
it's like you gotta, instead of jumping up, and I like the idea of jumping up, someone has to send
so
it.
Impressive about every player on this squad is their positioning. Again though, financially, PRX after the round, they won off pistols.
Wait, that's kind of nice. Can you not get to the? Can you not beat the knife over towards here with a TP?
No cigar.
You did have an op. You only ever have to worry about left side.
PRX don't claim the early advantage. G2 stacked up and ready to blitz out of this choke point. If they go for it, they could be in trouble. You've got Jing and Mindfreak ready to exact vengeance on them. Instead, the spike is shifting towards the B side. A bit of a split with some going C where they know that there's an op. You have to imagine there'll be deep utility used here to push them off the angle. Indeed, it's going to be the Prowler sent through, and it's caught him up close, got the op shot out. Now they've claimed the angle on the side of G2, but is the spike going towards B? I mean, Leaf's already taken the space. The door's open. Nightfall goes through. It's a confusing one for PRX to read. And
yeah, dude, it's a confusing round for everyone, really.
Under pressure, manages the one, but they need a little bit more.
I didn't like that. One of the rare rounds that I didn't really like from
he can back out of there. Has
we did a fade ult with him being the closest person to try and take distance from it.
To allow him to get away.
It looked like the timing was way off on this one. Wait, they get fully reset. 2 people can't buy.
Right on the back
it should be a low buy with 3 people buying.
And that is again the thing. Just how disruptive this team can be. The rotations of Forsaken selling the idea that okay, he's gone down. Jing can now swing off the same position. And then this man at the back of the site, they give him anything, and he's not going to miss those shots. Still, a long way back. But these sort of back and forth rounds, well, at least
these two are fully wrecked. Can't even buy armor into this one. It's actually a really low buy. Don't go too aggro.
Again, G2 are in trouble.
Tell you what though, PRX have been making it pretty hard to take over towards C at the beginning, or at least creating a lot of pressure to get a util out of them.
They can't commit to so many players.
Pass and hold of this one, they beat the one way. Oh boy. Yeah, and that's a gun that they can pick up now.
Able to take that pick
a little bit aggro against an
and now the world's their oyster. They can take it where they want. Turret's still covering their back, but it's about to be out of range. Looks like commitment to the C site, and it certainly is. Straight through his Icy has Showstopper to use, but not anymore. Mindfreak keeping control over the back. He's lit down by the spams and has to be a bit more passive now. The rest of his team on the rotation. 2 stack up on B and 1 further, but they don't know that the snake in the grass yet again, the Viper down below, is on his way, and he's just wrapping for free. It could be an easy kill. He's gone into the smoke though. A moment of solace for Mindfreak, but he doesn't expect there to be a player there. Forsaken's blindsided, and Mindfreak low on the site will struggle to stop this plant.
He's trying his best.
30 seconds
At least one comes up for Divine. Now the time is ticking. This brings things back to even. It's whether or not they want to try and use the Viper's pit, but it might make it tougher to plant. Another one for Mindfreak. Leaf tagged desperately low. It has to be Trent. It needs to be him to try and get something done. And what, 15 seconds left. Plenty of players to find. And in fact, it's a man that started it all. Mind Freak with 3.
And they got some okay ults.
To have this man's
Yeah,
jersey
it looked bad at the beginning, 4v5.
Player. And a big round from him, dodging the spams
Is
at
this a
first. His
G2
timing
timeout?
on the shrouded step was
I wouldn't be against
unbelievable.
it.
Forsaken was unfortunate to get caught blindsided as he walked back through, but the spams here,
Yeah, I mean, they just couldn't plant. Every time they were just getting spammed.
Not just taking down Jonah P, I believe it was there. You see it in the kill feed. Leaf as well. 3 players going down through the wall.
The play cam there is quite funny. It looks like he's celebrating before he got the kill.
He's going to peek me. Watch this.
11-7. PaperX are on that road to recovery.
Full
Now,
pass
the
and
ultimates
aggro over
weren't
towards
used by
A,
G2,
fade
so they
eye.
still have them going into this round.
The weird fade eye. Is it purposely here, or did it fall off from the tree?
Well.
It could purposely be here, so no one can shoot it. So you see if anyone's pushed out.
They really are getting to the point where they're back in the game.
I don't mind it.
Teleport. I was about to say, if he sticks
It's the
that,
plan.
that's a bold attempt. Instead, though, it was just used to give them the information. Nightfall used fairly early, but Jonah P's lurk caught by
And now we get to the op-out.
who could've
Start
guessed
getting
Jonah
a bit
P
of
would be
confidence with
lurking
this.
In this game.
Jonah P goes out, that's just all the pressure of them hitting over towards A. This one person can just stay so strong over towards A.
Leaving the B side, although, okay, the knife gets
Still
thrown
got
through,
3
so
over
Forsaken knows
towards
there's
C.
someone outside B. He'll stick in position. C side, 3 players just
And
outside it. They had
we could have
success,
been-
3 kills in the last round of just spamming the wall and denying the plant. Looks like they're not going for
Hey, it
that
was
this
sick, though.
time. Instead, it's Jing
It was
running
cool.
around the nade for Forsaken, and Jing steps right into it. He is farming them up.
Oh boy.
On 9
Up
HP,
the ult
breathing
as well.
his ult through a smoke.
Oh no.
Now has a real
Oh
chance.
boy.
1v1 against
Yeah,
the
I don't know
ult. This
about the
round
pop
was
of the
looking
ult
done.
there.
It looked like it was already in the bag, and instead there is going to be a challenge. The op not going to be the best for spamming through that wall. Something has to hope that he'll find an angle. Leaf knows once this ult goes off, he has time to get the plant in. He's going for it. Something's wild, spams, perhaps no. He's instead going to close the distance, keep the element of surprise up his sleeve, and try to isolate this man. Caught scoping in. It's a big danger, but he's picked the right angle.
Huge from something.
It's not over yet for
Yeah,
they pushed up
that's
to A.
everything. Look at the money over towards here. It's actually everything.
It feels like they've pulled G2 into the mania that is PaperX.
That was close, man. Leaf
kind
kind of continuing the trend of getting an extra kill.
But again, a safe
Maybe he
pair
shouldn't.
of hands is something with that operator. Jing, though, like, they're just...
Pretty sure the second kill is real crisp,
We've
right?
seen this earlier in the tournament, just playing
Oh!
through the fragments.
Oh
And that is
my
filthy.
god, it was
Couldn't
insanely
quite get it done
crisp.
on the last G2 after losing 5 of the last
I
6
thought it would be
rounds.
good. I didn't think it would be that
Take
good.
themselves a pause. I think a necessary one as well, because we've said in the last map they were able to weather the storm. They were able to play up against PaperX's style with them taking aggressive mid control, them running it down. They were playing it perfectly in those retakes, and in the post plants they were sublime. PaperX have started to deny them getting those plants, and that's where it becomes a little bit more problematic.
Well, you're seeing the first timeout for G2. I haven't had to use any so far. Remember, this was, what, 9-3 at the halftime? An impressive, and the pistol went to G2. So a really impressive
This could have been
recovery.
over like 10 minutes ago.
In fact, with most
Was the
teams,
cleanest
with
double?
most
Yeah,
games,
the second
it
kill was
would have been
so
over.
clean.
Yeah.
But PaperX have started to find themselves a little bit, and with 3 rounds in between them, it is definitely the time for G2 to touch base with the coaching staff. This round, not likely to be the one that they win. They've got pistols. They're very light investing, no heavy shields whatsoever, a few ultimates online, but again, unless you see Jonah P headshot 3 people, or 2 maybe, you're not likely to see that showstopper pulled into effect, unless there's a big mistake from PaperX.
Yeah, same for
Yeah,
his
should
Vipers
be-
as well. It's like you've got a stinger
You're right
in
for this one.
case
I mean, they're
that
not going to go super
eventuality
aggro
comes
against them
about, but
again. Oh my god.
A lot more is needed. It's
Guys.
so aggressive. Already, immediately taking control towards that C site. It's left
Like
something
I
alone.
get
This could
the
actually be
thought
the
process
bigger
of
problem
they
for
call
them.
a timeout and you go aggro.
He's
But
going to manage to dodge, but they're trying to pressure.
about when you're
with a
eco?
low buy, looking to get as close as
Oh,
they
he's
can.
so committed.
Repositioned, but the
Oh,
shots
and
are
he
missed.
uses updraft.
He's now somewhat stuck in the mud, and they're waiting for that rotation to come back in. Shots connecting.
Yeah, and they pick up a gun and Ice. He's got double.
And not even needing that showstopper when he's got the pistol in hand.
Trent's behind as well. He was biding his time on B, and there's no way they expect him to be here at this stage. He's recovered a rifle, and it's the freest kill of his life with Jing down and out. What a way to push up to 12 from G2, a round that seemed like they wouldn't have a chance in. They had nothing but pistols for the most part, and here they are. Just Devi, 1 against 4, a Viper's Pit to fight through. Icy, who's popping off everyone on rifles.
I just didn't. The aggro push against an eco, funneling them into an op, but then it's like kind of asking for the op to get overwhelmed against an eco. Not the best.
G2 right now. A 3K for Icy,
you know they're going to be a little bit crazier on an eco, especially once they hear just numbers. They are just going to full send it, just asking for them to overwhelm your op.
It's going to be the thorn in their side.
And going aggro against it anyway, with the spacing that they did against an eco, just means that they could kill Jing and pick up the gun also. And then something was like super committed with his op. I mean, Icy did incredible. They actually did really good to pinch that guy in pit.
And is completely ready for anything Mindfreak is going to do. 12-8. Operator now gone as well.
4 chances. That might be my worst 4 yet.
For PRX in this round. It's been a huge part of what they have. Jing, he's gone as well.
Damn, Jing has a lot of fast Fs.
No one was close enough to trade him out. Big swing from Devi as well. They'll double up on it. PRX now with the advantage.
A great trade back though.
They punish the early rubble control. The response seems to be to take it the other direction. The steps are heard as Valen moves up towards B main. They know that he's on his way here, and something is more than ready to execute him. But Valen starts to run back.
No way.
Timing for something isn't great because the turret's still there.
It's owned them.
Give the information.
And then now they know that they insta-reclick
this. It does
this.
get the rotation to the C site.
They then fake C into a B.
If he doesn't peek that, it will have actually been a perfect stack up for them on the C site. Now G2 can call into question, okay, if he's pushed up, they know it's not B. They know the fake that we sold isn't going to be there. Forsaken under pressure, but he can't afford to give the game away here. Come on. But now already they've lost one. This
that was nice though. The swing with the fade eye.
Trent is so smart. He throws the reveal and then just swings it, knowing that they're probably going to go for the peak. Nightfall goes through in the back of that.
No way, lost bullet.
Valen though, a huge kill, but with the Nightfall hitting, Trent takes his moment to go for the flank, moving around through heaven, sees that it's clear. Now you know that the defender spawn is not where they're coming from. It refocuses Leaf. He's now looking towards the water, where he's already heard Mindfreak. TP across, waiting for the steps, and he's turned at the wrong moment. A free kill. Trent now has to do it all. He's pulled out multi-kills so many times in the past, and the first is his, but he's going to swing in and deny that defuse. Not this time.
Yeah, not this time.
3 more chances for G2.
We got a little bit close.
Yeah, then again, it's going to be a break back immediately after we see that pistol round victory. You got yourself what was a nice attempt to turn back around. After the early battles, it was looking rough, especially with the information that something was able to get with such a deep position.
The retake was pretty good though. Omen smoke into TP. The TP makes him think that he's above as well.
From the depths of hell
still pretty good apart from maybe the jump pick at spawn.
PRX look to rise. Economically though, again, they're still almost fighting off the back of that pistol, and it's given them enough to purchase once more. And no surprise, we're seeing a push-up on A.
Yep, they've had success taking it. Mindfreak alongside Jing. Forsaken early knife for info on C. And the aggression from something successful, at least in the last round for the information. First fight doesn't go their way. Mound control given over to the side of G2. Orb to be taken. 2 away now from a lockdown and the push-up on A. The slide in from Jing
God, that's
gorgeous.
Crazy. Well, at least the confidence is still there. 33 HP survives on this. That was...
It's got to be infuriating. The amount of times he's been picked off by an operator pushing him. And now, Jing.
I mean, at least there was a chance to get a trade there. Mindfreak would have got a trade no matter what.
The B site looks to be the point of contention. Smokes out, paranoia, utility, but there seems to be a point where they might look to just push through.
Oh, you got fade eye.
I didn't expect that. Now Icy has managed to put down 2. It's not the play you expect to see with the Odin. And now Mindfreak's gone as well. The perfect combo. It's left onto the man who started this comeback. Forsaken, 1v4.
Devastating round. Let's see if he can do it. And no, immediately
nicely done from G2. PRX maybe getting a little bit of confidence at the end here. Still just some errors slipping in there.
With it. This guy is unbelievable. His raise popped off, but you got to commend G2. They look like such
G2
a clean machine on the server.
Great. Again, it's just a very good matchup for them.
Anyone in this
Can't get much better in my
should
opinion.
be scared to face.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think coming into this group, there was a lot of doubt about who would be making it through, but I think most, if not everyone, should have looked at G2 as the favorites. This team has been on an upward trajectory all the way through the year, ever since making it in. For PRX, hey, they woke up towards the end. We started to see the team that we wanted to see throughout this series, but it was just a little bit too late. And those individuals on the other side, the team cohesion, there was everyone needed to sort of fight versus the side of PRX. And yeah, I think if you look at most teams, maybe you could think of, okay, this is their weakness, this is a weak link. For G2 right now, I'm stumped. It's up to their next opponent to try and work it out.
Yeah, someone's going to be losing sleep
we'll
trying to answer that question,
them.
because this team doesn't seem to have a weakness when it comes down to players or approach. They just seem so far ahead. And I got to say, I am impressed by what I saw today and every facet of it. Icy blew me away with some of his performances. Jonah P, that man, he needs to be studied. He needs to be studied. I want to know what he ate, what he did in the morning. What's his routine? I'm copying it once there's no walking involved. And Trent, look, here it is. Here it is with the pistols as well, the 4K that kicked it off. And this set the tone for the map. And I don't think the tone changed. There was a little moment.
I would say there was a decent moment.
PRX picked it up at the end, but
down,
again,
they made it competitive.
Just too far behind. And that was our fear going into the second half.
For sure. No, I think the retakes were incredible. Like, that was
unreal.
What really
I predict for EDG
I think on both maps,
for
but this map in particular,
it's a close game.
Ridiculous. Whether
The
it was
50-50 as well.
utility for the late round, just having it to combo a player out of position, or even just general cohesion and fundamentals from these players. Like, they are so
They lost double pistol. They made this map doable.
Where they take fights, basically optimizing.
They made the map doable, but it's like they also.
It was at times the
I think the fashion that they lost is in like the rounds that they lost, like the double eco and the. I guess some of the push through smokes here as well, and like some of the over peaks really let them down. Like it's one of those ones that I feel like there's 5 rounds where Alex could have been doing that at least.
A team that was
I think I'm being generous saying 5.
now finds themselves with a loss to open up champs. We're going to go down to the stage, though, and hear from Valen with our good friend, Bella.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the post-match interviews with your host, Bella. I'm joined by G2's Valen. Congratulations, Valen, on your win.
Thank you.
오늘 첫 번째 경기 G2의 발린 선수 만나보겠습니다. 승리 정말 축하드립니다. 이제 유일하게 G2가 어센션 팀에서 챔피언스를 진출하게 됐는데, 그리고 이전에 또 다시 한번 PRX를 오늘 이긴 승리 소감 한번 먼저 들어보겠습니다. The only Ascension team in Champs, and yet once again you took down PRX. How is that? How does that win taste?
It feels very good to come out for our first match and come out with a victory. We know it's going to be a long journey, but to start off strong means a lot to us. We put a lot of effort and preparation for this match, so I'm glad that it all paid off, and the boys showed a great game today, so thank you to my team.
이번 챔피언스를 통해서 이제 첫 경기를 정말 좋게 출발하게 돼서 너무 기쁘고요. 이제 팀원들도 그렇고 이제 앞으로 이길 경기들이 많이 남아 있지만 첫 출발이 좋아서 엄청 기쁘다고 하네요. 그리고 G2의 이제 아이스박스가 점점점 단단해진 거를 우리가 오늘 경기에서도 볼 수 있었는데, 좀 IGL로서의 발리는 오늘 아이스박스 팀의 아이스박스를 어떻게 평가하는지 한번 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Your Icebox has been getting more solid by each game.
Yeah.
And how would you rate, or what are your thoughts? How confident are you about your team's Icebox?
Yeah, so we've had some devastating losses on that map, obviously, some almost 13-0s, like really bad results, but it's always been a top map for us in scrims, so we don't shy away from it. We know it's a good map for us, and we just have to look back at the VODs when we lose and iron out some little details, because it always comes down to the tiny things for us.
Right.
And from there, we just took it match by match, and now it feels really confident, so I kind of dare teams to pick it.
이제 원래 아이스박스가 스크린에서
LeBron's
항상
James,
탑픽이었기
thank you so much, man.
때문에
Appreciate the 2
뭔가
months.
자신감은
Thank
항상
you, tier 1.
있었지만 이제 안 좋았던 경기들이 몇 번
Hit us with the
있어서
Go Valorant as well.
오늘 이번 이제 경기를 통해서도 이제 G2의 아이스박스는 준비가 됐고, 다른 팀들도 저 도전장을 내밀었으면 좋겠다고 이야기를 하네요.
3 to 8 first kills, first deaths. Yeah, there was a lot of first deaths in.
하겠습니다.
I mean, a lot of the plans were
one
to
last thing before
try and
you
get a
go,
trade off of him.
EDG
So I
or
get
FUT
it.
Esports?
I want EDG.
EDG?
Yeah.
All right. All right, good luck to you for the rest of the tournament. Thank you for the interview.
감사합니다.
And that was G2's Valen, and we'll have to see if he's right, because we have EDG versus FUT Esports coming up after the break. Bye-bye!
Okay, let me upload this fast map. Yeah, this next map should be, this next match should be pretty interesting. Should be very close. Chat, I will be back in a little bit.
이거 시작한 지 언젠지 하도 힘을 주고 있더니 지금도 뻐근한 내 어깨 내가 지금 뱉고 있는 가사는 대체 뭘 위한 건데 모를 거야 난 평생 내 선생 또 선배는 너를 정내 플레이리스트에 남들과 좀 다른 게 들어왔지 눈에 투면 내 same thing 비슷해 보이는 것 빼고 골라서 선택 It is the mistake For the cash, for the fame 관심 없어 난 내 가사에만 몰입해 계속 work on 믿었어 그럼 따라온다고 잔스레 근데 항상 따라붙는 조바심 내 버릇이 잡아먹는 강박 내 목소리를 팔아 남들 다 하는 얘기 말고 진짜 내 living life 다 끝내 눈 감아 뭐 접어 그 전까지 날 붙잡고 있는 것은 다름 아닌 사랑 It's love What is love? I don't know Nobody heard 어느새 내가 여기까지 왔어 정말 I'm okay 한치 앞을 모르겠어 only up for chance Take a step closer I rest my case 말했잖아 정말 I'm okay 어느새 내가 여기까지 왔어 정말 I'm okay 한치 앞을 모르겠어 only up for chance Take a step closer I rest my case 말했잖아 정말 I'm okay 이게 몇 킬로인지 I feel right it's black Oh can you see me take your stereotype A lot of time 도대체 얼마던가 내가 버린 수많은 것 생각이 안 나 중요한 것을 놓치고 있는 듯한 기분 말이야 쫓기고 있는 듯한 이 기분 말이야 걱정 마 여기까지 다 왔잖아 미안하지만 I don't give a it's my life 가끔은 be alone 근데 낯설은 맘의 위로 받을 줄도 몰라 혼자 견뎌내고 이겨 나의 방식 가끔씩 안 통하는 상식 돌아보니 고마움을 알기에 I believe in myself 시간이 흐르고 나는 익숙해져 be alone 믿을 건 오직 나뿐인 이게 내 인생 loan 이루기 전에 눈 못 감지 그래 내가 여기까지 왔지
Welcome back to Day 4 at Champion Solar. Second match on this beautiful Sunday. It's going to be EDG taking on FUT Esports. Of course, Golden Boy here once again, joined by Achilleos as well as Mimi to break everything down. And before we jump into it though, I do want to do some quick reflection. G2, excellent job from them. Seth, I hope you're okay, buddy. You're reeling. a little bit, for a bit, but you got over it.
It's nothing I haven't been through before. And, you know, they always, you know, they tell you that nonsense where, like, you'll never experience that same degree of pain again.
Yeah.
You know what? We've gotten past it, so I'm fine.
Yeah, that's right. You embrace the pain. You become one with the pain. Hey, but you know what, though? An excellent matchup from G2. We'll, of course, see both of those teams later on in the competition. But for now, though, let's focus our attention on the task at hand. Now, these two teams are no strangers to the global stage and have had some incredible moments, but they've never really been able to get over that hump. 7th, 8th, 5th, 6th. But you know that the talent is there, Mimi.
Top 6 is the limit for both these teams. EDG has been to 6 global events, FUT to 4, and I think they're really paralleled in their story. Both a team that fully represents one country, EDG for China, and on the other side, FUT for Turkey, that have been the best from their respective regions at making deeper runs. But for EDG, after having their breakout year last year, I think this year has been a bit more disappointment. Going home early in that first round at Masters Shanghai in front of their home crowd was a heartbreak for the squad.
No, it really wasn't. I mean, it was a year of elation last year, as you're saying. This year has been a bit of a rockier road. And I'm curious to see how they look, because there's additional pressures that are kind of getting stacked on EDG, because they have seen success, more relative success from the likes of FPX on the international stage, but they themselves still remain at the top here regionally. But now we saw with that matchup from Trace, the bar continues to get set higher and higher for these Chinese squads, and for EDG in particular.
Yeah, no, of course. It goes without saying that you have a team in this situation that they found themselves with a ton of success, and it's only natural that when you're top of the mountain for such a long time, things are going to start to fall apart a little bit. This is where we start to see the resiliency we've seen from teams like G2. Let's see that from teams like EDG.
And EDG, I mean, they did more than that. They made changes coming into this event for the first time in forever. EDG has always been the same core, but after their first game in Stage 2, they benched their IGL Haodong. He's now filling into somewhat of an assistant coach role, still helping out with this team. They also had coaching changes. After is gone, Muggle is up now as their head coach, and a new player, Simon, has been added to the mix. And I think from watching their games, really reinvigorated EDG. They're back to dominating in China, and well, they're still playing a similar style. They're showing a lot of new comps and ideas, at least regionally, and Simon has been a big part of that.
Yeah, and I think we've seen that time and time again for a multitude of different rosters, and how long that stretch, how long that reinvigoration can last is a different question. But I mean, it's very much the likes of, you know, something joining onto the side of PRX and then being able to take over Pacific last year. Simon comes in, EDG maintaining their spot at the top over in China. How does this look, though, on that global stage is the big question.
I think he looks solid regionally. He's playing, he has a really wide initiator pool, and he does fill in pretty much one for one for Haodong's roles. But what he's not doing is IGLing. Nobody who has been on this team for ages, since basically the dawn of EDG, is now picking up that mantle, which I feel like is a little surprising, because he was so often known as a player who was making some of the more crazy, wild plays, running around on Sky for this team. But he's really locked in, and I think evolved as a player to now take on that mantle from Haodong of the in-game leadership.
That's what you need to do when you want to compete at this level. The best of the world are here in Seoul, South Korea, so you need to take it to that next step. But let's go ahead and hear what Simon says as we have Mika Fab standing by with him.
Hi, Simon. Hello. Can we pull you for a quick question? Now, this is not only your first, hi, Kaka. This is not only your first Champions, but this is your first global event ever. So I'm wondering what's going through your head right now. How did you prepare for this day? We have Luna here to help with some translation.
那这不仅仅是你第一次的冠军赛，这更加是你的第一次世界赛嘛？那你现在脑海当中在想着些什么呢？以及是怎么准备今天的比赛的呢？
在想什么？就是有点紧张，然后就想着努力拿下吧。
A little bit nervous, and we'll try our best to win today's matchup.
Well, I'm sure you guys are going to do great. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, not what I was expecting. A little bit nervous, but you know what? I mean, maybe a little nerves might not be the worst thing in the world to have, right? You know, trying to spin that.
I think it's really expected, and I think that, frankly, it's better to just be honest about it rather than maybe try to lie to yourself and say like, no, everything's going well, I'm going to do fine, you know, the team's going to do great, whatever. Sometimes just accepting that you have that nervousness is going to, you know, just help you be able to overcome it. The team knows what you're dealing with. They've been there in that position before, so he's got a good support.
This map is Lotus. How do you guys know this?
And I also don't think he's alone in those feelings. Nobody in an interview was talking about the fact that he, having to pick up the IGL mantle, was feeling anxious himself.
Lotus just won 750 off FNS. Wait, FNS went for PRX to beat G2?
Good. They looked comfortable.
Bro, that was free money, man. That's crazy.
I
mean, I respect the
like
solidarity for PRX.
Superstar. This isn't a player that we're going to expect to go out there and light the world on fire. He was really solid, and he's in
That's free money, dude. Arda should have tried to get that higher.
Players on this international scene. Remember, 6 times they've been to global events before. Who can make him feel comfortable on this stage?
Yeah, well, look, I mean, when you're nervous or you're not sure how to feel in those moments, you lean on
Arda's lowered it.
There, and who better to lean on than a guy who loves living in that spotlight? It's Kong Kong, and this is a guy who we have always known to step up in those clutch moments. He's had many incredible moments on the global stage, but this is certainly going to be a tough challenge for Kong Kong and for the rest of EDG, as we had alluded before, Seth, because they are kind of figuring it out right now. And Kong Kong, well,
dude, if he was given 1-for-1 odds, would have tried to get that as high as he would have gone.
We haven't gotten those high highs from him this year compared to what we've been used to.
It was like a what? It was like a 70-30 game.
Against, you know, up against
50-50 odds.
The main thing that I want to see is just
maybe I'm being generous with the 30 as well.
I think that's the big thing about the matchup. Both these guys are some of the players who like hopping the most in their respective regions. For both these teams on their defensive side, getting that star player set up. They'll both call a lot of the rotations around leaving their opper alone on the line, and both of them definitely have that experience taking over games. Kong Kong before on the international stage, and Cena.
No, were they still for an hour? No, it's straight up. It's straight up after.
Before. He's been a world champ, so big pressure for both these guys, I think, to show their best here at Champs 24.
Hey, well, you know, pressure makes diamonds, right? So we'll see what ends up happening with this. But ahead of Champs, we sat down with Kong Kong to talk about his return to the global stage, who maybe hoists a trophy over his head. Let's go ahead and check it out.
Hey guys, we have a very special guest joining me today for a quick interview. We have Kong Kong of EDG, and we have Luna to help with some translation. So nice to see you guys. Now, Kong Kong, you've been at every global event since Champions 2022. How different is it being here at Champions 2024 from the first time that you stepped onto that global stage?
会有一些感觉吧，就是以前可能会觉得一切都是很未知的，然后现在可能就是只需要准备好我们自己该做的那些东西，然后去尽力的去面对下一场比赛就行了。
I think there's there's a difference because previously we just felt that everything is unknown, but now you just have to prepare your own thing just to try your best.
Yeah, well, we know, of course, that we're going to expect the very best from EDG, but now the team looks a little bit different. You have Simon now in the roster, you have Muggle now as the head coach, and Haodong is now assistant coach. So with your top seed finish in VCT China, how would you say they impacted like preparations going into this event and on that global stage?
我觉得就更专项一点，然后现在更做东西更基础，然后只是构建一下团队的道具跟协同吧，然后其他就可能风格有一些转变，然后跟之前训练的东西跟针对的东西不太一样了。
I think we have the things we have changed particularly. It's more about our basic, more about our synergy, our Kate, and our scene. The difference is like the style because we have changed a little bit. So I feel like the things we're changing is in different style right now.
Well, we know that you and EDG, you have a massive fan base. We saw that in Master Shanghai. Why do you think
Takes
the
a
fans
tough.
connect
Thank
to
you. Thank you.
so
Year and a
much,
half
Kong
as well. Thank you for the tier
可
1.
能更多的是活力吧，我觉得我们
Masters, yeah, it's Bren Sideshow.
一直以来就备受
the
关注的
beginning, I
一
think,
点
right?
是我们充满活力，对，所以说怎么说呢？其实，然后再加上可能是舞台上或者赛场上我们的发挥，然后跟表现吧。
I think the first thing is about our energetic. I think this is one of the most important reason, and also plus on our performance on the stage or in the server. I think that's why.
I think it's also like your epic poses, right? You who can forget that. We're eager to see more of it on that stage. So thank you so much for this interview and best of luck.
EDG burst onto the scene and really made a name for themselves right out of the gate. Kong obviously being at the tip of the spear when it comes to that. But, you know, I think, yeah, that energy, that excitement, that's what makes this EDG team so excited. And, yeah,
the classic pose was at Champs, wasn't it?
Love it, yeah.
I think it might have been Tokyo.
Was it?
No, I think it was LA.
I thought it was LA, too.
I'm sure it was Champs LA.
I mean, he had so many different moments.
Avaru as well, thank you so much for the 2 months. Appreciate the tier 1 also, dude. Thank you for the support.
Yeah, for me, after last year, like Kong was that guy. He was.
How does Fnatic's Haven comp work?
Yeah, for sure. But
that kind of works a lot because of Alpha. Actually have some pretty good stuff.
Here, and this is a squad that, you know, again, another team similar to EDG who have not been able
to they use the double damage a lot.
Right there to be able to do so.
Like the double damage combos are pretty good.
Beat one of their demons in Fnatic and made it into the top 6 at Masters Shanghai. It was their best appearance ever at a global event. And these guys have come back in, honestly, looking solid. They did end up losing to Fnatic again and went down in the EMEA playoffs, but I think they stuck to their guns. They're still a team with a lot of somewhat unique but really well executed ideas. When I think of them, I don't think of like crazy util set plays and combinations, but I just think of really solid teamwork, players swinging together, everyone in the right place, and just some fantastic Turkish aim from players like Sinet and Yetije.
Yeah, you love to see it. Oh, well, look at that. Lost that pen. All right, well, let's go ahead and hear from a world champ, shall we? We got Sinet standing by with Mika Fabs.
Hi, CNED. Good to have you back. The team is back for another Champions, and I feel like you guys are the team that everybody is sort of healthily wary of. So what do you think this roster, FUT, can bring to the table that you think will surprise everybody on that stage this year?
I mean, we are come to here to, I think, as underdogs, so we can surprise everyone, I hope, and become champion.
Well, eager to see it. Good luck out there.
Both these teams, I think, are coming in with a bit of an underdog mentality, right? They've both had their breakouts before on the international stage, but both these squads, I think, approaching their opponent with respect, but with real potential to win this one.
Yeah, I mean, Kong, he's always been that guy getting out of his chair, getting in your face. Yeah. We've been seeing that more and more from CNETs, and now with these two clashing for the very first time, I'm curious to see who's going to be left standing at the end of this all and who's going to be...
It should be cool.
Sitting in their chairs.
Yeah, for
and
sure.
Both of these teams have underperformed recently as well.
I'm really excited to check out is Yetuje, who also another one who came into the global stage and really shocked us all with his performance, and I think it's safe to say, like, this is a guy that you got to be afraid of when you face off against him in that server.
He's such an important player for this team. He's almost always going to be locking in this cipher, and I think
Dolphin as well.
So
21 months. Thank you so much, man.
Him about disguising the strong side of setting him up in a lot of positions.
He woke up at 3 a.m. It works out alright.
He has to do a ton, but his mechanics and his individual form is so good that he's almost always thriving in those situations. And on top of that, you just see the energy he exudes when he is playing well on stage. Him yelling.
I'm not sure I didn't for these teams. Let's check.
Yeah, this guy is loud, and from the outset, just joining in the off season, you could see that the impact was there already. FUT, you could see that this was going to be a very different team, that they were going to be able to reach new heights, and so far they've been able to do that. But how high can they go? We're about to find out.
Oh yeah, that's right. We got two teams here, never faced off against one another before, and I'm expecting a damn good match. So let's go ahead and send it over to the stage and bring out
Get rid of Ascent, which is FUT's best map, so that's why the matchup is pretty good for EDG. And then FUT should be picking Lotus, which they probably should win.
FUT Sports.
It should just go third map, right? FUT should be banning Haven. And then EDG will pick Sunset. So Sunset, Lotus, Abyss. Abyss or Bind is what I'm expecting. Sunset, Lotus, Abyss or Bind.
Favorite thing about Valorant at the global level is you get to see matches that you never thought you'd be able to see. You're getting an all-Turkish team going up against an all-Chinese team, a truly international battle, and it is going to be fantastic.
Both these teams are the icons of their region.
Oh, they managed to get Sunset for the third one. EDG picked Bind.
As we look at the
FUT avoid Abyss.
Starting things off with, I think, a pretty good one for FUT.
That's
They've
not
played
too
a
bad.
lot of their Lotus in EMEA. It seems like almost every
I think FUT will take this.
They quite like themselves some Lotus
I
out
think
there.
what is interesting though is that
I think they'll be happy with this one. I'm pretty sure FUT would have lost Abyss.
And the breach. well, they have shifted away from
EDG
like,
picking bind is
KO.
interesting.
CNET still only plays Jet and Raze for this team. They haven't picked up any of the new stuff with Neon, any of the Yoru ideas. They're very much a team that is committed to their read.
Yeah, whereas on the other side, we have actually seen, you know, kind of for some of the first times, Kong flexing over to some different roles, picking up some different things such as that Gecko and whatnot. So curious to see if there's going to be any big changes in the overarching compositions from EDG. Where they want to really
damn, sorry, dude, almost missed the gifted. LeBron's James came in with a sub earlier. Thank you for your first ever gifted. Appreciate the 5. Now you know what to do. Get the slug Oiler spam going. I was a bit late to it, so let's do the spam again. LeBron's James. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate all the support, dude. If you got gifted as well, make sure you add them.
And an Omen as well, playing a double
thank you.
controller with no Viper. Maybe taking somewhat of a leaf out of
there we go. There's the slug Oilers. We like that.
Who favors a lot of those kind of like Omen Clove double smoker ideas.
Mr. Fallen out there bopping his head quite a bit. I got to know what the deal with the the octopus is, but there you go. The lock-in comes through here. You're getting Clove. You're getting Kong on that Neon. I'm excited to see him break some ankles.
Klein as well. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate the prime. Thank you for this
compositions. I mean, the big thing that I'm looking at is going to be Kong and that new player.
Thank you for doing that, dude.
That breach is there to help set up the Neon.
Yeah, I mean, EDG's Lotus is good as well. It's not like FUT heavy favorites on the Lotus.
Get that pinpoint accuracy on display.
On EDG's attack, watch how they'll slowly kind of
Tobo.
clear through space. When they go towards it, they're going to smoke
with the tier 1. Thank you so much, man, as well. Welcome in.
And then kind of set it up into a 2-stage fight with the amount of smokes they have. Normally, when you're only playing Omen, you don't have that potential. This Clove
EMV's got the counter out. Yeah, probably.
And you're combining that with the Neon.
Surely EDG, some of the util well.
To show here. And FUT has never played against a comp like this.
Oh, I'm excited. All right, let's go ahead and jump into map 1, shall we? And send it over to your casters, who, by the way, are taking a break from getting rinsed on the Pacific servers. It's Brennan's
I've never played on the Pacific servers.
I've never been rinsed in my life on the Pacific servers.
Yeah, you
I'm taking over. No,
that's
a lie, actually. Singapore servers after 6 p.m. demon time. don't play on those servers. I'm telling you now. We got FUT versus EDG here for our opening matchup, really, between these two teams. The first signs of life that we're going to see them in Champs so far. And there's a lot.
Right, we got FUT on defense. We got EDG on attack. We got no raid boss. We got a Frenzy coming out. Yeah, this is probably the first time.
But the big one is that EDG are under a lot of pressure.
FUT's got their no info initiator comp down. They use the Cypher pretty much as their info. Yeah, it's good.
They want a taste of that themselves again. FUT was stacking up over towards C at the start of this pistol.
They started off pretty questionable on this map, and they got it refined.
Both teams playing
that. It's gonna have to be a straight up retake. No one's seen the camera yet.
Just in cases here, Simon's gonna go for that plan.
Got retake camera, got kill trip as well. No one's hit the kill trip.
For backside fight with Kang already in that spot and position.
EDG love to get aggressive on these Lotus post plants.
Let's see if they got anything clear in the one-way fault line. And the paranoia, right clicks, a bit of panic settling in. Chichu trying to cover it just over the shoulder as well. Kang still alive. It's off to the side here, making sure that he can hold this one back. But already
Mr. Fallon handled this pretty well.
And swarmed by the FUT players with that front side control. They've taken out almost
coming in, still alive.
Last one to be alive here, and Crack sticking at the fuse.
Damn, that is solid. Heal keeps him alive. That's some Clove impact right there. Big 1v2, right? Maybe 1v3.
He got enough chip
damage. Yeah, that was lovely from him, though, really.
Both of those players super weak.
Woldovan with the 8 months. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate the tier 1.
Nice Red Bull clutch that Smoggy
Thank you for doing that.
Early on. Like you said, very needed. Other than that, their post-plant aggression didn't really work. It looked like FUT's coordination on the retake was working as well. EDG needed someone to come up
huge. We'll keep an eye on the pistols. 1-0. I mean, just nice clutch from him.
Smoggy was the man for the job.
I'll tell you in general, FUT love contacting around places. It's not a high utility composition that they're running here. You don't have the raise, you don't have the fade, you just got a breach.
Yeah.
And they normally save that utility for like big retakes or big executes, depending on what side they're on. So there's going to be a lot of raw gunfights happening.
Ned's got to expect this angle.
And when you have that kind of clash between teams like this,
now they know that they pushed all the way over towards C, so they should,
whether the
especially against an eco, go back and
feeling it today and can access their full potential.
Pressure.
And in terms of the peaks that we've seen, players in this server have just put on absolute god mode tournaments occasionally.
See if those individuals are firing off. EDG are making this one. It's quite cautious at the beginning into this eco round. Of course, they don't want to give away any lives unnecessarily. Cnade gets at least 2 chances there to potentially rip off some heads, but he's back at the site here, and with only the Sheriff in hand. Shouldn't be too much danger. Yeah, he's cleaned up, so EDG going for that plan at this point here.
They're allowed,
we've already kind of briefly mentioned how unorthodox these compositions are. These teams, FUT and EDG, they have been playing it in their regions. It's not like we've seen this for the first time.
No, but we haven't seen them clash against each other.
Yeah.
EDG's comp, in my opinion, is really attack-sided. It's crazy attack-sided. And then when EDG go onto defense, they try to save up, get an operator into Kangkang's hand, and they're like, would you mind winning us a few rounds with the op? Because the actual compositional setups are not that great on the defense. So I'm expecting EDG here to run up the scoreline at least to a comfortable level for them. And if they don't, they might be in a bit of trouble.
That's the depth that they're allowed.
EDG just going to be going down to the spike here. So another one followed up by EDG, putting that second round on the board.
I also think it's really remarkable that, I mean, maybe it's not remarkable because they've got G2 and PRX in their group, but the community had both of these teams as like 25%ers, 3rd and 4th in the group. Only 25% of people thought that they were going to exit the group, basically,
right, for
both of these teams. I think this group could be rife for upsets. PRX is waiting. Whoever loses this, I don't think PRX has an enormous edge over either of these two teams.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But neither of them are going to want to be in that position.
Yeah, looking to grab a win nice and early in
it was a big buy round for
EDG.
Bonus is looking decent. EDG got 3 Bulldogs. Bowman flash in, stun.
Give some access to that
damage as well. Okay, so
might be looking to cement it.
Heavy over towards A. They make sure that Cena can pick up the orb as well. Try and get that. Oh wow, nice and early, and this guy's dead, right?
Barely alive, but a stun still applying, and he's able to trade
no
out
way.
these kills. Kill trip played off of this guy is electric right now.
I mean, he was stunned up. He's done absolute madness there, getting the first kill, and then that's enabled him to get the trade and then the kill off the trip.
Now going to be licking their wounds, I think, looking for options and ways back into this round.
Already I can tell that FUT have been watching the VODs. That aftershock comes out from Simon every time, and EDG made sure his trips did not get broken by it. That was massive.
And now FUT just hold, waiting for
my
it. Signs of life contact, the head's just peeking up and over. Ripped clean.
Yeah, that was a convincing first buy round. That was very nice.
So important for FUT to showcase early on.
It all came down to that first kill, though.
That they can hold on to a site when there's only one player and a flood coming through. It was just EDG there. Ada Captain comes to try to reinforce. To be honest, Kangkang should probably be favored in that kind of situation. But if
no doubt about it.
I guess the stun is cosmetic.
E-commerce as well. Thank you for the 2 months.
Because Simon's aftershock is
I appreciate the tier 1.
Break those trips.
Believe in the clove. I think like a Viper is probably better in most of the situations, but again, you can play pretty gambly. It's not like it would be the reason they lost.
Going to be made that much more easier here for EDG.
I think it's going to be a mistake for FUT to opt into these rubble fights. EDG's composition is much better in those spots.
Yeah. Like we were already talking about, I mean, the utility that FUT have to work with, it's pretty low. In terms of if you're trying to go, pound for pound against this composition that EDG have, the double initiator, the duelist. Neon stuns are just brutal for trying to find that
one over towards A and go back to C.
Is called here by FUT.
Does yesterday go to aggro because he's about to... Oh.
He's got a good idea.
Very good idea. Just sees the jiggle as well, but already gives it up, doesn't he? Spoiler. And already
down on stun. How is this guy doing this? How is he doing this?
Only with the 2 before the trade comes through. Still
incredible. Nice trades from EDG though.
Chances and opportunities, but they want to make their way back over towards A now. EDG. Chichu didn't give up that position earlier, so just holding on to that A control for most of the round gives them that option.
It's a nice call. Coming back over to Chichu, who was inserted there. Mr. Falling might have an opportunity. Shut down.
The timing from this from Chichu is good. Just did double smokes, gun out.
Should secure the round up. We'll have to be keeping an eye on these kind of mid-round calls.
Kind of needs to keep the gun. As we can see, he's the only person who can't bind next.
Things are extremely hectic in the EDG camp, especially since they've decided to bench Haodong, put him into the 6th man assistant coach kind of vibe, and bring nobody in to make a lot of the calls for them.
Prax is trying to make a go at this. I don't really understand the logic behind it.
Probably needs his weapon.
Yeah, he really does. He's got no money to buy another one. The rest of his team does, so he's going to get out of there. Not going to get punished.
I like this from Chi
to make that attempt. But you're right, you know, EDG...
You did this pretty early.
There's been even comments from Nostalgia. You know, I was talking about Yinsu ahead of this match as well, just trying to get that extra information heading into it about EDG. But, you know, even Kangkang was talking about how they get chaotic in the mid-round sometimes. They lose track of, you know, what decisions they should be making.
Frankly,
gets a little bit messy.
That doesn't surprise me whatsoever when you put a player who's known for his unorthodox plays and strange read on the game and feast or famine play style, and you put him into an IGL position. But it feels like Edward Gaming are just trying to figure out what their mentality is, what their ethos is, their style of play. All right. CNED's going to pick up an operator. Go to look for an early
Now we get into the
out
big
here
rounds.
towards C.
Got to imagine.
Aren't buying after this one. Even EDG, like these two are wrecked.
Boatloads of it, but okay. Unscoped as well. That is so damn dangerous, nearsighted just by the Prowler. Was not broken up by EDG. It gives it full sight.
Oh my.
Over towards the C-mound angle. Door's going to be opened here, not even contested, at least with that Nightfall. Scatters its way across. There's no follow-up, though, with the wall.
Dude, it doesn't even give them... Oh my god, look at the Uto jump here. It didn't give CNED a chance to even get a kill. That's the first time he's seen anyone. Nice though. Yeah, he hit Smoggy though, 24 through the wall.
He's not quite grasping any of them. Damage done to Smoggy. Not quite the kill he was looking for though. Still has the blade.
This was great from EDG. They had no chance.
He's definitely making a decent go of it. Teams grouped up now.
Like, they gave FUT no chance to even get anything on this.
Aim to be held. Kang. It's an off angle. Just down onto the ramp as well, but he needs to land it. Shot down with the rest of his team.
Really solid, man.
It's led just firing through and followed through with the kills. Beautiful work by EDG.
Very, very cool.
Very nicely done there. EDG, when I was watching them in China on this map, they loved fighting aggressively in the post.
Look super good. Yeah, they look really good here. Just as soon as they find CNED, they just overwhelm instantly. No hesitation. Uto's good. Nothing is out of place. No one overstepped. Incredible. Look at that. Look at those kills. Wait, what the hell?
With each other and hit these important shots. Really
I don't want to be hugging the walls anymore after that.
This is putting EDG well ahead now.
Right there. Yeah, ults are starting to get generated already. See the rolling thunder. Simon holding on to it. And Captain's the only one to hold back this A approach. It's a weaker buy by FUT.
Yeah, the attack side operator is now coming out as well. Kangkang picking that up.
Yeah, and they can do these pushes,
they tend to play a lot slower when Kangkang is
so no info sentinel.
FUT just trying to abuse the fact that there's no sentinel on the side of EDG, but Smoggy will happily fulfill that role. Even just with the raw gunfire. I mean, listen, there's always danger.
Yeah, crispy on this as well, looking crazy clean. I like the idea of the Clove being the person that watches behind, because then you'll have smokes to create a big amount of pressure as well. The overall way of playing this comp is pretty good so far. It's maybe... What?
Whoa, cracks! He's given it the lifeline and a chance, an opportunity that it's just opened Pride. Wide open, 5 health though to his name. It's a 1v1, isolated down in the blink of an eye. Expecting already the cross up from Smoggy.
Oh my goodness. How did he manage to get that so close?
There's just a taster of what this match might end up devolving into.
Listen, man, I said it could get dangerous and they got the sheriffs in their hands.
It's absolutely bonkers what these players are able to do with light weaponry. I mean,
he's on 5 HP the whole time.
Onto nobody and onto Simon. And
my
it's so clean. If Captain hadn't leapt face first into the aftershock there, they actually could have had a 2v1. Maybe secured the round.
Yeah, at least they're laughing it off as well.
Though. He's
got 3
in stride. No worries, guys.
FUT are going to take attack time out here. This side is going to be very difficult for them. I really do believe that EDG's composition is massively attack-sided. And when they have ults online like Clove ult, Breach ult, it's just going to be so difficult to hold them back. I think FUT should be aiming to put a little bit of pressure early and then fight a kind of rolling retreat as they back up and then play retake onto the sites with their own Breach ult. It's really important though that
the
you
coach, yeah,
test
the coach
EDG
goes for it.
early on, because
Got
you
a
want
lot
to
to
drain
say
them out
every
of
single time in the
utility, you want
timeouts.
to make them use the breach ult. You don't want to give away that you're just
Need
playing
to change
full
pause
retake
there.
setups. Otherwise, they're just
He's
going to
kinda
walk in
just
and then they have
feeling
all
it.
the ults for post plan. Yeah. So I would like to see, we can see that CNED is picking up
Low
the
HP,
operator. I'd
yeah,
like
you
to
probably
see
should,
CNED
but-
try and take an aggressive angle. You know, maybe over towards C, maybe even fighting from the kind of A site kind of area, but something that forces out that breach ult so that then his team can play retake. It's just so important that he
Close
at
to,
least creates
close to a good
pressure
amount
and
of
then gets
ults.
out alive.
Yeah, that's the difficulty.
Okay, this is the first time that they're going to try over towards B. We've got CNED opping B, and we've got double info on the sides. This is definitely a good play, but he is about to get wrecked again.
Already being just accosted off onto the corner. Stun already connecting. CNED just trying to get the hell out
Look
of
at
there.
that tunnel vision
He
from
does cover
Kang
it.
though. He's hunting him
Like you
down,
mentioned,
bro.
Josh, as well, that rolling retreat, they're just backing away now. The rolling thunder of itself cracks.
Oh my,
he lets
double.
it loose, lets it rip now. Everybody pushed up back into the corner, but cosmetic stuns is the nature of this game sometimes. Smoggy,
How do they
not
wanna play
dead
this?
yet. Back into the fight, but Fallen from the side, instantly traded once more. The pause.
They got trip up here. Gives them info that they're pivoting, and they still don't know where one is.
Side, CNED, he's fast onto it, but
Or
players
dies
up
over
into his
towards
face as well,
side,
up
so
and
they can
down
kind
the
of
ropes,
smoke
they're
this
making
off them.
one dangerous.
Majority of the
Awkward.
time.
CNED's lucky to be alive.
Spike planted.
Bit of calm for once in the middle of the round. FUT sure to play this one together. Holding just in case. Flank possibilities, but a contact peek, doubled up, not quite ready for it. Seen it again, missing the shot. This is many opportunities now that he has missed. 2v3
He's been having chances to get
Smoke in
kills.
their face. Chichu could cross this one up as well. And for FUT, the pressure's on them to try and push past this one without a captain low. Horns not seeing too much. Jumping peak, swing is there. Yedaje finally, but Chichu contains 1v1 and a tap. Issue is forced Chichu though. Ice cold.
Yeah, time's done.
Backs away, knowing Yedaje is not playing towards this one, and there's a one
Nicely
round
done
out.
from EDG. They keep
Beautiful
winning
once
out these
more.
rounds,
All
especially
piece
in, I mean, this is
to
back-to-back
finish and
one
wrap it up.
technically. but-
Immaculately played clutch there by Jishu. He
Yeah,
really
they both played this really well.
all of the info, knew exactly.
I mean, they had double
that
smokes,
Yedaje was
though.
just going to be tapping on that first
They had
one.
perma smoke stairs, and they had smoke
There
left
was
to
so many
sight.
missed opportunities there.
Like, look at
from
this guy. He
both
doesn't
teams.
have to
I'm
worry
talking
about it anyway.
the form of the players and seeing which team's sharp. There were so many spots in that where there was missed opportunities. CNED probably should have died way earlier on if we're going to look at who had more chances to kill each other. But EDG
Really cool.
continue this spiral
Both value?
up and
Yeah, for sure,
onwards.
because you don't have to
Can't be stopped.
worry about here. Like, he can go into this
Relentless.
angle, and then someone's
To break the
just going to
horns
run
either,
into him
so
no
Ken,
matter
peace of
what.
mind granted to EDG. They're giving up that front section of A.
Once more, it looks like a bait and switch setup where CNED's designed to take contact, dash back out, and then play in at a captain and Yedaje. Very similar to what he did
Low
on
eco,
B.
they take a lot of map control, bro. They're
This
looking
time-
great on attack here.
Kangkang's not even in the right area of the map to take that carrot on a stick. Poison carrot on a stick, I suppose it would be at that point.
Smoggy's task with just holding down the flank here. Falling and cracks, not too much in terms of the weaponry that they're holding on to. Trip broken. Prowler out too, just trying to bait out the potential of that trap play. Gliding and sliding.
Whoa.
Kang. Listen, he's not going to take
No way.
He wants this site.
All
and
the
he
way
wants it
round.
now.
That was sick.
Brilliant way of using the neon movement there against the eco round. It's so difficult to hit sheriff shots when the neon's running at your
Yeah,
face.
neon against sheriffs
And then
is
wiggling around on the
insanely
floor.
strong.
Smoggy just catching that contact on the players as well. It's a little bit disjointed here from the FUT attempt. It's not going to be able to get this one over the line here. For now, EDG are
Nicely
in
done from EDG. They
full
made that
control.
very
7-1,
hard for
and
the
that was a great time
sheriffs to
bring
hit
everything up.
anything.
Talking about the pressure that they had, I think coming off the back of that Shanghai performance, obviously the expectation is going to be much heavier, I think, when it's in their home region playing that tournament. Weeks back.
But they bombed.
They did bomb out.
I mean, yeah, they didn't even have one of their, ooh, they look good, but then they don't make it.
Yeah, it
kind
was
of
just,
run.
it was completely flat.
It was extremely flat, and the Chinese fans wanted more, demanded more, and made their voices very heard. And so you got to expect that was one of the reasons why EDG ended up making changes. CNED tries to get value again.
And this time will succeed. Pluck Smoggy out of the picture.
Yeah, that's one of the
nice
first
and
one.
easy.
It's one of the first times he actually gets the first kill
Onto
though.
Simon there as well. Look at the health, 15.
Instant reposition, might have another one here.
that is exactly what FUT were looking for, honestly. The first kills have really been going their way. Prowler again in the face, with the op shot fired off. They now know exactly where CNED is. Kang sport up, chewed up. At least by the trap, fall in a bit of danger. The paranoia is good though, with that connection after struck. He's going to be dodged. He needs some help from the rest of his team, and the overdrive is just swatted away. Kang does not stand a chance, but Simon quick on the next
I mean, they should be so fine with this retake as long as no one oversteps.
Patience has to be played now because it's still a 2 versus 4.
Chi should just be trying to, well, obviously he's trying to win, but let's see how much damage he can do.
Any chance of them winning this? Pre-fires onto the corner, 2 players into the pit, just holding it. Chi trying to take that.
Whoa!
Adjustment flick to the side.
What an absolute shot that was.
Simon, 15 health left, tagged up by the cam. Not long for this world, and so FUT.
Bro, that was a sick
going to be able to get another one on the board up to that second round.
And that's a massively important one for FUT. They're very, very good on Lotus, so don't get too worried about them just yet. But if they end up going down 8-1 and their economy's broken, doesn't matter how attack-sided EDG's comp is, at that point, you've set yourself up for a very, very rough ending to Lotus. So that's important, stabilizes the economy, gets him into a decent spot, and they know that CNED can find those opportunities with the op. It's just about putting him in the right place, trying to figure out where EDG might go next. And EDG
okay, so with the 2 kills, there's 2 people that combine
after
this. 1, 2, and then EDG's money's really good, so another important round for FUT.
Handed over for free. CNED again. He's going to make another go of things, isn't he? It's where he found success last time, just peeking through B main.
May catch nobody.
This whole setup's been a lot better for them, though.
Does he hear this?
Like info with him opping over towards B.
Nobody though. Already crossed up onto the spot.
Yeah, and it's back-to-back now picks.
This time CNED is starting to hit. On fire with it.
That's so sharp. At some point, you got to imagine Kang is going to feel like he wants to go for the ego battle. It might be too late in this half, but certainly on defense.
Back towards the rubble with the TP here. There's other players though. Does he get that confirmation, Mr. Farlin?
Okay, so they at least broke the trip over towards A. They're making a lot of pressure over towards A and trying to take a timing on C is at least what it felt like until the call came back that they want to go C. He wanted to just go close, see if there was any trips here. Obviously they see the trip over towards A, so they're thinking that Cypher is like more over towards AB, I would imagine. So the trip might be good for one.
6 seconds left.
Especially as the time gets low, and you would imagine this kill trip gets won. It's just if someone's in a position to get a kill from it.
Orb up to respond. Fault line though. There's no molly at the feet, so EDG are going to be able to get into this one.
Oh, okay, just discovered.
It's all about whether or not you can get this plant down still. Simon.
Yeah, plants in the middle because everyone spams left, right.
Out any of that util, and there's nothing used as a response. No spam on the side of FUT.
No spam, I think, because they're worried about EDG pushing waterfall.
They actually don't have the most util.
Smokes.
They got one flash, one stun.
This one going to be dissipating though. Doesn't
retake.
Be worried about it. Retaking with the op, never quite ideal. Kang. First casualty, Chicho's there.
Wait, that's a nice kill though.
Is frying.
It's an impressive trade.
Cloudburst to try and get them into the site. And the last player left is Simon, overwhelmed.
Oh, that was nice, man.
Really
Yetij is doing so much on these rounds. I like their overall setup as well. We got Cypher pressure everywhere. We got camera. We got trip.
They might not look like much, but with how EDG's composition
is a good retake here. Yeah, that smoke to like get them out and like isolate. Like this smoke is really cool. That's not the attack smoke. That is.
These last 2 rounds,
I feel like that helped them.
They make all the difference between a 7-5 half or a 9-3. And that's either a close half or a blowout.
Yeah.
Now Yetij's been feasting. He's got 12 kills currently. Anytime they've hit the C site, he's been good for it. Hitting shots while stunned on Kang to open up the map twice, and still then continuing to find success elsewhere.
He's doing it all right now. As you mentioned, the anchoring's good when he's handed the chance to do so, but it's really the trading, I think, that's been most impressive. He's always following up off of Cena taking that first point of contact and dashing over the op, which you saw in that prior round. Very consistent.
I'm interested how FUT are going to disrupt the ults that are about to come online here. quick peek for those of you at home. Nobody
I'm
and
out.
Simon
Yeah, I mean, the coach from EDG here, like he's, especially twice in a row, they discover that trip on A, and then that trip over towards, well, and I think they know that the camera's over towards B, and it's definitely, or at least talking about the Cypher util, or at least talking about like the trip here, and then they're 100% talking about the fact that we've been up and over towards B all the time, and then he just moves around.
Will be occurring. The question is who will be the winner now. Last time
they're also just going back to keeping it simple, right? I think they're just doing their 4-1 with the one just watching behind, being smoggy on Clove.
Something to counteract it. Paranoid looks like it's pre-aim just for the middle uncenter piece of the choke point. Fault line slows them down. TP through the back again, up and around with the updraft. Seen it barely alive here, still blinded up inside the cloudburst. Was the play inside of it? Chicha running and gunning.
That was nice from Chichu. He had a good read there, the double smoke, man. He was committing over towards the left.
And there is really no escape. Another captain will help him out. Shot from the side. Follow up again. He can't be denied.
Oh, nice shots, bro. Yeah, cracks in this area, apparently.
Smash them into dust.
Can we have a look at the stage? Did Cena just jump into Krax's chair for a moment there?
Yeah, dude, the first shot was really good.
What are those two up shots? Coming out from a player that I've only ever seen with a rifle in hand. That's nasty. Krax was completely stuck. The door had not been pre-fired, so he was trying to use a classic to get through.
Oh my god, that was sick, bro.
Please, let me escape. Get me through to B. And he decided to turn, stand, and fight. But now EDG have those ults online.
So they decide to go aggro over towards A. That was a really good call from FUT in the timeout though, to throw the op over and to go aggro A, knowing that they're probably going to go aggro back over towards A, going to what was working. Yeah, and he gets out of there. That was actually a very bold, like, it was a big call from the FUT coach to go for that.
Primed and ready, finally let loose, Fallen drops the smoke. CNED anti-synergy almost, but the blade storm
oh boy, oh my god, he's flying, bro.
He's
above him.
Will not save you, Kang.
Dude, the breach and fade all together. Breach ult to get info on if you should be... Sorry, the fade ult to get info on if you should breach ult. Dude, this guy just falls down in front of him. What is this round?
No effect for reveal. Everybody's position into the 3v2, and with the fight isolated now to 2v2. In through tree, Smoggy out wide.
Hey, nicely done from EDG. I think FUT had a good recovery in the middle here though. But yeah, EDG with just the double ults here, that's too hard to hold. The fatal into breach ult. I think you just gotta gamble, not play a site here, and they tried to get out. Both happy and not happy with the 21 months. Honestly, it's a great question. I have no idea, bro.
Who knows where this is going?
Things like aliens though, squids are nuts.
Oh, come on.
4 enough. They probably need to win a pistol.
In any condition, guaranteed. And get
their attack's weird, so the no info initiator. I think EDG could have pretty good planning to make sure they can shut this down.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let me just mute this one so I don't get wrecked. Yeah, I think, long story short, I think FUT have to win pistol. It'll be interesting because you would imagine they can maybe get 8, but I still think they need a pistol. Yeah, to Jay, yeah, they're gonna be lurking everywhere. Or they're just. The good news is EDG against the 0 info initiator, they wanna push aggro anyway, and they have to push aggro because they have no info sentinel. If they stay far back, they're just going to get lurked on, and like map control is going to cost them. So they want to fight anyway, so their game plan of how they want to play their comp works well against this comp anyway, so that's why I think FUT need a pistol. Gotta go aggro. Don't have to go crazy aggro, I'm just more talking like fight for C, fight for A, the usual stuff. At least one of them every single round. Missed the G2 game, was it a slaughter? It got a little bit respectable towards the end, but it kind of was, yeah.
on this map.
Yeah, thank you. I forgot to unmute.
Absolutely. And EDG's composition, it does struggle on the defense because they can't occupy 3 sites at once. They don't have the Sentinel, they don't have the Viper. Now, in China, they left the C site very, very weak. I think now you're seeing them leave the A site weak on the pistol to avoid that anti-stratting that FUT would have done. Do FUT care? Are FUT going for the C site? No, not at all.
But you want to see the aggro, so they go for the A-B pinch on the defense.
Flipping.
And Yesterday hears them, so he puts the cage down to play around with as well. It's a free plant, and they get over towards the site, and they don't use too much util. They still have Omen Flash.
Early fight
And you try to stay alive.
Drops him down to at least 11. A slight tuck into the corner. No way. He dodges the bullets. This guy is a fox in the brain.
Yeah, I mean, they got to realize that he's somewhere.
Finally rooted out.
The rest of his team cleared everywhere here.
EDG, maybe something to work with. Door again, opened wide. Molly's
Whoa, Kang wins that.
Here, EDG are winning this one with a
Kang to
massive
Molly.
player advantage. Mr. Fallen and seen it to do the most here, leaving it just down to Fallen. And now overwhelmed at the back. Knives are out and
Okay,
swinging. We
double
are
pistols, man.
scrappy.
Nice pistols.
That's a major pistol.
They just won a lot of the
EDG
duels
to be
here.
able to get.
Won
They
a
played
lot
it
of
really
the duels.
nicely, but there were
And
so many spots there where
their
a FUT
backup
player could
plan
have had
for
impact. Yedajay
not
tucked into the
finding
corner,
anyone over
couldn't do
towards
anything.
B and
Great
C
shot
was
down
really
from
good though.
And then also Adacaptain, another spot where Kankan probably should have died. He's vulnerable, swinging through, but Adacaptain can't get his weapon out in time. FUT letting that one slip a little, a fumble that they can't afford with only 4 rounds in the bag.
Yeah, I think they had to win that.
EDG, this is perfect for them.
This was cool though, so it was like the 3-person push here, and then just the good reaction, right? They see no one here, and there's basically 5 people in this box, and then they go back, and they do 2 from B, and then 3 from here, clearing out like this bit fast, and then over towards site. There's pressure here anyway, like if they don't push here, they're not gonna realize.
Farm up some more, so that's the trouble with their own composition as well. You can't even rely too much on the ultimates they've got available. Chichu, Paranoia, flies forwards. A couple of shots fired out as well. He's going to be blind himself. He needs some help and backup. Has arrived in the form of Kang, but he's swiftly dealt with. That was the rifle. Dropped down. Chichu, though, still a problem. And Smoggy happy to deliver the death blow from the side. Yedajay Classic in hand. There's enough to dismiss them, even just repping loud in the process, I guess, because they couldn't make it themselves.
Weapons down over towards Rubble. If he had the spike, this would be a great situation to threaten that he was heading off elsewhere and go and try to pick one of those up. But like you said, where is he going?
I wonder if anyone's holding down tab from EDG.
Here and go over towards A. He's just
if someone's holding down tab, they know.
Of course,
pick that
really
up.
important neural theft.
Hey, listen, on the attack side, it actually can win you some really important rounds, especially when you're playing against a no Sentinel comp. He gets that down, he's going to figure out where the gaps are.
Look, timings here, but nobody's going to keep watching. Yeah, just for the smoke.
Okay, very nice though.
I think the question.
They were allowed 2
more
deaths.
So than
They
what
got
is the
3.
neural theft going to do is, what is a round going to do at this point for FUT? There's 6 behind now. Not only do they need this one, they need to then break the economy of EDG and start a spiral of their own. And FUT's comp, while they've had quite a lot of success with it, and it's been good for them, it's not an alt snowball comp. It's not like you have
very true.
the lockdown and the showstopper
the good
and
ults.
the nightfall to be able to work with. So this one's still going to be scrappy, still going to be difficult for FUT, even if
They invest 1 passing into it. That's all right.
Early push back there on the Yedajay. Standard attack side here for FUT, but you're right. Rifles in the hands. This is where you really need to get going if you are FUT. You're
EDG are just gambling the whole time.
Needs some support, needs some help. The squeeze.
He said they need to go aggro.
Gets to the side. Nobody really watching for him. Smoggy at least will get that trade.
Felt like Yedajay was calling for help. Adacaptain came back and got counter-called, and FUT went into C instead. Yedajay strung out to dry, but takes
After
one
at least
down.
a little bit of damage
EG
to
like
them though
these
by
kind of setups. It
spamming.
doesn't matter if they're playing full retake every time, as if they have the entirety of the map control.
For mount control, Adacaptain needs to spot this.
I wonder how many came up on radar there. It looked like a lot.
Yeah.
You can't plan for mound when they're coming mound.
They already have control of it, but we're kind of being caught. It's a little bit easier now.
Whoa.
Only one real direction.
I would have been tempted to go to that spot there where they just cleared.
Util's going to be exchanged. Aftershock in through the choke as well, and
now what do they do?
EDG just primed and ready. Without a kill. Finding it lacking that initiating power, I think, to even get themselves in. Already time ticking away from them with the spike and with the position it's placed in as well. There is no more chances to win this one out. They're looking to do that economical damage.
This is a good call.
Possible.
Save the Vandal. Everyone else tries to do a little bit of damage. Speaking of damage, I mean, they got 2 kills. It's going to be gun rebuys and 1 armor rebuy. It's not too bad at all.
Important for EDG. They can keep rifles up.
So far, they've gone for a CB split.
At the moment, what we're seeing is
split
EDG
on defense.
leave one side completely open and pushing heavily the other 2. Trying to condition this idea that they are always going to be pushing.
This is how I think Clove can be played like more as well. Like I like what they're doing. Like the gamble of what they're doing can be good.
And play a post plant setup where
you could even leave the Clove on a site solo as well if need be.
EDG just make it incredibly obvious of what they're trying to push and fight over. FUT's decision making is going to get that much more easier here. Kankang though pushes his way up. Fault line does catch. Off onto Mound. He needs a little bit of help here. He's quite hard committed. They heard a TP. They think it's in the one way, but Farland's already crossed up.
FUT at this point can tell it's not the same as the previous rounds. Prowler's coming out A.
A peak call here by nobody. Side by side with Simon. Aftershocks there. Takes a good timing with it right as the wall was going down. So FUT actually don't get any of that space. But on the opposite side of the map, that's
a jump peak.
Gone taken out.
I mean, that's through a smoke, surely.
I think the smoke.
Sure, but the decision's now made.
I mean, I guess it was there.
Down to that 50-second mark. Chichu cuts it up onto the corner.
Oh boy, Chichu, you're in trouble. Thank God the Omen flash hit 4.
Knowing he can't play there, repositions.
This is a great flash from him.
Away. EDG is split up though. They can't hard anchor onto
Speaking
this
of a good flash, that hit both, I'm pretty sure.
Rainy day, it's called for. FUT starting to barrel their way through and over onto the seaside, but they made it quite obvious.
That's a hard retake.
30 seconds now. EDG
kind of want to save, but you need to do damage to their recon.
3v5 and Cracks is not pushed back from that plant. Sows into it, flash to at least get Chichu and playing inside. Cam up into his face, can land and adjust the shot in time. We've seen they're dropping him. Full control towards the back of the site. Need a miracle from EDG, you need mistakes from FUT. Stun into the back, there's no swing attempt off of the back of this here. Almost lining up for
almost a good amount of damage as well.
From nobody there, but FUT once more.
Right.
Gonna walk away with another
Giant round for
FUT,
they win it, and EDG have to eco.
And you're seeing the weaknesses of EDG's composition on the defense side.
What's up, Yumpy? How we doing?
There ready to anchor the
haven't
site,
eaten yet.
But they can't
Still
really
pretty
do
early,
too
bro.
much.
Not even 11
used
yet,
his paranoia to try to get out of the really uncomfortable spot he's in, and that neural theft that you were poo-pooing earlier on came through fairly handy, didn't it?
It did help, yeah.
It also gave them an amazing paranoia that knew where both players were and blinded both of them too. FUT are back into this game.
Cage trigger.
Yeah, and this is how they.
That is real interesting.
This is how they cover up the fact that they have no info
Yeah,
initiator. They cage over towards the top and they put a camera, and then it can just be like multiple heights because the cage go higher, lower. You have a camera, then you spot if anyone's aggro over towards C.
First kill advantage on their own half by EDG.
They can do the one like over towards here on the back wall as well, but like they need to make sure this camera can't get shot easy. Whoa, nice shot, bro.
Yeah, he is
a good shot.
Off after a relatively slow beginning. Smoggy going for the peak.
Yeah, everyone's doing some nice shots on this. We got a free orb. We're gonna get the.
Use that one.
Bro, the spike over to breach as well, yeah. We got the orb and we got the plant. We get the orb for the big buy round.
If we want to talk about the odds just for a second, while Smoggy has his as well, it's going to be very difficult for Smoggy to find good opportunities to use that. If he gets picked in a spot like this, even if it's rifles online 5v5, he can't sprint at FUT out through mount. So he's kind of got to save it for retake scenarios.
Yeah.
And what we saw from him on the attack side is often, if things are going well enough that you would want to use the ult, then you didn't need to use the ult. Kang finally gets up in hand. The economy damage that FUT did early on and the fact that they've been winning these rifle rounds
this third show was nice.
Has stopped Kang from getting that weapon that he's known for. He is a sniper at his heart. He's picking it up and playing over towards A.
But the amount of targets that are going to be afforded to him at few and far between. It's only EDG, and he's not really going to be choosing to opt into that fight as well. The Horns and the stun will push him away. Smoggy willing to disrespect control over the C mount.
Definitely fight a little bit heavier with Clove in this pause.
Beautiful take away. You need to kill Smoggy in this spot. He's getting away with
How is he alive?
Only 4 bullets left, but will he opt into using the ult to get back into the fight? Doesn't look likely.
CNED's
2
got
HP,
2 health. What a
30
whiff from him
HP.
after he's been playing so well this map.
Yeah, real scrappy.
Oh, they know he's there.
Oh,
Nice
he
cue given away by the cage.
ran
and
into
sadly
the
gives up his
cage.
life. This
In
is
the
all over the
smoke.
place at this point here, but FUT are still in that driving seat despite the damage done to CNED and Ada captain.
They just got the sound cue off the cage, obviously. Nice and easy for them. There's a
Kang
couple
Kang
of low HPs, and that
kill
was
off
one
it
of them, so it's like a
This
little
is
bit of
good
a
enough.
hit
Far
that
left
FUT will
plan.
take.
Stuck and committed. Extension now into the round, into the post plant. Paranoia is set up. Prowler as well.
Ooh, Omen Flash is good.
And acknowledgement, but a shot missed.
Yeah,
Overdrive round to the
Yesterday
side
got
of the
util
corner.
dumped
No one
out on an
will
island on his own. Trades.
Lining them all up. Kang Kang with 3 Nightfall is beautiful. Cracks. Last one left.
Damn,
and he
nicely
is
done in the
gone.
4v3 retake. Shout out to Kang Kang here.
They needed
I mean, at one
miracle,
point it was
and Kang Kang
3v5.
delivered. Of course it was him.
Kang
The
Kang did so
upshot
good.
on the
Getting the first
entry,
kill here
the
as well
pop
was
of the
really important.
overdrive, following up off the back of his initiator utility and dodging that breach ult. EDG got completely stuck there. Not a great post plant setup either from FUT, trying to play very heavy.
I mean, they didn't
onsite
really have
against that
time. It felt
Nightfall.
like to get into good positions.
Difficult to
Yeah,
make that
Yesterday
work.
was just so
But there you go,
isolated. As soon as the
open to
Omen
Kang
Flash
Kang's
and
hand, suddenly
Prowler
defense looks like it works.
boarded him out, no one else could really bail him. But maybe someone needed to jump up here.
It's value earned. EDG.
Don't know if there was a smoke or not to dodge that.
Just a little bit here, and they still, of course, hold the advantage in terms of rounds. This time, adjusting and moving up that positioning. Kang Kang hopping over towards C, wants to play in front of the Viper Orb.
And the cage did not.
Yeah, they actually managed to spam the
Was broken.
camera.
FUT are also jump peeking this at the start.
Yeah, so it's a
They do that jump peek from on
really
top of the boxes where
important
you
win,
can
that is,
just
to
get
be
your head
honest.
over the top and see if
They
there's an
now
upper
get no
flank C.
info over towards C. Dude, they kind of give it up though. They fade eye over towards deep, so they know that if you're only going to be doing that if there's like 2, 3 of you.
Try and get your way and slip past into the
This
side
is something
as
that we
well.
haven't seen
Chichu
yet in terms of
still
the
set up,
Lux,
still
and
adds
Bro
2.
gets 2
My
from
goodness,
here.
he was under a
Solo
tremendous
hold
amount
of the
of pressure.
site.
For EDG now, that lifeline is delivered, and this could be that 12th round that they were looking for.
Yeah, this
TP
should be their 12
evacuation,
rounds. Like,
backing away, pit into the
Yesterday
post,
has to
and
go
Foggy's fast,
and
rapid
do
into it,
everything.
ult. Not dead yet. He's back
Ooh.
into the fray, back into the fight.
That's
Pressing forwards. That is
bit bold.
absurd. Sees though.
The molly behind meant that they couldn't trade it though.
Spraying and praying.
Yeah,
Kang Kang left alone
I mean,
now.
first off,
With
Atta does
1v2s,
incredibly
the
well to
operator
get the
in his
first
hands, he
kill.
might have to
I
call
get
this one
the
quits.
idea of the res.
goes for it, he won't be able to
You're
fly
trying to
it
do
off
the
again.
like, you're kind of trying to do the
EDG are
Yoru
in
like
the-
spam
already
me,
in the
ping on the
lead.
floor
You don't
thing.
need to take risks like
But the
this
fact there's a
and
molly here
potentially
behind,
lose
no one can
a
really
weapon that's
follow it
so
up.
important for
So it was
making
like an
your defense
instant decision of the
So as
res of
heartbreaking as it
Clove,
is,
but
he's gotta just let
the
this one
molly
slip
from
away.
Atta just stopped
EDG.
it. Stopped it fully.
He's creeping.
He's hunting it out.
He's hearing.
Yeah, but the question is, will they be able to catch him? This guy is going to be lightning fast, getting all the way away from them here in the sound cues. Got to keep the up.
Yeah, money's in the bin after that.
is
2 people wrecked.
absolutely maniacal from Smoggy and Nobody. The
I mean,
lack of
Atta just did
coordination
so
on that
good. That
play
molly
is
saves
baffling
everything.
for a team that has otherwise been playing fairly well today.
Because who's actually meant to run through that and
Nobody's
trade?
supposed to trade this, right? And
Yeah,
instead,
exactly.
nobody backs up and throws a C's. I mean, get on the same page, please. If you're going to be making a play like that, they're chuckling about it now. But this gap is lowered to 3, and they're on an eco.
A little bit of bite
It's a pretty
towards
good
the round,
eco
at least
though.
the Guardian
Got
right
3
for the
guns.
up,
I know
but
that everyone else doesn't have armor, but
as you said, Josh, the gap is narrowing. Odin spam away from Fallen just to cover the retreat. CNED dash expended nice and early.
I think the reason that this composition works for EDG, though, is that they have good enough players. Someone gets them around. And in a situation like this, the economy doesn't look good, but FUT are going to be cautious, they're going to be slow, and EDG are going to be taking risks.
Cam again? Yeah, did they spam the cam again?
You will often see Thrifties converted in high-pressure moments like this.
So every single time they can't get info over towards C or retake C.
EDG already trying to set
But
themselves
I'm
up
not
for
sure
this
EDG
seed.
are doing the best
Like they wanted to commit to a push deep out
ideas
here,
behind
up onto
that.
the
They
side.
at least pick up the
Full commit
orb
to
and
occurring,
get
nobody
breach ult.
right into the back of the
Huh?
side. Classic in hand, and Chichu. This
How on
position
earth
right
has
here
nobody
could
won that
do some
duel?
damage and potentially cause some harm, but
Tell me they don't
really
use
no
breach
worse
ult
for the
into
wear
this.
here from the FUT players. They do
Got it
survive
just in
and get
case
that
they
plan
needed it.
down for them.
Planted.
EDG with a difficult task ahead. And a question of what they really want to commit into this one. With Simon's ult in the back pocket, do you save this one still with the gap closing? Swap around with the weaponry. Rifle now into the hands of Kang Kang. Smoggy holds the approach. Perch, stop glide. slide in forwards and attempt to play off of that util, but now the counter spam
How do you get the op out?
And the counter play, how do you get the op out? It's hard committed, deep into the pit. Simon, where's this flash landing, man? Flicks it up to the side as well. Time is ticking away from it. Will collect at least the 1 kill, but the peak of the util is perfection.
Nata has this.
And right from behind with the wrap around. The op will not survive.
Maybe a timeout before this fast buy round. I say
FUT.
fast buy round, big buy round.
2 rounds away from equalizing.
That's the risk of taking a weapon like that, heavily committed into an eco situation. You're unlikely to win. One player's coming in there without a weapon in hand. You don't want to use your big ultimate on Simon because you want to save that
This
for the
round,
future.
yeah, it's pretty important.
The same logic should apply to the op. So, all right, they don't have that to work with. Can they make the ult work for them? The gap closes to 2. C completely open. I mean, look at this. The defensive side has holes in it every single round.
Insanely as well, this hard read. I don't know if it is a hard read, but FUT just already making a move
yeah,
over towards
and
the
I mean, they
side.
just
Yeah,
do this.
Jay wants nothing
It
to do
looks
with the
like
A
this is
contest.
the
You
only
could
time when
build
they
a
go
pin,
like
so they
super
tried that move
aggro
on
over
him
towards
before.
A. They
He's
probably
not
gives
gonna
it up.
fall
They're
prey for
doing
it
the
this time.
AB
He
push.
survives and tries to play for his life.
So last time,
How do they
also
handle
didn't
this?
take any spawn or waterfall control.
Doing it again. This time trying to play for Manny here. So many
Whoa,
footsteps in the J, you absolute madman.
On his
Paranoid
own,
up,
yeah.
blinded, he needs some help
Omen.
and bailout.
Okay, Omen
Will
gets
be
the
afforded
trade.
the risk
Smoggy does
played.
great.
Now as the squeeze is coming in, rolling thunder, at least to relieve that pressure. Smoggy is ridiculous.
Really
Can't quite
good,
squeeze
man.
himself right through the doors. It just
Yeah,
closes
FUT are
shut
kind of
between him
reacting
and
a
the
little
side.
bit wrong
It's
to
gonna be
this one.
flipped
They need
around
to
once
maybe
more.
just
FUT
play
though,
like
only
heavier
200
over towards
players
sites and just
surviving.
hold to like
One
waterfall.
Booming and
They keep
blossoming
trying to
FUT
fight these areas,
are
whereas they should be
scrambling now.
taking these
Players
areas.
rummaging and rumbling towards the site. This is just absolutely absurd for Fallen to deal with. Damage done. Dodging and weaving. Phantom in hand. CNED last one
Okay,
left,
very
but
nicely
not
done.
for much longer.
Yeah, if we're to be super critical of what's going on,
I don't understand how FUT can
Like-
have seen that exact idea come out from EDG
He's
before,
probably gonna say it.
recognize it in the first 10 seconds of the round,
and still have that
decide
plan.
to fight mound control.
Yeah, I agree.
That's bonkers to me. The door's gonna get
And
open,
they had the
you're
same
gonna
thing
get
on the
pushed from
pistol round,
back.
right? Where like
Why
they know
not
they're going
reactively
fast
yourself,
behind,
push forwards
and they
plan for
and
spawn?
like it's nice
Go
from
and take
EDG.
spawn control.
Like
Go and take
EDG,
waterfall.
it's
Plan
literally
for
the
those
exact
positions
same
you
as the
can fight
pistol.
over. And instead, FUT are getting caught both times, planting for mound and trying to control that area.
It is just the mid round letting them down a little bit here, which is rare because the mid round is normally really good from FUT. It's just their reaction. Okay, it's annoying.
Forces the timeout now from FUT.
I would love a midi map here.
And I mean,
So on the
guys
pistol,
might just be saying the same stuff that I am. which
on the
is,
pistol they go like
flip the map,
CB
you know,
default, right?
take
Like
some of
push
their
heavy,
territory.
sorry, into the
You know it's
spawns, and they
undefended
reactively go
because you
A.
know they're all behind you.
And then in reaction to take map control, they do this and they pinch the close area.
Also taking attack
And this,
timeout off the back of
and
this.
then FUT reactively to that need to take like spawn, and it happened exactly here where they lose BC push. They need to take Evan, they need to take waterfall, and they just fight in the areas where they can get pinched. It happened on the pistol over towards A. It happened here. Like it's smart from EDG. It's really good. They have set protocols on if they don't see people over towards spawn and the map control that they can take. But every single time, FUT are fighting either here or here, and they just get pinched from this and this and this.
They've been winning about 1 in 3, 1 in 4 defense rounds.
Yeah, the reactions are just wrong from FUT here, really. But it's cool that EDG have good protocols on it. Nice. All right, three chances. Three chances they at least go reach or out of them if you're looking at FUT.
Skilled enough to be able to do so. CNED rips it away, stun connecting though, and a bit of counter spam.
And is the spike even able to get in?
That's nice work.
That's nice from him. It's just a straight up spam. I have no idea the spike's here, right? Or do
To
they?
make some compromises. Yet a J opening this door with a paranoia swing. Right
Really good recovery. Yeah, they did the CC. They did the BC split back
and
to
he is
them.
going to save the day, isn't he?
Does Mr. Fallon get round the corner?
Trail right from behind.
Wait, that cage is everything. The cage is everything here to get him out. That was nice.
Got to flip the side, and this time they do plan towards it.
Yeah, now they're planting towards spawn. But Mr. Fallen doesn't feel confident about getting over there. He has a teleport. They've actually planted for spawn and playing waterfall, and no one's playing spawn.
Deep C's close, Haunt as well.
Wait, that's
Smokes in their
genius.
face, EDG.
Wait, that's genius.
Chances, nobody's primed and ready, and now the ult's let loose. This guy might
That's
have found that
so
chance.
cool.
Follow the trail, and you might be rewarded just with the map win, but as it fades away, classic in hand. You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me!
Damn, bro, that was sick, though. He gets rewarded for this.
My God.
Smoke here, he tethers, so it will see anyone on the other side. And then he just looks for where the trails are going, so he knows who's close and where he has to spam and where they have to pre-aim. That's so sick.
It could come from
that is
anyone.
so cool, man.
Anywhere. I think the C's that he threw pulled Yedajay off the high ground.
There's no way.
I think so.
There's no way.
Yedajay ended up being dragged down to the floor.
Listen, that's a 0.25 in YouTube job if I've ever heard one, but that's
that was awesome. That was so smart.
Series electric all the way through. And guess what? Plenty more maps left to come potentially. We'll see you soon.
Wait, I can't believe that actually that actually got them the round. That's awesome. That was like the best thing I've seen of Fate ever for a while. That was really sick. Okay. Alright chat, I'll be back in a little bit. That was awesome though. That was a good first game.
Hey guys, I'm here right now with Coach Muggle of EDG and Luna to help with some translation. Now Muggle, I think everybody was like really hyped and really surprised with that, especially since Lotus isn't exactly one of your strongest maps over in VCT China. So can you tell us how were you guys able to adjust and look that strong on this map?
大家都非常的惊喜，因为大家很多人可能很多人都会觉得说，在新人赛区的时候，莲花古城并不是我们的强途之一。但是你们今天打得更好了，做得很棒。你们是做了哪些调整，能够做到这样的成就呢？
没有什么特别的调整，因为这个图就是我们的强图。
We didn't do adjustment specially because this is our strong map.
Ooh, I like that. It seems as though EDG is well equipped and well prepared for Valorant Champions. So let's see if they can close out this second one.
Well, I can tell you one thing. If you like slinging some mud, you can enjoy that matchup with a lot of glee because that was, at moments, a beautiful mud show. Lots of great moments there. Obviously, EDG pulling through at the end there. And can we please talk about my boy Smoggy for a hot minute here? This guy absolutely lit the server on fire in that one, Mimi.
Yeah, I mean, this guy was just ridiculous on this map. They're playing this weird comp with the Omen and the Clove, and I think Smoggy, well, some of the utility was impactful with like the one-ways and things like that to scale space. He defined this game by these individual moments. His mechanics were absolutely on point, and he clutched some really critical rounds to keep EDG in control of what was quite a close game.
Yeah, I mean, he was absolutely frying. Remember when this guy was a sub?
Yeah.
When he wasn't on the starting
roster. What was that,
roster?
Champions 2020? That was their debut match?
Yeah, that was when they were playing over in Istanbul. And yeah, Smoggy, he has just very much been at home in the starting roster ever since then. This guy performing, and I think he's kind of summarized it and set it up really well, Mimi, was with saying that FUT had never really played against anything like this. And I think we started seeing them figuring out the machinations of this comp as time had gone on. But that start of the map, that streak that EDG was able to accrue, I think they just did way too much damage early on. That FUT, even though they were starting to figure out how to pilot against it, it was just unrecoverable from there.
I think the biggest thing with the attack was that EDG was constantly getting space in a lobby or C-Mount, whichever one they wanted to fight for. I think the smokes are really good for that, and the scaling off this Neon was really nice consistently. So FUT had to play a lot of these rounds where they were either like hard anchoring or playing into the flood retakes, and this comp for EDG actually had like a lot of tools to, I think, especially counter out and like fight past those like retaking players. And honestly, I was really impressed. I thought the implementation was pretty good. It wasn't an insane game from Kong Kong, but I think he did his job on the Neon, and they played some real solid Valorant to get that map one.
Yeah, he still did have some pretty nutty moments.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Just triple sliding around that ace site, just hitting headshots.
I just wanted to see him break some ankles, and that's what I got.
He got a couple.
He did a few, so to me, job done. But the thing is, though, there were some great moments there for FUT. Actually, one of them in particular, this is our HyperX Reflex moment of the day, round 11. Reason why I like this round in particular was because the way that it started prior to this incredible couple of shots from Cracks was really just some awesome aggression that we were seeing from FUT, really just not allowing EDG to get any kind of ground whatsoever. They were using their utility perfectly well, and then you had obviously those individual moments shine, and just Cracks just, well, was cracked here.
I mean, we kind of, you know, we heard
I'm so proud of myself for that.
Sideshow saying it, just, you know, had seen it just change seats, had he just taken over his PC, and that moment had he possessed him, because it was just an incredible.
That was all Cracks, baby.
Shots.
That was all Cracks. You know, and I want to keep seeing that, honestly. But that does make me very excited for what we could potentially be getting into map 2 here, maybe.
Yeah, we're heading into Bind after that, which I think is an interesting one, right? We saw both teams play kind of an off-meta comp on map number 1, and I think that's going to continue into the second map. It's another one of the ones where we've seen EDG experimenting. They've really broken out of their shell in Stage 2 China, so excited to see what both these teams are going to lock in, and if FUT has what it takes to bounce back here.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see what we end up getting out of this one here, but for now, let's hear what the FUT coach had to say, guys, as we get ready for map number 2.
I'm here right now with guys of FUT Esports, and we have caster and translator extraordinaire Scarlett to help me out as well. And now, guys, so that was a really intense first map. I'm curious, what part of the game plan didn't exactly work out, and how do you feel going into Bind, which is EDG's map pick up next?
Çok sert ve başa baş bir ilk maçtı. Sizce ilk haritada oyun planınızda neler yanlış gitti ve Bind'e giderken kendinizi nasıl hissediyorsunuz?
Yani alışık olmadığımız komptu. Biraz oyunun başına zorlandık. Ondan sonra biraz daha oyunun ortalarına gelince, pistolde verince biraz daha ara açıldı. Tekrardan kapattık, tekrardan açıldı. Derken bir half eko'ya ya da eko'ya map'i kapattırdık. Kötüydü.
Minches, good to see you, bro. How you doing, man? Thank you for the 25 months.
Son zamanlarda en çok üzerine koymaya çalıştığımız harita. Ne kadar onların piki olsa da umarım bizim için güzel olur.
In the first map, they played a comp that we were not that much used to. So they put a lot of points between us. Then we managed to catch up, but then we lost the pistol and the gap got a little wide again. We caught up again, but then they managed to take it home. And in terms of Bind, I can tell that it is the map that we study most on. We try to definitely improve ourselves on bind. So we will see how it goes on the next map, despite them picking it.
Well, it sounds like you're well prepared. Thank you very much, and we're gonna see if
well, let's
FUT
see.
can manage to take this.
Prodigy, thank you so much with the gifted, bro. Appreciate you doing
great
that.
words there from Coach Gaius, but let's go ahead and send it over to
Thank
the
you very
casters.
much.
Get ready for this second map. Will we get a map 3? Brennan Sideshow, it's all you.
Yeah, Bind is what we're looking at already, seeing adjustments.
Rank today? Nah, not today.
Moving away from like the
Maybe
Omen,
next week, we'll see.
from them,
Good
and
time.
also the KO, and they're going to the box standard stuff, trying to really just
nah, I
mirror
don't
match
think
it
so,
in terms of that
Telemetry. I
meta
think they're all
comp that's
good.
really
I think they just need to
dominated this map.
try some other
It's going
stuff.
to be a completely different bind compared to Lotus. Where
Okay, so
on
they
Lotus,
go
we
for
saw two
the
teams with
usual.
non-meta aligning identities
The meta
clashing
comp at
against
the
each
moment,
other, trying to
100
figure
Thieves.
each other out live. This is going to be who can come up with the better game plans with the bind comp at the moment that almost all of the top teams are playing. And they're playing it for a reason. It's got really good reclearability, plant denial, all of this kind of stuff. It also, roughly speaking, fits what these teams want to be putting their players onto. So now it comes down to execution.
These teams have had plenty of time to discuss and talk as well. I mean, there's nothing really to carry away too much from that initial map, as you know, we were hearing from the coach interviews. Barely a pistol round getting away from FUT that really would have made them even competitive to even drag it to OT potentially, but smallest of differences. And now we look towards Bind to see if we will get that map number 3. Or is it all just going to end here for EDG? A nice, great beginning, to be honest. They'd love to win this one in a 2-0 fashion after the kind of horrific beginning that they had in Shanghai.
That's absolutely true. And FUT did have a really strong Shanghai performance. They beat Leviathan, they beat Fnatic. These are big scalps for FUT to have taken. But they were 1-1 against the Chinese squads. Don't forget, FUT lost to FPX. And with Trace beating Vitality and FPX close to Team Heretics at this event, might be time for EDG to take another big win of their own.
Maybe. Wait, can you actually throw the Fade Eye
Let's get to it then.
from here?
EDG would have set up here, nice early.
I didn't realize you could do that. Everyone does the lineup from
it. Pre-aimed. I mean, I think it's supposed to be landing on top of the grate as well, but ended up missing and still getting the value here. Spam, shots fired right
That's
through
a
the
nice
smoke.
trade though.
In through a short, jump spot not punished. Kang over the nade. Push them back and away on either side here. It's a battle on multiple
Looking like pistol
fronts,
gold
and
at the moment, but this is everything, and he's going to hear the
extra
extra person running.
The footsteps, pitter patter of it. Simon.
Really good timing.
Another one coming though. But yeah, fall in a lot of areas.
No way,
for.
he double
Just can't
checked
quite manage
behind
to
after there was no one
handle on
heaven.
any of them. At this point
That
here, pistol
small
round.
little window of timing. That's the only thing he's turning back for there. That small seconds
Distant dream for this FUT team.
timing.
They got CNED
That's
and
very
Lotus still
impressive.
holding on standby. And with that fight lost, really no chance in hell. CNED would have to toggle. But the players' positions, EDG not giving anything away, just a slight jiggle, and Simon, he squares up
really
to him.
good.
Enough to deliver that final blow, bullet to the brain. And a pistol round again gained here for EDG.
Nice one from EDG, they kept it fairly simple.
3 of them.
That horn lineup, actually, that is where that's supposed to land. Simon throws that one all the time. It is weird, because you can throw one on top of the grate. DRX kind of do. But the fact that FUT weren't ready for it, to me, is a bit of a worrying sign for the Turkish team.
Yeah,
because,
red flag raised.
Yeah, because that's the one that Simon throws every single time on this map. And so if you're not ready to
solid
pre-aim that,
lineup.
you're probably not ready for a lot of the other stuff they're going to bring to bind. It's probably not a map that you've done a lot of anti on coming into this match. Because the middle of the map pools for both of these teams are very similar. It could have been Bind, Sunset, Icebox, any of those maps that EDG ended up picking.
Nobody just needs to survive with this rifle into his hands.
Yeah, he's done the right damage though, even though he's probably going down.
Bring him down with a horn, pointing him out. So offsets and hands that rifle. Here's the adjustment and reaction out of EDG.
Chichu could go down here as well.
Okay. It's already into their faces. Chichu could have gone down, but now he's going to be trying to sink this one up. CNED running them down
Yeah, he
with a
thought that was
shorty.
it, and Kang didn't make any... Wait, honestly, Kang was spamming though, right? So maybe CNED should have been on top of that. I think he thought he was under window.
Bulldog here had a captain's grasp, but 2v3, you're smoked off. Horn's going to be available in at least 4 seconds, but predictable with the pathing, so EDG get the sightline set on it.
Ada Captain should want this Bulldog to remain out of EDG's hands. If they go for this and they die and it's recoverable, that's a problem.
Kang eager to hunt down these kills as well. Built up 3 already. Spike's ticking. Yeah, you got to respect that one now at this point. But already steadily building up towards that ult. 4 away, you got to think. You
ended up being very good from EDG. They don't actually lose any guns. They keep all of the main ones into it.
And EDG, with a bit of damage done there to their economy, are going to be able to take one less gun into this next round. Somebody's
that's wrong, right? Didn't they buy 3?
They'll still be fine. They'll still put a pretty dangerous bonus. Kankan at the moment is finding a lot of value out of the Sheriff. He's just running around body-shotting everything.
Oh, they lost the Bulldog?
He's finding value from it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, of course he had it. Yeah, he had it in his hands.
So, bonus round. EDG looking to try and convert this one as well.
Yeah, not the best one from EDG here. They do get the attack judge out on the Brim. So the Brim's confident he's getting over towards Lambs.
Going to be offloading that one. It's a mosh pit through the TP. Not much else behind it. EDG are happy to wait most of this out. Dizzy up and over the top. Nade rebounds. Smokey's all the way in there as well. At least the first point.
Yeah, I mean, he's absolutely sending it with the judge on this one. Nice shots from yesterday. Dude, yesterday's been looking really clean. Yeah, he's been saving them in a lot of rounds. He's one of the reasons this has been close, or Lotus was like a little bit close.
Very nicely done there from FUT. EDG are going to mostly be running when they exec A, 4-1 execs. They have Chishu, late backstab showers, and the other 4 come down short. Slightly different how other teams do it. A lot of other teams will be running their fade kind of coming through showers like Simon did this time. That's not standard for EDG. But FUT dealt with it all the same. No problems whatsoever. But that was a weaker buy.
That was a clean round though, and that's important.
Arguably, the side that FUT are looking to lock down the heaviest. They've got 3 players on A defending. Whereas Mr. Fallen and Ada Captain quite alone over here on the B side of the map.
Very much alone. There's no punish as well on the AWP pickup.
Prowler over towards showers. Prowler over towards long, so showers control for long control.
On top of it.
It's still a question mark though, because they left there. So
there. Chichu is also trying to feign like there could be the potential of the lurk, but it does lock 2 of the players at least onto that angle on FUT's side. Wrapping all the way around. Is nobody going to try and sell a fake here? What's the play?
I think the fake might be on B here actually, and then they go through the teleport. Just judging by where Chishu is.
They don't have that prior showers control, and someone's going to have to break that.
Oi.
That's not bad though.
Dude, I'm telling you, man, people miss this all the time.
Krax is still going to rotate though.
Happens all the time. Do you know what's mental about that is, did they both try?
Control, here's the TP now. FUT going to be asked the question, can they hold this one back? Nade's already rebounded nice and early.
Whoa, that is a solid combo. Once they hear the TP, it's nice and easy for them. Good timing on it. Still not super done yet.
They've lost a little bit of control of this one.
The hell is that from?
Will have to respond, and he will do so. Wrapping it all the way through. Beautiful control with a rifle. Smokey. Gonna go straight back at him. Blow for blow into the 1v1. Time getting against him. Kankan gonna get this spike planted down.
He gets showstopper.
He gets ult with it.
Online. Showstopper here and ready. Satchel's away. Still with a rifle. Now lets it loose. Another captain, you've got to be fearing for your life. Not a sound, mate. Not a peep. Doesn't want to give anything away, just has to wait this one out along with the fuse with the free fire into the corner.
Oh my god, that scared me there. He's actually aiming the right pulse for it.
It's a gamble.
He kind of knows where he is though from the sound of this.
Captain, hello, stick in this. Revealed.
Hey, nicely done from Kankan. Holy hell, how did they win this one? Smoggy deserves everything.
It's Kankan there who wins the clutch. A little fortunate that he had that showstopper, because otherwise Ada Captain was breathing down his neck, but it's not Kankan really that secures the round for them. The Smoggy 3K, it just comes out of nowhere.
Like, how's he actually done that?
Smoggy over here, being able to get the kill on the CNET is fair enough, but then beautiful
he survives all of that.
Mr. Fallen and Krax.
I feel like he should be going down there. Nice shots from him.
Otherwise, FUT had the read. Their macro play was better.
The devastating rounds. Got to start looking at the money over towards here. This is the big round though. This is the one that matters.
The defensive calling. That has been a problem as you.
Kankan will get reset, so honestly he can't buy either.
Yeah.
QT, thank you so much for the prime. Thank you. Appreciate it. 11 months. Thanks for doing that.
Now the captain is hyper committed. Over towards that B long angle. Cena just watching too. That's a nade used relatively early. It's no avail, to be honest. I mean, EDG are happy to just sidestep it out. A bit of spam, though, and bullets. You can't really disrespect
three
that.
people here.
An attempt that he executes a mosh over the top.
Oh, he went for insta-fish. Oh, and then, yeah, so the molly on top of the tube here does actually hit the middle of the tube, at least on the sides. So that insta-cancelled the fish ult. And he needs to stay alive because he would love to use this fish ult again.
Stop to this one. The battle lines are drawn into the sand with the TPs here, and now a thrash as well to try and at least collect a few more.
Doesn't work like that.
Broken just before it can step past it.
2 spotted though, I think.
Yeah, and Chichu and Smoggy.
Oh.
The positions are noted now. Just down to Smoggy. 41 health and the pre-aim.
Very nice, and it was a convincing round. Dude, when that molly...
Not a fan of that
actually a moment. When that molly hit the guy in tube, I thought this it could have been pretty doable here. I like the idea from EDG. It's hard when people do this Viper setup. It's such a strong setup with the Viper ult.
Actually, from FUT. It's the first time, well, not the first time, but this is, you know, a different composition to what they've played most recently. Almost all the time they've been playing this KO Gecko comp, where you're using the flashes actually to initiate off the back of. Here, FUT have to hold their ground a bit more and work that space denial utility, the mollies, the walls. Slow pace to open this round out.
Yeah, EDG's just going to be focusing on farming up the ults.
And just planning ahead.
The map should be favored to EDG. The way that they're defaulting at the moment, it's kind of like 2-1.
Damn, he's allowed to go pick up this as well.
Chichu even just going for a couple of peeks.
Actually hit it.
Now, there's not too many chances into this round for EDG, but with the more map control is given up for them, the more I might start to become a believer, even if they're working with the pistols. Smokes are now down and out. That's going to commit towards the mollies. The Dizzy did not get broken in time, so...
Not too bad on the eco. They get a lot of map control. And they get a plant, nothing really to stop the plant.
Plant from Simon is committed. The Cease does connect, but there's nothing else again to follow up with this one, so we see that extension into the post. The only difference is they don't have the rifles, but again, that might not
has
stop
double
EDG.
smoke, so one on short, one on...
I should say, Dizzy, Satchel, a put over now with a showstopper pre-fired.
That's nice. Fade Eye reveals one in the corner, so it's an easy ult.
Trying to relieve that pressure, falling, sticking, have onto the defuse.
Hold up.
Needs to be something to offload and push this one back, but
okay, Wingman does defuse, but that is a lot of damage.
EDG. Damage definitely done to the economy, but a round win FUT will be happy to walk away with.
Absolutely the case. But FUT should not have allowed it to get that close. They
that was actually really close.
Liked to win that round without having to use the showstopper, because now they have an enormous ult disadvantage.
And they use an ult into this one as well.
Round. So I think, all in all, even though the scoreboard would disagree, that's a bit of a win for Edward Gaming.
Yeah.
EDG's ults in particular are the thing to be paying attention to here, but also a massive clash over towards sand.
Yeah, this one is about to be a brawl.
Oh boy, that's a lot of people, and Yetterjay committed and the rest of his team didn't. And they lose the Viper, and one gets caught with the ult, and so this all goes down to Mr. Fallon. Oh, lovely combo.
Slow to a crawl, and no more. Brought down. Not expecting this though. Mr. Fallen just anchoring and holding it down.
Okay, the second shot was a lot cleaner, and Cena just, don't know if he saw him, just straight up spam through the smoke here.
With the spike hard committed into the site. Again, hard task ahead of him. Pre-firing away into the corners, doubled up is all it takes.
That was nice. Mr. Fallon actually getting both of those kills with pretty much everything. And they got the ult out of them.
It's tough to criticize, but I think EDG, I mean, they're going to take a tag time out here, but I think they needed to call a cancel, a slowdown in the round once they got that ult combo.
Yeah.
They had an enormous player advantage, but they
just
made
how he hit the shot.
Obvious which side
I didn't even see that angle
the
there.
rotates were already on the way from A. They also had a very late player coming up B long, and in the end, that anchoring player of Mr. Fallen did so much to win FUT the round there. That's huge ult investments. They had plenty of time when they were coming through hookah there. They could have slowed things down and just been happy with the fact that they had them on the back foot, had a thrash orbital strike combo. A bit of panic, chaos thrown into the calling there for EDG. Small things, but they're going to make the difference when you get to Champs.
Dude, how do I say your name? Zoak? Zoak, I think. Zoak 4 with the tier 1. Thank you so much, man.
Minimizing his feeding plays, which are, like, that's a genuine thing when it comes to nobody.
It is,
getting
yeah,
value.
sometimes he's...
But right now he's 0 and 7 on bind, and it's not because he's throwing his life away. It's just he's not being able to find those kills that
What area did the Chinese teams improve from last time? It's a good meta at the moment for the Chinese teams because the calling's not as important, and you can overwhelm them a little bit easier. Maybe the calling's easier with the current like agents that are strong because of ults that they have. So there's that that's good, but most of all, like the discipline's getting a lot better. The plans are getting a lot better. The understanding in general of like snowballing and getting ults from all regions has been a lot better this year, but also there.
Sometimes don't really know what to do with themselves when they're not offered these easy pickoffs.
Yesterday was the first time ever, apart from EDG, because honestly EDG used to do like pretty good like mid rounds and stuff like that. Whoa, that's a nice shot. Yeah, we'll check that on the replay. Yesterday was like the first day when I was watching the Trace minimap, thinking like this could be like one of the top 5 IGLs like master classes. There's a lot of good rounds.
Seeking to offset the disadvantage. Chichu was almost there, man. Almost good enough. Just
yeah, gonna be a little bit gutted about that one. Instant reaction maybe to hit over towards site. Yeah, Ads has got to do a lot here. Hit by the fade eye. Oh my god, he's so wrecked. No way, got one.
Damage done potentially through the bodies as well. He's played Mr. Fallen in, but again,
some of the shots on this round.
Tip tap of the shoes as well. Great movement from the EDG players. Enough to survive into this one here. Kang will lock down that sight line. Nobody to be able to step
how did he manage to get one there?
Elbow control has been given up. CNED might be the playmaker. No, brought down to his knees. So just the one, and it's cracks. They seem to be acutely aware exactly where he might be playing from. Chooses to back away. He knows it's an impossibility.
Interesting to see what the Kang shot was like. I think it was a jump peek.
Bit of a misread from Mr. Fallen. He thought that the
how's FUT's econ so bad? I mean, the rounds have been close.
Where they just
like that one round where they won with the wingman defusing and everyone dying, like that was pretty costly.
That spot, didn't realize everyone on EDG barreling towards B. Nice call. Right when we were just talking about the macro, nobody needing to find his moments. Mid round in there ended up working quite nicely. A reaction to those two players pushing out showers.
Let's take a look at this one.
Shot, man.
Beautiful.
Did you need the headshot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All off the back of that one. So when EDG do get those opening pickoffs with Kang, the operator played a slower round. It does work out for them.
Not the best.
But now with a buy, a little bit all over the place. You know,
the best read for this gun.
Outlaw.
Maybe it's gonna be backup for them wanting to try and get the orb over towards Showers, which is getting heavily 4-4.
EDG know that Showers has given up, but the timing's off in terms of FUT, just trying to make sure that they crunch that one. So mosh pit through. Alongside the C's nade, it's all committed nice and early. That's a lot of big tools that FUT would like to use to try and stunt and stop a fast exec. Not that's really any time coming soon with EDG playing as attack side op.
No, they're going to be slow. They're going to be looking for picks. And FUT at some point may peek for info. Similar to how
well, while we're waiting for this, we've got 4 people that can't buy next.
In the previous round. But of course, there's only so many ways that you can grab info without facing your body into a dangerous spot.
Yeah, they're trying to play off the fact that a Prowler would like clear all of this, but not the people far back, so they think it would be clear, and then they try and get the orb, and then they kill CNED, he's getting the orb. That is fast. Did he see him earlier?
Make him think twice about it. YettaJ going to be paying with his life yet again. Cracks. Is he going to play spoiler inside the smoke? Has to dodge most of the util coming his way, including the bullets. Nobody with a plan as well. Here's that reload, but sprays away and does reveal his
needs to survive because of the fade I hit. This is a really hard retake, man. Oh no, after you retake this one.
So this lamps controls the aim of the game here for EDG. Haunt wraps its way through into the back. Nobody's going to be spotted. Orbital strike from Captain. Good to clear this one through and away. Dizzy, but over the top at the wall. Gives him that cover. Kang full run.
What the hell has he hit that?
Out of here. It's a ridiculous adjustment, and Simon's still locked.
And he gets another one on top.
Have no more chances available to them. And CNED has to concede the space, has to concede the round.
And saving an outlaw when you know you have an outlaw isn't great.
Too many early kills. I mean, YettaJ in this round taking an egregious risk, I think. Getting caught by Shishu. But then also, what a whiff from Captain coming around the back as well. There are opportunities for FUT to be able to get back into these rounds or to, you know, just stabilize and not give away the advantages at the beginning. But EDG are playing patiently, playing slowly with the op, and it's getting so much value because FUT are getting antsy, and it's forcing mistakes out of them. Maybe not even forcing the mistakes out of them necessarily. It's just the sheer lack of information. And FUT make the unforced error.
Anteaters with the Prime, thank you so much, man. Thank you for doing that, dude.
We haven't seen a CNED Kang sniper battle yet today.
Yeah, not quite blessed with it. Might be coming up soon, though. Both players in position. Much harder shot to land, though. Warden to the face of CNED. You do not want to be peeking through that one.
I mean, he's just going to be caught out in the open here. Dude, Chichu is incredibly fast at the moment. There's like back-to-back shots that have been really fast from him.
First picks. Slow and steady as you go for EDG. So far, it's worked out in their favor.
And that's a leg shot.
Spots the leg. Damaged under cracks, drops him down to 5
Anonymous
HP.
Gifter, thank you for doing that as well. Thank you. Appreciate you, Anon, whoever you are.
In a round like this, you've got to take risks. It's not similar to the previous.
NF92 as well, getting involved. Thank you so much, man. Thank you for that also, man. Appreciate your first gifted.
It's working.
Both Prowlers going to be committed. They know that there's at least some presence out towards the hook angle. Util going to be used to push them back here. And the captain is very much alone in this spot. Without too much to work with. Another round wait. EDG to get this plant down. Ults are really starting to become a problem soon as well.
Yeah, massive issue. I was wondering if Kang would even get the plant here, actually, to get his showstopper online, but...
Wait, Isaac, it was you?
I'm pretty sure he feels comfortable.
Surely not.
Pick up an ult orb. Captain going for a dance,
there was like...
seeing if he can get any closer to a range where the Stinger's favored.
Feel advised, though, to really just tango with this guy, Kang.
Yeah, another op. I mean, the op has been doing...
Again,
op has been doing damage.
To lock down those angles, earns up the showstopper. One away from a multitude of ults now, too. Nobody... close to the Thrash, one away from the orbital strike as well for Smoggy. EDG, at this point, are primed and ready to run away with a half.
Dude, there's a lot of meows,
should
man.
Be them dominantly winning the half here. The last 2 rounds. They do have to drag some ults out of FUT. I mean, last time FUT pitted towards short. EDG might want to either have some counterplay.
They could get away with a 8-4 here.
They
could definitely get away with an 8-4 here. We go for the classic all over towards short, but this time we go spawn, and it's a good trade no matter what. Smokes go down though, so Heaven becomes pretty strong.
Versus 4 now, and with that play being made, you could call for the fast pivot if you are EDG. Simon, this time though, choosing the creep and crawl his way in through showers, taking back that control. Swapping it around with the weaponry, no noise made.
Swap the op to take it, and that's another pick, man. He's been doing so good with the picks. Atter's got to do it all again.
He has to rebound, and they know exactly where it is. It's blood in the water.
He didn't even get the kill. He's like, what?
Another situation where
they're kind of wrecking him a little bit.
And EDG's ults looking insurmountable at this point. FUT backing up. Their economy's in shambles. They're about to enter the final round of the half. They need 5 rounds. It's not looking likely, though.
No.
Ever since EDG slowed things down, FUT have had no answer. Their ability to gain information on the defense side here has not been through coordinated
50-50 matchup, yeah, in theory. I mean, the pistols have helped a little bit.
It's just been peeking in. And I think that's because EDG have been doing so much contacting.
Yeah, the attack op is annihilating them.
With Kang's operator as the tip of the spear.
You already know that's a bad idea. Money is blooming and blossoming. I mean, Kang does not care about giving his own life.
What did we had this on Plat Chat, right? EDG winning as well.
Nobody dropped as
well. Did we actually do the perfect pick'ems in Plat Chat?
Yeah,
if CNED had the money at any point in this half, a defense side op would actually be a good idea. But he's never had the economy to get
Dude,
one.
I should have listened to myself more in Plat Chat.
It's a great kill from
That's what I did wrong here. Ask me was smart, man.
You know,
Recent me,
the round's a
you
little
guys are
different,
moron.
but to be honest, it's just all looked like EDG in control.
Yeah, it has. As you mentioned, as soon as they slow it down with the operator in hand, I mean, sometimes, you know, that's the thing.
Base and EDG, yeah.
Slow play, running out of options when they don't get given those easy kills. But, I mean, FUT have been handing it to them.
Yes. And this tack timeout, it's the final round of the half. So, Gaius is already going to be able to talk to them during the halftime and talk to them about when they move on to the attack. So this tack timeout is being burnt just to try to get one singular round. Does that mean they're going to come in with some kind of set play, or is it just to try to readjust the overall strategy? I think not putting your life on the line with these info peaks is super important. They haven't forced EDG to exec with the op yet, because EDG have always got into an advantage player position before they're required to do that.
Big drawing.
But even if you force EDG to go for an execute and Kangkong swaps the
could you even try and, I mean,
else, they're
the
going to be
problem
running
is
at you
that
with Thrash.
if you're EDG right now,
In the post plan, it's going to be so tough.
Like you're thinking they're gonna ult here, and you're gonna have a plan to go fast and hit the ult here. So like maybe fish into brim.
You get an op. You get an op.
Exactly. And they are grouped up.
They go a little bit slower.
Here, so EDG.
They also don't insta Viper ult.
Play to punish a defensive pit if it was laid down by EDG, but he's nowhere near this A side.
And maybe they only have 2 ones where they reactive do B and reactive do A.
Down, Thrash now going to be used. Orbital strike to clear just out that potential player. Snakebite up and around to the side here. There is no showers control for EDG. That is it in the danger zone.
This was nice, man. What was this? Was this raise nades that tanked a little bit of damage over towards nobody, so the fish can't get over towards showers, so that these two are actually fine over towards showers?
It's going to stop them from controlling, really.
And they can't pick up the fish ult now.
It's going to make it much easier for FUT to deny plan.
It was pretty good. A good nade from CNED.
The A side is just entirely split up in twine.
If they go through the teleporter, Yedaje is waiting.
This is really where it gets awkward. Start to see the untested.
Yeah, they literally have to take showers control, right?
To me right now is looking like a bit of just uncertainty of what to do into this spot here. They know that showers is a problem. They can't quite clear it again. Nobody going to go for a second round of things. Wingman back online.
No way, man. Yeah, Wingman almost got the plant down. Lovely. Dude, that's a nuts kill with the fade ult. Yeah, I love this though, man. The push towards showers. Bro, they handle these situations very well. I think FUT kind of messed up a little bit.
They don't even want the A side. Taking it. Okay, I mean, TP.
So tragic from Yedaje's point of view. He was in Hoogle.
Yeah, he could have been in a positive win at all.
If he waited there, maybe he could have caught Kangkong, but of course he rotated. He is going to be
and Smoggy's just like, well,
yeah, he is.
might as well hold this now, off angle.
Unorthodox angle. Yedaje's got a lot to clear. Lot to clear, not enough, not just with the Bulldog in his hand. So an 8-4 finish, felt almost preordained, I think, from the way that EDG were playing that one. Another
it's an impressive half. They had a really good half in.
Lovely performance from EDG. It really is. They're looking strong to try to close this one out.
.30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
They get the rounds, yeah, they're beasts.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Your opinion on calling the timeout before round 12? I mean, if you really need that round and you don't have like too much confidence in your like the half that you're on, whether it's defense or attack, I think it's okay. In the EDG fast seed vision, I like it. I like that you've gone for it. You have a chance for sure. I think G2 are crazy strong, but the pistols are heavily letting down FUT as well at the moment. But EDG look like very strong right now. Have them finishing top 4? Maybe. It's... Well, let's see. They still have a rough group.
Feed of these FUT players is how do you manage to overcome this? Again, a 4-round deficit. If the pistol round doesn't go your way, you can essentially call it curtains because you.
Alright, FUT have to win their first pistol to pretty much have a chance to win this map.
It's not much, and so far this map is looking quite untested. I mean, I know that they've said in interviews that they put a lot of work into their own binds, but when you move over to the new comp, a lot of extra elements that go amiss for them. So far, it hasn't looked convincing.
And EDG on defense on this map are very convincing. Their B setup in particular, I think they play around Nobody's Dizzy excellently. EDG have been putting in the work. It didn't look super convincing in China. It looked like the other teams were catching
Captain
up.
Quebec, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the prime.
Finally ready to take scalps
of course, bro. Thanks
in a
for saying that.
major
Thanks for
way
the support as well.
Champions. We've already seen Trace do it with Vitality.
Oh, yeah.
This is another EMEA team looking to fall here to the #1 seed from China.
EDG looking to
getting wrecked by China.
The naysayers, the doubters, but bullet straight to the dome into Kang. Be holding your breath a little bit longer.
I mean, the pistols have been 3-0. Uh-oh.
CNED wants to square up to this one here. He's trying to be cool, calm.
Yeah, I mean, he was calm and he got the kill here.
Survive. He did get the one.
Somehow on the kill feed, he's dead before he got the kill.
Make their way over towards B, but the Spike is, I guess, different ideas about it. Mr. Fallen's moving in a different direction. They know that A is completely opened up here with the TPs heard and called. EDG now have lost all semblance of map control.
Mid-round.
And FUT planning for backside here.
How on earth do you retake this one?
They really struggled to
the only good thing at the moment, really, is the fact that they have Brim Smoke. If Brim Smoke on the spike kick creates an incredible amount of pressure.
Going down short.
You can hear the footsteps. Fallen catches it, sees the two of them. Mosh still available, ready and waiting for this, and striking from behind, cracks. Happy to deliver the death blow, at least to Chichu. Flashes in util, a little bit too much to overcome. Tapping away with a ghost in hand. Smoggy is crouching for dear life, and even just returns the fire.
It just gives him the jaw.
2v3 though. They need a lot more.
Time's already done, I guess.
Time starting to get away from them. Ada Captain again will ward them back.
Everyone's out here crouching non-stop these days.
Ransom that lifeline.
Right, first pistol, and it was the must-win for them.
Pushing things to sunset, which would also be a brutal map for FUT. I think
it's probably CNED. How did he hit the first shot? Over the smoke or before the smoke? Before the smoke.
A nice opener from CNED. That one starts to get the job done. CNED himself is going to pick up a Vandal heading into the next round too. And EDG full stacking the B site. Now, when I said earlier that their B defense is good, this is not the standard.
Oh no, don't tell me
B defense is going to be pretty potent here.
But at least
Rub it up holding.
Out, right?
Trying to take that fight straight up.
He won it.
Okay, hey, nice.
He did win it, but the rifle
was the person that went down.
But you have to worry about this.
CNED, but they picked up the gun, and At is on his own with the gun now. Done good here though. But yeah, they're going to hunt heavy for this gun, because if they can get a gun out of them, it's still pretty good eco.
Multiple kills. Just needs to keep this rifle going.
And the distraction comes in.
He's got reinforcements coming back along, so they might be able to recover this.
Oh, hold on. Everyone relax. Doesn't matter about the guns anymore, you got to just win the round now.
Supplying the bodies. EDG now. An opportunity. They don't want to let this one slip. It's FUT that are already the ones who have made it nice and open. Possibility for them. Backing away this time, though. FUT want to play this one with more discipline. Crossfire set up nade. Just rebounding. A lot of angles to clear. Simon's going to be trying to take that first point of contact. Defuse. Trying to stick this half. Dizzy dealt with again, but the adjustment and the rifle aim not quite there.
They got it half. Alright, they did good, man. They did good. Double guns out of them.
FUT will be very happy that the Vandal got delivered back to them as well.
Yeah, I feel like EDG will be happy as well, though.
So FUT can save it into the next round. It is going to mean, though, that two players have got to sit there with pistols. Whereas if the bonus had gone a bit better, they would have had full 5 rifles online. EDG doing damage to the economy. The only downside was, Ada Captain got so many kills, he's kind of getting close to that orbital strike. He's only 2 away. Could get into a good position with it.
Brings out the outlaw, but only 2 people.
Post. What a shot from CNED.
Didn't even get a chance to shoot.
If he's firing like this, it's not just a chance. They might even be able to take this map. Shutting down a star player of China. Growler gliding past, could bait somebody right in here in the footsteps, maybe. Simon's back onto the angle.
He knows this is fake pressure in showers now. This is great information for Simon.
Incredible, man. There's no way Yesterday is ready for this, right? That's ridiculous, bro. That's so ridiculous. Everyone is way too aware, man.
When it comes out on top, even if he did just have that pistol in hand, never to push this one back now. No plant denial, so Mr. Fallen gets that extension.
They're saving. Oh my god, it's incredible for FUT.
They've already made the call to just not even play into it.
Oh, that's a big 3.
What a disciplined decision there.
3,000?
In a 3v5.
Everyone?
I mean, obviously, you've lost 2 players. It's going to be very difficult. And I think the other factor that might be playing into it is that if you go for this, You take the opportunity and you lose. Well, between that failed
okay, so
retake
these guys that
dead
get 2-9, so they're gonna buy into it, and we still get like a buy round.
So
but
not only would you lose the round,
they're wracked a little bit money wise. Obviously, you get 3K on these. So sorry, 2-9 on these, and they can drop. Oh wait, they would get 1,000, so they can't drop.
You can't let this composition get going, generating the ults, because
we'll
at
see
that
like
point you're generating execs.
Bulldogs probably, Bulldogs light armor.
Plays to be cooked up. FUT convert that bonus round. The economy booming.
Yeah, and
off the back of that,
FUT managed to pick up so much, and they get the extra
was fantastic.
guns.
We've seen a couple of odd moments from CNED today where he's missed some spots where you expect him to get it, but most of what we've seen from the Turkish superstar is excellence. I mean, he's been going around, taking shots, opening sights up for them on the entry. It's the rest of the team that needs to step up around him, I think, if they want to make this comeback a reality.
You upgrade your armor here to the FUT players? Yeah. Just because most likely the two people there could definitely drop Kang Outlaw.
One of 4 players at this event that could potentially lift the second Champs trophy.
If FUT are the team that lifts the second Champs trophy.
I mean,
CNED wasn't favored to lift the first one. That one came out of nowhere with Ascend in 2021.
Very, very true.
But it is Champs. I mean, that just shows you the fact that CNED has that trophy, shows you a lot of it is about turning up at the tournament. Having that form, having that excellence when it matters. That's what all the Chinese fans are hoping EDG can do as well. But Kangkang's going to get shut down. That light armor not helping.
Yeah, a bit of miscommunication.
From his gun from the last round as well. It's disrespectful.
Right for the taking here, FUT. They're pouncing on the chance. Another plant down, 2 players left to stand. Smoggy.
Ow, dude, it's another round where we have no damage.
Hunting, poking around, maybe see if you can take some guns out of hands of them. But again, the question remains, do you want to be generating these ults for them? Because one away, CNED, Mr. Fallen, they're holding on to these angles. Fallen's got it.
Still no damage.
And CNED could play for an ult orb, really. I mean, both are accessible to the attackers. So I don't think it's necessary.
And CNED's going in with a death, he gets his ult.
He's going to go for it anyway. A death is fine here, by the way.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, he's got 5K in the bank, so ult for the next round. Happy with it.
That's waff. Yeah, I wouldn't even put too much into it. Don't want to give him a Brimo. I think it's okay that he saves this money-wise. They're on max loss bonus, so getting an extra 1,000 isn't
at this point a losing track and grip of the series, or at least the map, I should say.
The map for sure. The series is still looking good with them taking away FUT's map pick on Lotus. Like I said, Sunset, EDG, they'll be feeling really confident about that. At the same time, you'd love to close things out in 2 if you are EDG, who are currently taking the attack timeout to make sure that this doesn't snowball even further out of control.
I mean, so it was already an 8-4 half at the beginning.
And you win pistol,
yeah,
you
4-8
win
half into 8-8, and you have back-to-back rounds where 5 people survive. They don't have to buy any kind of armor,
because as much as EDG can come up
they all
with
get
a game plan
3K.
here, it's got to be one that takes into account that
they might even all be at
showstopper
9K,
to
right?
burst down. You know, if he
At
wants
least,
to go hookah,
at the
or
very
if he wants
least,
to go
I know 2
short. And he's going to have a thrash
yeah,
clearing
Cena
away
died,
from
so he
him
had to
as
pick it
well.
up. Yeah, you're right. So it'd be 4 people,
And if you
9,000.
decide to play retake setups, first of all,
gotta buy
those are
Yuto.
difficult on bind, and secondly, FUT are probably going to sniff that out and just save one of the ults for post-plan. It is really tough to deal with rounds like this, where it's an eco swing round. If EDG lose it, they're back, broken economy. Normally, teams will decide to try to take aggressive fights, because if you can challenge FUT before they get into position to use their showstopper or their thrash, then maybe you've got a chance. If you can get that pick early enough, you've got to take risks in rounds where you've got a disadvantage like that.
Question's going to be asked, I think, of the playbook of EDG and the defensive halves. You know, as much as we were singing the praises of it,
a lot of that was them letting teams exec into them.
Yeah.
And anchoring against that. You're not going to want to do a strat like that when the other team
outrageous
has
money,
massive
first of all.
attack ultimates.
That might be occurring.
Oh, what a read.
It wasn't as high as I thought, still. Near the 9K, it got up to 8K.
Beam down CNED if he tries to make
Have
a
a
move
big buy
towards
round
it.
for EDG. 4
Conventional
people over
location
towards
for it,
A.
jump
Yeah,
squat
they got a
and
good
four.
stack on the site here.
Bound and through. Thrash is going to try and lead
And we
the
double
way.
over
Pave
towards trucks,
a
passing
chance
top of
potentially for
truck.
them to get themselves into their site. Kang forced and pushed back and away. Chichu playing spoiler. Rifle spray
Good
down.
insta-satch from
Barely
Cena
escaping
to
off
keep
the
him
side as
alive.
well. This fight's
Imagine,
happening all
I was
over
going to
the
say,
bloody
imagine
place with a
Mr. Fallon
spike.
gets that
It
Joel,
is
5
elapsed.
HP.
Chichu might have done enough. Just needs to back away and survive here. Barely getting around the corner. Rifle reload on point. Spam through the corner. This guy is low. But the damage done, as I said
Yet
prior,
maybe
gets get caught.
might be enough.
Can
he
he
gets
take another
one? Yeah, I mean, there's fire from every single avenue.
Double TP as well. Did they just make the call really easy for FUT?
As well. That's Dizzy and TP re-clear around. CNED, he's offloaded the ult as well. And now everybody scatters right to the win. This is just sloppy gaming.
He's one shot as well, one Vandal body shot, and he goes down in that situation. He's popped the ultimate there just to try to stabilize the round. So it's a 3v3 at the end of the day, and I think EDG will be super happy about how this one has turned out.
EDG will be alright with this.
As bonkers as it seemed, they've actually reset into a situation where they can win. They've even got the read correct. Two players
it was pretty
defending
wild. I mean, he's just trying to catch one out in the open, but he ends up just trying to hunt them with 30 HP in the spike.
Simon Haunt didn't see anything.
Fade Eye is the one here. Ooh, doesn't go back sight.
Waits it out.
Nobody might be able to get a trade on the plant. That's about it.
He does spot him weak enough.
The plant going down.
Chest, as you already mentioned. Now down to that 2 versus 3. Mosh overhead. Dizzy alongside it. All combined. Wingman.
These are the situations where Wingman is just unbelievable.
Comes straight to the defense, jumping, hopping up onto the box.
Shots from Smoggy as well.
They stem the bleeding.
Yep, EDG will take this though, getting the Razor out of him.
They had massive advantages in that round, and EDG took it away. Did they play something proactive? I mean, not necessarily at the start of the round. They had 4 players stacked over towards A, recognizing that Thrash, Showstopper, most likely going to be used either hookah or short. Pick one, short. All right, we'll stack A. But then the escapades through the teleporter.
Yeah, cue to Benny Hill theme, I think. That's just...
But it worked out.
It did. It did. Sometimes that's what you need, an injection of that Chinese chaos that the region is known for.
It's about to get a little bit manic.
And now very different ults.
They're really close to ults.
FUT close to ones that are good in the post plant, not ones that are good to open up a site. Whereas EDG are just starting to get to their first of everything. Double stack up towards hookah here. Going for a push, Yedajay. It's all about timing.
No way. Trying to take this one again.
No way.
Play once broken.
Whoa, he still got one. Instant reaction.
So
that was nuts, bro. Just instant win for the head.
18.
Rise, he gets one here. It's a good trade from EDG no matter what.
Have the position, could try and explode out into this one, and they're going to do just that now. Nobody's going to push this one back and away. Prowler in his face.
That is so much util dumped on him.
Tiptoeing around, most of this util falling with the plan as well. That's Wingman sprayed, down and away. Another chance here, but do they have a second wave of util? EDG might just try and put a stop to it now. Our captain gets that extension and an ult.
And with the plant in the end, he gets his ult.
Forwards into the next. It's good into this post plan. FUT.
Now he has his ult and he has a molly, and we got no one pushing behind. EDG have to go like now.
Held down, pre-fires around, C's dropped, and players alongside
going now.
This is EDG
Molly goes out.
One out, forwards and away, rifles, crouch and spraying. At a captain, he has no time or rest to take this one. Simon with the tap, it does force out and over the strike, but Kang, my God.
Oh, and they got it out of them as well. Big round from EDG. Yeah, very on top of the fact they had the ult here. They went so fast. It was nice.
Spacing there from
He's
EDG.
over towards here, catches the guy in the corner. They deal with both of them. Kang's so on top of the fact that he's thrown his molly from this angle.
To respond in lamps, the round could have been very different. But they weren't. 2 players, one caught by the C's, the other flicked onto. CNED could not trade. In terms of the rifle skill today, EDG have turned up to a higher degree, I think, than FUT. Not every player, Yedajay and CNED still holding their own, finding good timings.
Been really insane, yeah.
But as an entire team, EDG are being able to win these team fight scenarios more often. Tag timeout, suddenly the shoe is on the other foot.
Yeah, okay. All right, mate. Be looking for a new co-caster at this rate.
Not even intentional, but I mean, that's even worse, isn't it?
It's even worse.
But EDG have got massive ultimates, right? And these are good for defense. And Kang has got enough money to pick up the operator, which, spoiler alert, he has. So, CNED guys, they're all going to be there trying to figure out how do they get past all of the tools that EDG have to now close out the map and close out the series.
And EDG would love to do that. Again, reiterating, they've got a very angry hometown crowds after the back of that Shanghai performance where they just bombed out entirely. But
they're in a lovely spot.
event for China. We're already seeing upsets occurring, as we already mentioned. You know, Trace the other day over Vitality.
Lovely
EDG.
spot.
Well, this wouldn't necessarily be an upset. I think most people were panning
3 of the strongest swords.
Match, but a strong start for them out of the gates is kind of necessary for Champs here.
EDG 1 and 4.
2 away from official as well.
So that shows you.
Yeah, and one of these big rounds is your Viper ult round.
This year, EDG drop down and lay down that pit.
Don't do like a walk through this.
Their way through this one.
Why am I scared they're going to try and do a walk through this?
Just kind of looking at the pit, wondering whether they should be going inside it, pressuring it. They have no showers control. Normally, if you're going to pressure a pit like this, you need showers.
And this is where I think the weaknesses in terms of the amount of time FUT has put into this comp might be showcasing. Wide open just from the inability, I think, just to pass through some of these
what a hard
setups.
round this is for FUT, though. Like, everything is on.
Chances now at a captain.
Dude, I'm dying out here. Everything is on lock.
Stay alert.
Everything is on lock. We've got
legs
smoke over
spread
towards
out
showers.
and
We've got
through.
Viper ult here. We've got 3 people on B. We've got wall with off.
So we can afford to play this one a little bit more close. He doesn't even catch onto the corner. I mean, seeing it's failed to even clear this one here, it's used as a response. At least EDG going to be getting util pulled back out of them. B-long controllers conceded.
Yeah, keep an eye on the time. We've got 30 seconds on this one.
You're really going to try and take this fight. Live and true here.
Then all the ults getting popped.
Preemptively, 25 seconds left.
No way.
Open, wide open,
Still 20 seconds though. 2 people sight. It's still hard. TP goes in. They dodge the brim ult. And it is all down to Smoggy. And he does have a molly.
Round and round we go. Smoggy, he's ADS'd. He's locked it up.
You gotta beat it.
Drop down to try and get
What a
them
shot,
in the
man.
spot as well, but a molly stopping them from even getting this plant.
FUT are gonna win this round.
Time on a clock to do so.
But now that they have secured the plant, the round almost unwinnable. Smoggy was the last chance.
They put Fischl in as well, right? It went over towards long, I'm pretty sure.
Their B defense collapsing a little, and FUT with a nice pivot through the teleport.
I'm just scratching my head.
Or am I just fully wrong?
Which
Yeah, they
part
did,
of it?
yeah.
I mean,
Fischl.
EDG's defensive B, I think, is that they had
four?
every single tool necessary
Dude,
to
4
stunt and
ults.
just stop any sort of exec, and they used it all preemptively.
Yeah, normally,
Oh,
like
no,
I say,
that's
normally they're really
devastating.
good at being able to hold multiple cycles of that util. I think the big problem in this round for them was that nobody tried to hop back inside.
Simon,
I mean, there's no...
There's just no way, mate. Yeah.
Our first ninja defuse at a
5?
global event. I don't think that's like...
Yeah, they brim ulted.
Yeah,
they brim
the
ulted
hop
here.
back into hookah
They
from
just used all
nobody,
5
I think, was
ults.
our first,
No, they didn't use the Fischl.
Listen, the first that I've seen.
Yeah, I'm just
first
making the
nobody
fish
feed
up.
of the day. I know
Dude,
he's
I thought I
4-15
heard the
on bottom
Fischl.
global, but he's, you know, he hasn't been throwing his life away too much. But this one,
yeah,
walking
There's
back
4
into
ults,
the
but no
horn,
Fischl.
back into hookah, instead of backing off with the rest of your team. I think he was worried about maybe the brim ult at his back.
You heard it too?
It's a strange
Fischl
one.
was
Bit of a
used.
head scratcher.
Which guy used it? Everyone's got...
They don't want
I
to
guess
make the
Mr. Fallon
risks.
used it then, but...
Deep smoke, Prowler, Dizzy, through,
Four.
gets that connection.
And
here,
this
footsteps
guy's...
ring all the
Guy's
way
one
around,
away,
the
so it's
ring
not
around
him.
the Rosie. Mr. Fallon with a rifle, trying to pre-aim onto the corner, but he's going to get postured and pushed back. Out and away, EDG have control, deep flanks occurring all through the middle of the map here. Might be looking to try and take that fight.
Oh my God.
By FUT to refight. They don't want to flip the map at all. Just trying to take it
The
with the
dink on
weaponry,
this.
but
Prowler
open them up
doesn't
to
check the
risky
corner.
plays. Kankan's from behind.
Double Prowler on this
In
one.
their faces. Other captains watching. No way. The target's just
Oh
about
boy.
missing. Here's it.
This is
Sound
getting
cues
scary.
around. Chaos incarnate occurring before our bloody eyes. Stingers
Yeah, and
away.
Kankang.
Molly drop down. Noise and time. Ball,
Oh,
but the shot's fired
no.
and missed. The Sheridan
Oh
hand
man,
just
it's a
cannot make
disaster
it
for them.
work.
Back-to-back disaster rounds.
This is, as I said, all over the place. Chichu. You know where he is. They know they lost control of this one, but it is controlled in the end by FUT to bring it to that 10-10.
Both teams winning vitally important rounds and then being able to secure follow-ups. So that the ults, I say secure follow-ups.
Yeah, hold up.
Left.
Wait.
Hey up. Chichu. There's no way, right? There's
Oh my God.
absolutely no way. 1v2. Taking a peek at a captain's way.
Hold up.
Again, pokes his
Whoa.
head out. 1v1. You can't be letting them get away with this. Not in the slightest. Pre-aim into the wall. Again, another reload online, but this is so damn precarious. Retreat by Cracks. Backs away.
At some point, Shishu's got to go for the spike.
When does that timing come? Peeking through again. Uncertainty at the back of the mind. Cracks as well. Spots it!
Oh, man,
but just
that
a fade
was
away shot, man.
scary.
It is so damn messy.
That was so scary.
Don't count him out of
Shout out to
any
Chichu.
round.
That was impressive, man.
My mistake there, assuming that FUT
Yeah,
got that one
I
sealed
don't
up.
even blame him. I was out of it as well.
Wasn't familiar with EDG's eco game, apparently. 10-10, though. Both teams have let slip opportunities. It looked like FUT had a huge one to be able to get back into the game, and it looked like EDG had it. You know, they were 10-8 up, ready to run away with things. Both teams fighting tooth and nail to stay in here on
Early
blind.
showers control again.
And this is looking like it's going to be an A execute.
Or at least the showers take.
Well, the mosh as well. Lineup thrown.
Oh, okay, well, we're just heavy util dumping over towards the site. Beidou only hits one. Prowler's gonna confirm that he's all the way back here.
He's worried, but
What a
still takes
shot.
the peak and a timing. Trying to make a go of things here. The call is
Trade.
made to try and fight this one. Showstopper in the hands of CNED. There's
Damn,
a danger.
Kangkang's doing
knows
work.
weaved his way past most of this.
And he dodges
Just
the ult.
glides straight
Full
past him.
HP.
Whistles through, a tap away.
Oh,
yet a
he
chain.
did
Able to
insane
offset
though.
it, at least with the
Yeah, this
movement.
time I actually
Survives
did hear
another day
official.
here.
And I was over towards
Shishido
showers. Pretty sure he got
rapidly
detained.
approaching out for the side. There is chaos. Again, occurring before our very eyes. Chichu, he's isolated. Caught into the corner, out through showers here, just trying to make this one a bit winnable. Nobody to defuse is going to be pushed back and away in a rifle spam.
What are some of these
Not
jills?
enough, no players are
Okay,
surviving.
dude,
EDG
Kangkang
get
did
that one round lead
insane.
now up to 11.
Another one of those scrappy situations where EDG come out on top.
Oh, it's
Eventually,
so scrappy. Some of the
situations
angels
like that
are
just come down to individuals
really
and
off.
how much you can get
Like really off.
value from your position. Could you have imagined Kangkang getting more value from his spot? No. Swings
Yeah,
out from lamps,
Kangkang just
manages to
does
delete
everything.
Ada Captain, evades a showstopper, gets another pick inside as well. CNED trying to make a similar thing happen by walking inside the one-way, seeing if he can surprise EDG. The impact difference from the two Raze players was enormous in that spot.
They're getting stressed on that.
And then FUT on top of that lost a bunch of just straight up duels. They're going to need another big one. And they're set up for a B execute. They have Thrash. Last time they tried to take it short. This time looking somewhere
At
different.
10-11 with the money this low. What are we using official into this one?
Is that one?
This is
Snake bite
simple.
drops.
Head over towards the side. They spot one
Break in for the
under.
Thrash there. A lot of bullets
Yeah,
though,
there's a
gonna be
nice
gliding
molly
right
to
past. A
insta
little
melt
bit of dizzy.
official
That's a
on this
connection
one.
haunt.
Double
Nothing
back
to offset any of
aside.
this util. FUT getting full value from this one, but
Oh
they
my
can't
god,
get
this guy's
them to the back of the
tanking
side. Doesn't even
util.
matter. They'll let the util do the work.
Dude, look how much
Succeeds.
util is on
Molly's all
site. They
gonna be
still get
used
2
in
people
conjunction
here,
with one
3
another, and with
people.
the rifle aim in hand, it's the only thing that
Dude,
can
this
steady the
smoke gives
course.
them so much
EDG
space to
gotta
flood
put a
out
stop
over
to this.
towards site.
Uncertainty here still. Kangkang rattling the bars. This guy unleashed and had a captain now to do so much more, pick up the pieces. One player left still onto the side. He's got to know that Smoggy might be here. Haunts there,
Oh.
picks up the spike, reload. Not even tapping,
Oh.
doesn't even expect it, but now knows.
Oh my
Isolating
God.
the fight into the 1v1. And another tap here, Smoggy. How the hell do you play this one? Out of captain, not expecting, still trained onto the angle.
Oh
but Smoggy
my god,
finds
that
it.
was nuts round.
And
Shout
a
out to
12
Smoggy here
rounds.
anyway as well, because his smoke was the one that enabled
It was
everyone to
a
actually
labor
flood out
course
towards
to get
site.
there.
That was
But
sick.
EDG
That was a cool round
smiled
just
on
in
their
general. Everyone did
faces.
pretty good here.
Smoggy is putting on a masterclass in terms of his smoke utility here as well.
Yeah.
The smoke that he's putting down on the left side towards Cubby is actually allowing them so much control over back sight. Look how difficult it is in these replays for FUT to try to break through that. When they peek, they're not going through the smoke. Smoggy pierces the Merc, is able to actually be able to deliver them the final
And
kill
someone
in
takes a
1v1
hit
clutch.
gunwise as well. 2 chances
Kangkang
to do
back
this
to
one.
the
Yes,
old
Jay's the
classic,
person that
the
takes
old
the hit. Ada
reliable of
has
the up and the showstopper.
after
They're
the
leaving in
death.
B-side completely to deal with on his own.
Oh man.
Everyone else on EDG stacks A, making the read.
In a good spot.
Does he still get that connection? Nobody will pick that one back up. They're leaving lamps nice and empty just because of that orbital strike. Out of captain holding on to it. Don't want to fall prey to it.
How are FUT going to get the read that there's 4 players on this site?
Nobody's hard committed. Smokes are primed. Now going to be dropped down here. And now the orbital strike alongside.
Suggest that they want to take deep back of sight as well. One luck over towards showers. Dodges the prowler.
Still trying to play off this util. He's been dropped.
Lovely Brimmer on this. All comes down to the shower guy.
There's a skirmish occurring. Showers control is EDG's. And with it, the round almost inevitable. At a captain, a man
lovely. EDG 2-0 them as well. Foot down to the lower.
A 2-0 finish for their opening game.
The G2 against EDG.
What
and then PRX against
to
FUT.
start things off here in Seoul. Instantly dispelling all of the bad vibes that were acquired during their flat performance at Shanghai when they were in front of their home crowd.
This was a
they
sick
go
game,
straight into the next event. Instantly 2-0 dismiss another EMEA team that's fallen to a Chinese squad. This one not necessarily an underdog match. I think a lot of people would have favored EDG in the game, but a 2-0 where they
my
look
personal
like they
ones
were
are in
in
the bin.
control, honestly, of both maps.
Yeah,
it's impressive. It was scrappy.
The double upset.
But we knew it was going to get
I'm not sure
like
this one's
that.
an upset.
When you have players on both sides that love taking the aim fights, I think EDG are going to be confident out the back of this, and they've dodged that fated matchup against PRX.
They did.
Another reason to be happy.
A lot of the Chinese fans as well flying out just to cheer on their own home crowd teams. Take a bow. Well deserved after that one as well, despite how tumultuous that second map looks. You can't argue with the results. 2-0 finish. Not bad at all for the opening game.
Every region is 2-2 at the moment. It's pretty good.
And for FUT, they didn't really turn up today. They were struggling with their adaptations on Lotus. Struggled to be able to turn up on an individual level, I think, over the course of this series. They'll be disappointed. And for them, a meeting with PRX offers no easier players to go up against. This EDG team is going to be the story of the day. I wonder if we'll see big performances coming out from FPX as well. Just to keep talking about these Chinese squads, that game against Heretics was super close.
Oh yeah, it was.
Oh yeah, I agree. The Chinese teams could have gone 3
breakout performances, not
with the
just from
FPX
one
game.
team, but actually the whole region catching up.
That was a question we had at the beginning of this match as well. You know, with EDG getting pushed regionally, you know, is that just a result of them slipping, or is it a result of regional parity, of the other teams actually getting better? And with every result, with every win that China as a region is able to accrue and build up at this event, the more it looks likely that the region is finally coming online, paying dividends.
Absolutely. I'm excited
Smoggy
now
plus
to see the rest
21.
of these
Yeah, what a
games.
hero.
I mean, EDG themselves are going to
That's
be going
always
up
been
against
so
G2.
good.
That is a tough matchup. They're going to be tested, but they're going to be confident after what they did today.
Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, so far, stellar performances from a lot of individuals, but we're going to send it down to the floor now for the Verizon post-match interview. I believe Kung Kung standing by.
Gave him a punch, what the hell?
Hello everyone, I'm back with the post-match interviews with EDG's Kangkang. Ni hao, Kangkang. And I'm also joined by our lovely translator Luna. Hello Luna. 네, 오늘 EDG의 캉캉 선수 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. EDG의 챔피언스 첫 경기를 통해서 이제 승리를 거뒀는데 오늘 상대를 하면서 사이먼을 새로 이렇게 영입한 후에 첫 챔스인데 좀 어떤지 팀의 조합에 대해서도 한번 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Hello 캉캉, it's your first time coming to Champs with Simon on board, so I want to know what does he bring to the table and how that's been like for you.
那其实这也是第一次和 Simon 一起来到世界赛嘛？那你觉得他为团队带来了一些什么，以及跟他在一起打比赛的时候有什么样的感觉？
Non, thanks for that. 100% not reading it.
带来了更多的
Thanks very much to Non, whoever you are.
风暴吧，对。
Isaac, that better not be you.
感觉大家都现在 Simon 来了过后，就团队可能协作更好了嘛，因为他是一个比较主动的一个人，所以说这可能是。 也不说是主动吧，就是他给道具的时候很主动，所以说这可能是对于团队的一个润滑剂吧，我觉得。
I think after like Simon joined in, he's a super like young, energetic person, and after that we are more play with our teamwork and synergy. Seems like when he deal with the initiator, give us a skills kit, everything is so good. So that's kind of like that.
사이먼이 정말 이제 젊고 밝은 분위기로 새로 합류하면서 팀에 정말 좋은 뭔가 스킬이나 다방면으로 좀 보완하는 데 도움이 많이 돼서 정말 오늘도 그렇듯 좋은 결과를 얻어낼 수 있었다고 하네요. 그리고 아까 첫 번째 포스트 매치 인터뷰 때 제가 G2 발린 선수한테 누구 만나고 싶냐고 물어봤더니 EDG라고 이렇게 대답을 했었거든요. 그거에 대한 좀 반응이 궁금해서 한번 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Before for our first match, I asked G2's Valen who they want to meet, and Valen said EDG. So what's your reaction to that?
那之前可能他提问了说这局的 Valen 说想要跟谁来打比赛，他回答是 EDG。那你想要说些什么呢？对此？
你要战我便战。
你要战？
Yeah, if you want to face against us, I will face against with you.
오, 오케이. 만나고 싶다면 만나주겠다 했습니다. 진짜. Alright, and it's gonna come true. 마지막으로 EDG의 캉캉 선수 인터뷰 만나봤고요. 콩시 캉캉.
감사합니다.
Thank you for the interview. Alright. That is all for our post-match interviews today, but we'll be back with more Valorant
Alright,
action
chat, we're gonna end
on
there.
Tuesday.
We are gonna end there. Relatively fast day. Give me someone to raid, someone that's going to be playing some games. Give me some. This is a cool day, though. Cool day. We got that's a good point. We're not here tomorrow. Thank you for that reminder. I will see you guys in 2 days. We have a day off. Definitely forgot about that one.
Control early from the side of FUT. We didn't see that really big early breakaway that EDG had over on Lotus, but when it came down to it, just a little bit more drive there from them being able to finally get that separation, get themselves.
Sean is surely
this was a very good effort from the side of
going to bed, right? Is he sticking around?
Back on map 2 and had a pretty clean map 1. I think that's a testament to the new system working.
Guess it's early for him. Maybe he started the day off.
Solid debut from the rookie player inside.
Raid narrate. There we go.
The new guy from Kong in that interview, but I feel like he didn't have an outstanding performance.
Has narrate got anything crazy in his name other than the 4?
To do his breach utility was really good on map 1, and I thought he had some solid moments on the second map as well.
Oh, okay.
Actually,
thank you so much, everyone. I appreciate you all.
Close to some of those clutches, things
The right
like
one?
that. It's exactly what you need to
Yeah, I think so.
comfortable on the
Okay.
big stage.
Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. And yeah, I will see you all in a couple of days. A couple of days, just 1 day break. Thanks so much, as always, guys. Appreciate you being here. Yeah, I'll see you in a little bit. All right, peace, peace, peace.
Any position is just being able to get value with the utility you have rather than dying and just kind of inting in before you're able to find that impact. Simon, like you said, able to find the kills.
YouTube chat. I'll see you guys a little bit later also. All right, peace.
Yeah, and facilitated. He